Meanwhile, Marcus Antonius and Gaius Julius Caesar had defeated Cassius near Philippi in Macedonia, as chroniclers have recounted. After the battle, Caesar returned to Gaul in Italy, while Antonius marched to Asia Minor. Upon reaching Bithynia, in the northwest of modern Turkey, Antonius received ambassadors from various regions, including prominent Jewish leaders, who accused Phasaelus and Herod of consolidating power while Hyrcanus merely appeared to reign. Despite these accusations, Antonius showed great respect for Herod, who had traveled to him with gifts and defense, ensuring that his adversaries could not present their case. Herod's favor with Antonius had been secured largely through financial persuasion, allowing him to maintain influence. While Antonius continued to Ephesus, the capital of the Roman province of Asia, Hyrcanus and the Jewish nation sent an embassy bearing a golden crown, petitioning that those Jews who had been carried into captivity by Cassius be released and that the lands taken from them during Cassius's control be restored. Antonius, recognizing the justice of their requests, responded immediately with a decree both to Hyrcanus and the Jewish people and, at the same time, issued a communication to the citizens of Tyre, confirming the same favorable decisions. Marcus Antonius, the Roman imperator, sent a formal greeting to John Hyrcanus, the high priest and ethnarch of the Jews, addressing him with the utmost respect and recognition of his position as both the spiritual leader and civil ruler of the Jewish nation. He opened his message by assuring Hyrcanus of his own health and that of the Roman army under his command, and inquired after the well-being of the high priest, establishing a tone of mutual respect and careful diplomacy. Marcus Antonius then recounted the diligent work of Hyrcanus's ambassadors, Lysimachus, son of Pausanias, Josephus, son of Minius, and Alexander, son of Theodorus, who had met him at Ephesus, a major city in Ionia on the western coast of modern Turkey. These ambassadors had renewed their mission from Rome, representing the interests of the Jewish people, and had carefully reported the goodwill and loyalty that Hyrcanus and his nation held toward Rome. Marcus Antonius expressed his satisfaction with both their words and their actions, noting the consistent piety and integrity of Hyrcanus, and affirmed that he considered the Jewish nation as loyal allies of Rome. The imperator then turned to the enemies of Hyrcanus, describing the justice of Roman vengeance against those who had violated oaths and committed great injustices against humanity and irreverence against the gods. He referenced a divine judgment in the form of the sun's turning away, an ominous sign of disfavor upon those who had conspired against Julius Caesar. He recounted the Roman victory over the forces of Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus at Philippi in Macedonia, emphasizing that their impious actions and strategic fortifications, cities walled with mountains, passages controlled through a single gate, had been overcome by divine favor and Roman arms. With Brutus defeated and sharing the fate of Cassius, Marcus Antonius explained that this victory had brought a measure of peace to the province of Asia, stabilizing the region and securing it for the benefit of Rome and its allies. He assured Hyrcanus that he would protect the interests of the Jewish nation, ordering that any persons, whether free or enslaved, who had been sold under the authority of Gaius Cassius or his officers, should be released, and that the Jews could lawfully retain the favors granted to them by Marcus Antonius and his colleague Dolabella. He specifically forbade the Tyrians, the citizens of the important Phoenician port city of Tyre, from committing acts of violence against the Jews, and commanded the restoration of any Jewish territories they currently occupied. He acknowledged receiving the crown that Hyrcanus had sent him, a symbol of friendship and alliance. In a separate decree to the magistrates, Senate, and people of Tyre, Marcus Antonius addressed the occupation of Jewish lands by the Tyrians, which had occurred under the authority of Roman adversaries. He reminded them that Rome's war had been conducted with piety and justice, punishing those who had broken oaths and violated the law. He commanded that the Tyrians maintain peace with Roman allies, and that any lands or property seized unjustly from Hyrcanus or the Jewish people be restored immediately. Any disputes over rights to territories were to be judged when Marcus Antonius arrived to hear the cases, ensuring that the lawful rights of all Roman allies would be protected. Marcus Antonius further ordered that this decree be publicly inscribed in both Roman Latin and Greek, displayed in prominent locations so that all citizens could read and understand the instructions. He recounted the depredations of Gaius Cassius, who had unlawfully plundered Jewish provinces and oppressed those in friendship with Rome. By his decree, Marcus Antonius restored the possessions and freedom of all Jews affected, commanding that anyone who failed to comply with his orders would face punishment, and that justice would be enforced for all violations. Similar letters were sent by Marcus Antonius to the Sidonians, the people of Sidon, to the Antiochians, residents of Antioch, and to the Aradians, citizens of Arad, extending the same protections and affirmations of Roman concern. These decrees were carefully preserved as testimony for future generations, demonstrating the high regard and protective interest that Rome maintained toward the Jewish nation, ensuring that their rights, lands, and freedoms were acknowledged and safeguarded under Roman authority. In the period when the Roman leader Mark Antony arrived in the province of Syria, events unfolded that would determine the fate of Judea. At that same time, Cleopatra VII Philopator, the ruler of Egypt, met him in Cilicia, a region in Asia Minor. Through her influence and presence, she secured his affection and favor. Meanwhile, a delegation of 100 leading men among the Jewish nation came forward to bring formal accusations against Herod and those associated with him. These accusers selected their most skilled speakers, men trained in eloquence, to present their charges before the Roman authority. Opposing them stood Messala, a Roman supporter of the young leaders, who spoke in their defense. This confrontation took place in the presence of Hyrcanus II, who was not only the high priest but also the father-in-law of Herod. The hearing occurred at Daphne, a suburb near the great Syrian city of Antioch, known for its political importance in the Roman East. After listening carefully to both the accusers and the defenders, Mark Antony turned to Hyrcanus and asked him directly who governed the Jewish nation most effectively. Hyrcanus replied without hesitation that Herod and his companions were the most capable rulers. Antony's decision was influenced not only by this testimony, but also by an earlier bond of hospitality and friendship he had shared with Herod's father, Antipater. That relationship had begun years before, when Antony had served under Aulus Gabinius, the Roman proconsul who had intervened in Judean affairs. Because of this loyalty and past alliance, Mark Antony appointed both Herod and his brother Phasaelus as tetrarchs, meaning rulers over a fourth part of the territory, entrusting them jointly with the administration of public affairs in Judea. He formalized this decision in written letters. Furthermore, he arrested 15 of their principal opponents and intended to execute them. However, Herod intervened and secured their pardon, preventing their deaths. Yet the opposition did not cease. When these men returned home, discontent remained. Soon afterward, 1,000 Jews traveled to Tyre, a prominent Phoenician coastal city, because it was reported that Mark Antony would visit there. Despite their efforts, Antony had already been persuaded by the financial gift presented to him by Herod and his brother. Consequently, he ordered the local Roman governor to punish the Jewish ambassadors who were accused of attempting political upheaval and to confirm Herod's authority over the government. Herod himself went quickly to confront the gathering, accompanied by Hyrcanus. They stood near the shore outside the city and urged the accusers to disperse, warning that serious harm would result if they persisted. The warning was ignored. Roman soldiers then advanced with drawn daggers. Some of the protesters were killed, many were wounded, and the rest fled in fear to their homes, remaining quiet afterward in deep alarm. When public outcry later arose against Herod, Mark Antony reacted with anger and ordered the execution of the prisoners. In the second year following these events, a greater danger emerged from the east. Pacorus I, the son of the king of Parthia, together with a Parthian commander named Barzapharnes, invaded Syria and took control of it. At this time, Ptolemy the son of Menneus had died, and his son Lysanias succeeded him in rule. Lysanias formed an alliance with Antigonus II Mattathias, the son of Aristobulus, a member of the former Hasmonean royal family of Judea. Antigonus promised the Parthians 1,000 talents of silver and 500 women if they would remove Hyrcanus from power and place him on the throne, and if they would also eliminate Herod. Although the full payment was never delivered, the Parthians nevertheless launched a military expedition into Judea, bringing Antigonus with them. Pacorus advanced along the coastal regions, while Barzapharnes marched inland through the central territories. The citizens of Tyre refused entry to Pacorus, but the inhabitants of Sidon and those of Ptolemy welcomed him. Pacorus dispatched a cavalry force into Judea to assess conditions and support Antigonus. He also sent a royal official known as the king's butler, who bore the same name as himself. Jewish inhabitants living near Mount Carmel joined Antigonus and prepared to march into Judea with him. A place called Drymi became a gathering point. As reinforcements arrived, supporters of Antigonus moved secretly toward Jerusalem. Their numbers increased steadily, and they advanced against the royal palace, laying siege to it. Phasaelus and Herod responded swiftly, bringing their supporters to counter the assault. A fierce battle erupted in the marketplace of Jerusalem. The younger warriors loyal to Herod drove back their opponents and forced them toward the temple precincts. Armed men were stationed in nearby houses to confine the enemy, but lacking reinforcement, these men were overwhelmed when the local populace set fire to the buildings, burning both the structures and those within them. Herod later avenged this attack. In subsequent fighting, he engaged the rebellious factions and killed many of them in retaliation for the destruction inflicted upon his supporters. As daily skirmishes continued, the opposing forces waited for the festival of Pentecost, a significant Jewish feast that drew vast crowds from the countryside into Jerusalem. When the day arrived, tens of thousands gathered around the temple. Some were armed, others unarmed. They secured both the temple complex and the city, except for the palace, which Herod defended with a small contingent of soldiers. Phasaelus guarded the city walls, while Herod led a force against the enemy encamped in the suburbs. He fought with determination and scattered large numbers of them, driving some back into the city, others into the temple area, and still others into outer fortifications that surrounded the sacred precinct. Phasaelus joined in support. However, at the request of Antigonus, Pacorus, the Parthian general, was admitted into Jerusalem with a small cavalry unit under the pretense of calming unrest. In reality, his purpose was to aid Antigonus in seizing power. When Phasaelus met Pacorus, he received him courteously. Pacorus then persuaded Phasaelus to travel as an ambassador to Barzapharnes, presenting the proposal as a diplomatic mission. The offer concealed a trap. Phasaelus, suspecting no treachery, agreed. Herod, however, distrusted the Parthians and warned against the journey, urging instead that they confront the foreign forces already inside the city. Despite these concerns, both Hyrcanus and Phasaelus undertook the mission. Pacorus left with Herod 200 cavalry soldiers and 10 officials referred to as freemen, while he escorted Hyrcanus and Phasaelus northward. When they reached Galilee, local city governors came out armed to meet them. At first, Barzapharnes received them warmly and presented them with gifts. Yet beneath this appearance of goodwill, he plotted against them. Eventually, Phasaelus and his mounted companions were led away toward the coast, unaware of the fate that awaited them. The danger did not begin with open battle, but with whispers, promises, and secret bargains. Word spread that Antigonus, the son of Aristobulus and a claimant to the throne of Judea, had made a bold and costly offer. He had promised the Parthians 1,000 talents of silver, an immense treasure by ancient standards, and 500 women, if they would support him against his rivals. The Parthians were not a small or distant tribe. They were the rulers of a vast eastern empire, stretching beyond the lands of Syria and Mesopotamia, powerful horsemen and feared warriors who had already challenged the might of Rome itself. To secure their help was to invite a storm into Judea. When this promise became known, suspicion immediately fell upon the Parthians. Their presence in Jerusalem was no longer seen as friendly assistance, but as a calculated move. Soon, a secret warning reached those who were in danger. Someone revealed that traps had been prepared in the night, that guards moved quietly around them, and that they would already have been seized had not the Parthians delayed. They were waiting for the right moment. They wished first to capture Herod, the son of Antipater, who had risen to power under Roman authority and had been appointed governor of Galilee. Only after Herod was secured would they move openly against Hyrcanus and Phasaelus. Hyrcanus II was the elderly high priest and former king of Judea, a man whose authority had been weakened by years of internal conflict. Phasaelus was Herod's brother, a capable leader who had been entrusted with the governance of Jerusalem. The Parthians hesitated because they feared that if Hyrcanus and Phasaelus were killed too soon, Herod might learn of it and escape before they could lay hands on him. The plot was not careless. It was deliberate. In this tense atmosphere, Phasaelus began to see clearly who stood guard over them and what that meant. Some urged him to act at once. They advised him to mount a horse and flee without delay. Among them was Ophelius, who was more insistent than all the others. Ophelius claimed to have learned of the treachery from Saramalla, described as the richest of the Syrians at that time. Syria, a region long contested by great empires, was filled with wealthy merchants and political intermediaries. Saramalla, with his vast resources, even promised to provide ships, since the sea lay near enough to make escape by water possible. But Phasaelus refused. He would not abandon Hyrcanus, the aged high priest, nor would he endanger his brother Herod by a selfish flight. Instead, he chose confrontation over escape. He went directly to Barzapharnes, a leading Parthian commander who had entered Judea under the authority of the Parthian crown. Phasaelus accused him openly. If money was the issue, he declared, he would offer more than Antigonus. He reminded him that it was a terrible injustice to kill men who had come under the protection of sworn oaths, especially when they had done no harm. Barzapharnes answered with solemn oaths of his own. He swore that these suspicions were false, that no trap had been set, that Phasaelus had been misled by rumors. Then he departed to confer with Pacorus, the Parthian prince, son of the Parthian king, who commanded great authority among his people. As soon as Barzapharnes was gone, the deception was revealed. Men entered and seized Hyrcanus and Phasaelus, binding them. Phasaelus cried out against the Parthians for their perjury, for breaking their sacred promises. Meanwhile, the officials sent to deal with Herod had been instructed to lure him beyond the city walls and capture him there. But Phasaelus had acted quickly before his arrest. Messengers had already been dispatched to warn Herod of the Parthians' betrayal. When Herod learned that his brother and Hyrcanus had been seized, he did not surrender to despair. He went at once to Pacorus and to the most powerful among the Parthians, treating them as lords over the rest. Though they knew the truth of what had happened, they concealed it with calculated calm. They told Herod that he should go out beyond the walls to meet certain men who were bringing him letters. These messengers, they claimed, had not been captured by his enemies, but were coming to report the successful actions of Phasaelus. Herod did not believe them. He had heard from others that his brother had been seized. More importantly, he was warned by the daughter of Hyrcanus. This woman, whom Herod was to marry, was Miriam, granddaughter of Hyrcanus and descendant of the ancient Hasmonean royal line. She was known for her intelligence and strength of judgment. Though others dismissed her fears, Herod trusted her wisdom. Her warning deepened his suspicion of the Parthians. The Parthian leaders themselves hesitated. They debated what should be done. They did not think it wise to seize Herod openly, for he was no minor figure. He was connected to Rome, the dominant power of the Mediterranean world. To attack him in plain sight might bring consequences. So they postponed their decision until the next day. That night, Herod's mind was restless. The reports of his brother's capture weighed heavily on him. He trusted those warnings more than the reassuring words of men he no longer believed. He decided that as evening fell, he would escape. Delay would only increase the danger. He gathered the armed men who were loyal to him. He placed his wives upon beasts of burden, along with his mother, his sister, and Miriam, the daughter of Alexander, who was the son of Aristobulus. Aristobulus had once been king, and through this marriage Herod sought connection to the old royal family. Miriam's mother, herself a daughter of Hyrcanus, was also among them. Herod's youngest brother joined the flight, as did servants and many others who had attached themselves to his cause. Without the knowledge of the enemy, they set out toward Idumea, the region south of Judea from which Herod's family originally came. Idumea had been incorporated into the Jewish state generations earlier, but its people retained a distinct identity. It was a land where Herod could expect loyalty. The scene was filled with sorrow. The women carried their infant children and left behind their homeland. Friends remained imprisoned in Jerusalem. There was fear of what awaited them. Yet Herod did not allow himself to collapse under the weight of misfortune. He lifted his spirit above despair. As he moved along the road, he urged his companions to remain courageous. Sorrow would only slow them, and speed was their only hope. They tried to endure as he instructed them. But during the journey, disaster nearly struck. A wagon overturned, placing his mother in danger of death. At that moment, Herod was overwhelmed. His love for his mother and his fear that this delay would allow the enemy to overtake them drove him toward a desperate act. He drew his sword, intending to kill himself rather than face capture and humiliation. Those around him intervened. They restrained him by force, for they were many. They told him that it was not the act of a brave leader to abandon his companions and leave them to become prey to their enemies. Courage, they insisted, was not escape from suffering but endurance alongside one's people. Ashamed and moved by their words, and prevented by their numbers, Herod abandoned the attempt. He returned his focus to his mother's safety and continued the journey with renewed urgency. His destination was the fortress of Masada, a stronghold built upon a high rock near the western shore of the Dead Sea. Masada was naturally defensible, surrounded by steep cliffs and difficult approaches. It would later become famous in Jewish history, but even now it stood as a refuge against overwhelming force. As they traveled, Parthian forces attacked and pursued them. Skirmishes broke out along the way. Yet in each clash Herod prevailed. He was not fighting like a fugitive in panic, but like a commander prepared for war, supplied and resolute. Nor were the dangers limited to the Parthians. Jewish forces also confronted him during his flight. When he had gone about 60 furlongs from Jerusalem, roughly 7.5 miles, they attacked him in close combat. Yet again he defeated them. He fought not as a man crushed by necessity, but as one equipped with resources and trained for command. At the very place where he overcame these opponents, he would later build a magnificent palace and a city surrounding it. He named that place Herodium, after himself, marking the site of his survival with stone and fortification, turning a moment of peril into a monument of power. And still the struggle was far from over. When he arrived in Idumea, at a location known as Thressa, he was met by his brother Joseph. There, he called together a council, seeking advice on every matter that now pressed upon him. A vast multitude followed him, not only hired soldiers who fought for pay, but also many others bound to him by loyalty and circumstance. The stronghold of Masada, the place to which he intended to flee, was far too small to hold such a crowd. For this reason, he dismissed the greater part of his followers, more than 9,000 people in number. He instructed them to scatter in different directions throughout Idumea, so that each might preserve his own life. To prevent their suffering on the journey, he provided them with money sufficient to purchase provisions along the way. He kept only those who were least burdened, closest to him in trust, and most capable of swift movement. With these chosen companions, he entered the fortress and placed there his wives and his remaining followers, numbering 800 persons. The stronghold contained ample stores of grain, water, and all necessities for survival. Having secured them, he departed immediately toward Petra, a principal city in Arabia. At dawn the following day, the Parthians advanced into Jerusalem. They plundered the city without restraint, including the royal palace, sparing nothing except the money belonging to Hyrcanus, which amounted to 300 talents, a vast sum measured in silver weight. Much of Herod's wealth escaped seizure, especially the funds he had prudently sent into Idumea beforehand. Even so, what they found in the city did not satisfy the invaders. They spread through the countryside, pillaging villages and destroying the city of Marissa, leaving ruin behind them. Thus Antigonus was restored to Judea by the authority of the Parthian king. He took Hyrcanus and Phasaelus into captivity. Yet Antigonus was deeply troubled, for the women he had intended to hand over to the enemy as part of his reward had escaped. Fearing that Hyrcanus, though under Parthian guard, might be restored to power by popular support, Antigonus ordered Hyrcanus's ears to be cut off. By this act, he permanently disqualified him from the high priesthood, since the law required that anyone holding that sacred office must be physically whole and unblemished. Here one cannot fail to observe the resolve of Phasaelus. Realizing that his death was certain, he did not fear dying itself, but he regarded execution at the hands of his enemies as shameful and degrading. His hands were bound, and he could not end his life in the usual way. Instead, he hurled his head violently against a large stone and thus caused his own death, believing this to be the most honorable choice left to him and denying his enemies the power to decide how he should die. It is also reported that after he had inflicted a severe wound upon himself, Antigonus sent physicians to attend him, instructing them to pour poison into the wound, ensuring his death. Before life fully left him, Phasaelus learned from a woman that his brother Herod had escaped. This knowledge allowed him to face death calmly, knowing that one remained who would avenge him and punish those responsible. As for Herod, the weight of his misfortunes did not weaken his resolve. Instead, hardship sharpened his ability to undertake bold and unexpected actions. He went to Malchus, the ruler of Arabia, to whom he had previously shown great kindness. Now in extreme need, he sought repayment, requesting money either as a loan or as a gift, reminding Malchus of the many benefits he had once received. Not knowing the fate of his brother, Herod was eager to ransom him from captivity and declared himself willing to pay 300 talents for his release. To guarantee repayment, he brought with him the young son of Phasaelus, a child only 7 years of age, to serve as a hostage. Before Herod could reach Malchus, messengers met him with orders that he must depart at once, claiming that the Parthians had forbidden Malchus to shelter him. This excuse concealed the true motive, which was Malchus's desire to avoid repaying what he owed. He was further encouraged by leading Arabians who wished to keep for themselves the money entrusted to them earlier by Antipater, Herod's father. Herod replied that he did not intend to burden them with his presence, but wished only to discuss matters of the greatest importance to him. Seeing that no help would be given, he withdrew and wisely chose the road toward Egypt. Along the way, he stayed in a temple where he had previously left many of his followers. On the next day, he reached Rhinocolura, and there he learned of the fate that had befallen his brother. Although Malchus soon regretted his actions and pursued Herod, he was far behind. Herod pressed forward rapidly toward Pelusium. When ships stationed there prevented him from sailing directly to Alexandria, he appealed to their commanders. Out of respect for him, they escorted him into the city, where he was detained by Cleopatra. She urged him to remain, but she could not persuade him. Despite stormy conditions at sea and reports that affairs in Italy were unstable and chaotic, he hurried onward, determined to reach Rome. He therefore departed by sea from that place toward Pamphylia, and while sailing he was overtaken by a violent storm at sea. In that danger, he scarcely escaped with his life and reached the island city of Rhodes, having lost the cargo and burden of his ship. In that city he encountered 2 of his companions, Sapinus and Ptolemaeus. He found that the city of Rhodes had been greatly damaged during the war against Cassius. Although he himself was in great need, he did not neglect to show kindness to the city, but did all that lay in his power to restore it toward its former condition. While there, he also constructed a ship with 3 decks, and then sailed with his friends toward Italy. He arrived at the port city of Brundusium, and from there he traveled onward to Rome. When he reached Rome, he first gave a full account to Mark Antony of all that had happened to him in Judea. He explained how his brother Phasaelus had been seized by the forces of the Parthian Empire and put to death by them. He told how Hyrcanus had been carried away and kept in captivity by the same power. He further explained that they had placed Antigonus upon the throne as king, after Antigonus had promised him a payment of no less than 1,000 talents of silver, together with 500 women taken from the principal families and of Jewish descent. He related that these women had been carried off secretly during the night. He described how, after enduring many hardships and dangers, he had escaped from the hands of his enemies, and how his own family members were still in danger of being surrounded and captured. He also recounted how he had sailed through a deadly storm at sea and had despised all those terrors in order to come with the greatest speed to Antony, whom he regarded as his only hope and source of help at that moment. This account moved Antony to pity the great change that had come upon the condition of Herod, as Antony reflected that such reversals were common among men raised to high power, and that those in great dignity are subject to the changes brought by fortune. He became very ready to grant Herod the assistance he sought. This willingness was strengthened because Antony remembered the friendship he had formerly shared with Antipater. Herod also offered Antony money, just as he had earlier done when Antony had made him tetrarch, meaning ruler of a quarter of a region. Above all, Antony was driven by his hatred of Antigonus, whom he regarded as a seditious man and an enemy of the Roman Republic. Julius Caesar also supported the effort to raise Herod to higher dignity and gave his help in what Herod desired. He did this in remembrance of the hardships of war which he himself had endured together with Antipater in Egypt, and because of the hospitality and kindness that Antipater had always shown him. Caesar also wished to please Antony, who was deeply committed to Herod's cause. Therefore, a meeting of the Roman Senate was called. Messala spoke first, and after him Atratinus, and they introduced Herod to the assembly. They spoke at length about the benefits the Romans had received from Antipater and reminded the senators of the goodwill he had always shown toward Rome. At the same time, they accused Antigonus and declared him an enemy, not only because of his earlier opposition to Roman authority, but also because he had now accepted rule that had been taken from the Parthians. These statements stirred the Senate to anger. Antony further explained that it was to Rome's advantage in the war against the Parthians that Herod should be made king. This proposal pleased all the senators, and they passed a decree accordingly. This action was the clearest proof of Antony's affection for Herod. Antony not only secured for him a kingdom that Herod himself had not expected, but he did so with remarkable speed. Herod had not come intending to ask the kingdom for himself, because he believed the Romans would grant it only to someone of royal blood. Instead, he had intended to request it for his wife's brother, who was a grandson through his father of Aristobulus and through his mother of Hyrcanus. Yet Antony arranged matters so quickly that Herod received what he had never anticipated, and he departed from Italy in only 7 days. This young man, the grandson just mentioned, Herod later arranged to have put to death, as will be explained in its proper place. When the Senate meeting ended, Antony and Caesar left the Senate house, with Herod walking between them, while the consuls and other magistrates went before them. They proceeded to offer sacrifices and to place the decrees in the Capitoline temple. Antony also provided a feast for Herod on the first day of his reign. In this manner Herod received the kingdom in the 184th Olympiad, during the consulship of Gaius Domitius Calvinus for the second time, and Gaius Asinius Pollio for the first time. During all this time, Antigonus was laying siege to those who were in the fortress of Masada. They possessed abundance of all other necessities, but they suffered greatly from lack of water. Because of this, Joseph, the brother of Herod, planned to escape from the fortress with 200 of his followers and flee to the Arabians. He had heard that Malchus regretted the offenses he had committed against Herod. However, during the night heavy rain fell, and their cisterns were filled with water, removing the necessity of flight. This unexpected supply restored their courage, especially because they regarded the abundance of water as a sign of divine care over them. Encouraged by this, they made a sudden attack and fought hand-to-hand with the soldiers of Antigonus, some in open combat and others by surprise, and they destroyed a great number of them. At the same time, Ventidius, the Roman commander, was sent out of Syria to drive the Parthians from that region. He marched into Judea, claiming that his purpose was to assist Joseph, but in truth the whole affair was a scheme designed to extract money from Antigonus. He encamped very near to Jerusalem, stripped Antigonus of a large sum of money, and then withdrew with the greater part of his army. Yet, so that the wrongdoing of Antigonus might be exposed, Ventidius left Silo behind with a portion of the troops. Antigonus cultivated friendly relations with Silo, hoping to avoid disturbance, and he continued to place his hope in the return of the Parthians, believing they would come again to defend him. After receiving authority from Rome, Herod departed from Italy and sailed eastward across the sea to Ptolemy, a harbor city on the coast of Judea. Upon his arrival, he began assembling a considerable army, composed both of foreign soldiers and of men from his own nation. When his forces were prepared, he advanced through the region of Galilee to wage war against Antigonus II Mattathias, who had seized control of Judea with Parthian assistance. At this time, Roman commanders also moved in support of Herod. One was Silo, a Roman officer already stationed in Judea. Another was Publius Ventidius Bassus, a general of Rome who had been active in suppressing Parthian influence in the eastern provinces. Both men were persuaded to assist Herod by Delius, a trusted envoy sent by Mark Antony, who at that period governed the eastern territories of the Roman Republic. Ventidius was occupied with restoring order in cities that had been disturbed through Parthian intervention, while Silo remained in Judea, though he had secretly accepted bribes from Antigonus. As Herod advanced, his army increased steadily in number. Nearly all Galilee, with only minor exceptions, aligned itself with him. Yet his path was not without obstacles. His relatives were besieged in the fortress of Masada, a stronghold situated near the western shore of the Dead Sea. Herod considered their rescue a duty of family loyalty. However, before he could march southward to relieve them, he had to address another threat. The coastal city of Joppa stood in opposition to him. It was necessary to capture this city first, so that no hostile stronghold would remain behind him while he advanced toward Jerusalem. When Silo used the situation as an excuse to withdraw from Jerusalem, Jewish forces pursued him. Herod intervened with a small contingent of troops, attacked the pursuing forces, and drove them back, rescuing Silo at a moment when he was scarcely able to defend himself. After securing Joppa, Herod moved swiftly to liberate his family members who were confined in Masada. Support for Herod came from various motives. Some inhabitants of the countryside joined him out of loyalty to the memory of his father, Antipater. Others were impressed by the dignity and authority he displayed. Still others felt gratitude for benefits they had previously received from his family. Many more rallied to him in expectation of future rewards, should he firmly establish himself as king. With a strengthened army, Herod resumed his march. Antigonus attempted to hinder him by placing ambushes in narrow passes and strategic locations. These efforts, however, caused little harm. Herod successfully retrieved his relatives from Masada and also secured another fortress called Ressa. Then he proceeded toward Jerusalem. The Roman soldiers who had been under Silo joined the march, along with numerous citizens who feared Herod's growing power. When Herod encamped on the western side of Jerusalem, defenders stationed their launched arrows and spears against him. Some defenders charged out in groups and engaged in close combat with the front ranks of his army. In response, Herod ordered a public proclamation to be made near the city wall. He declared that he had come not to harm the people, but to secure their welfare and preserve the city. He stated that he bore no lingering resentment, even toward those who had openly opposed him, and that he was prepared to forgive past offenses, including those committed by his strongest adversaries. Antigonus answered this proclamation before the Roman forces and before Silo. He argued that granting the kingdom to Herod would be unjust, since Herod was a private individual and an Idumean, meaning a man of Edomite descent who was considered only partially Jewish by ancestry. Antigonus insisted that the kingdom should be given to a member of the established royal family, in accordance with traditional custom. Even if the Romans distrusted him because he had received the throne through Parthian assistance, there were other members of his family eligible under Jewish law to assume kingship. These men, he claimed, had not offended Rome and belonged to the sacerdotal or priestly lineage. To pass them over would, in his view, be improper. As accusations and counter-accusations were exchanged, Antigonus permitted his defenders upon the walls to continue their resistance. They used bows with energy and determination, successfully driving Herod's forces away from the towers. It was during this siege that Silo's corruption became evident. He allowed many of his soldiers to complain loudly about shortages of provisions and to demand money for food. He suggested that it would be wise to withdraw to suitable winter quarters, claiming that the surrounding lands had been stripped bare by the troops of Antigonus. He attempted to lead the army away. Herod urgently appealed to Silo not to abandon the campaign. He addressed the Roman captains and soldiers, reminding them that Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, and the Roman Senate had sent him with authority. He promised to supply all necessities in abundance. To prove his words, he immediately departed into the countryside and organized an impressive provision effort. He contacted allies residing around Samaria and ordered them to send grain, wine, oil, livestock, and every essential supply to Jericho. The delivery was so ample that no justification remained for Silo to withdraw. Recognizing this development, Antigonus dispatched forces to intercept the supply lines. Armed men assembled in large numbers near Jericho, occupying the surrounding hills to ambush those transporting provisions. Herod responded decisively. He selected 10 military units, 5 composed of Roman soldiers and 5 of Jewish troops, along with mercenaries and a small cavalry force, and marched to Jericho. They found the city largely deserted, except for 500 individuals who had taken refuge upon the hilltops with their families. Herod captured these people and sent them away. The Roman troops entered the city and plundered it, discovering houses stocked with abundant goods. After securing Jericho, Herod left a garrison there and returned. He directed the Roman army to establish winter quarters in territories that had submitted to him, namely Judea, Galilee, and Samaria. Meanwhile, Antigonus continued to influence Silo through bribery, ensuring that part of the Roman army would be quartered at Lydda, thereby currying favor with Mark Antony. The Roman soldiers settled into these quarters, laid aside their weapons, and lived comfortably with plentiful provisions. Herod did not choose to remain inactive while danger gathered around him. He was a man formed by conflict, and stillness did not suit him. He sent his brother Joseph, one of the sons of Antipater and a trusted commander, into Idumea, the southern region from which their family originated. Joseph was given 2,000 armed foot soldiers and 400 horsemen. This was no minor force. It was a clear declaration that Herod intended to secure his territories and challenge his enemies. Herod himself went to Samaria, the central region of the land between Judea and Galilee. Samaria had long been a place of political tension, inhabited by people distinct from the Jews of Jerusalem. There he left his mother and his other relatives, for they had already departed from the fortress of Masada and needed a safer place of residence. After ensuring their security, Herod turned northward to Galilee. Galilee was a fertile and strategic region, but it was not entirely under his control. Certain strongholds there were still occupied by garrisons loyal to Antigonus, the son of Aristobulus, who claimed the throne of Judea with the support of the Parthian Empire. Herod advanced to the city of Sepphoris, an important fortified city in Galilee. At that time, an unexpected snowfall occurred. The severe weather worked in his favor. The garrisons of Antigonus withdrew from their exposed positions, and Herod gained access to abundant provisions stored within the city. Thus, what might have been an obstacle became an advantage. From Sepphoris, Herod turned his attention to another threat. Bands of robbers occupied caves in the mountains and caused great harm throughout the countryside. These are not simple thieves. They were organized groups, dwelling in natural fortresses, striking villages, and retreating into the safety of steep cliffs and hidden caverns. To restore order in Galilee, Herod resolved to destroy them. He first sent a detachment consisting of cavalry and 3 companies of infantry against them. These robbers were near a village called Arbela, situated among rugged hills. On the 40th day after the initial movement, Herod himself arrived with his entire army. The enemy did not wait passively. They came out boldly to confront him. In the first clash, the left wing of Herod's army gave way under pressure. The situation was critical, but Herod personally intervened. With a chosen body of men, he struck at those who believed themselves victorious, drove them back, and rallied his retreating soldiers. The battle turned. He pressed the enemy hard and pursued them as far as the River Jordan, even though they scattered along different paths in their flight. Through this campaign, Herod brought all Galilee under his authority, except for those who remained hidden in the caves. To strengthen loyalty, he distributed money to his soldiers. Each common soldier received 150 drachmae, a substantial payment, and the commanders received even greater rewards. Then he sent the troops into winter quarters. At that time, Silo, a Roman officer, came to him with his commanders. Rome was the dominant power in the region, and Herod's authority rested partly upon Roman support. Yet Antigonus had refused to supply provisions to Silo and his forces beyond a single month. More than that, Antigonus had ordered the surrounding countryside to remove all provisions and retreat into the mountains. His intention was clear: to deprive the Roman forces of food so that they might weaken and perish by famine. It was a strategy of denial, aimed at breaking Roman strength without direct confrontation. Herod entrusted the management of this crisis to his youngest brother, Pheroras. He ordered him also to restore Alexandria, a fortress that had once been strong but had fallen into desolation. Pheroras acted swiftly. He secured abundant provisions for the soldiers and rebuilt Alexandria, restoring it as a defensive position. Meanwhile, events beyond Judea influenced the struggle. Marcus Antonius, known in history as Mark Antony, one of the leading rulers of the Roman world after the death of Julius Caesar, was residing for a time in Athens, the famous Greek city renowned for philosophy and political heritage. In Syria, Publius Ventidius Bassus, a Roman general who had successfully fought against the Parthians, commanded Roman forces. Ventidius summoned Silo and ordered him to assist Herod in finishing the present war. Afterward, Silo was to call upon their allied forces to support the broader Roman campaigns. Herod, however, did not delay. He moved swiftly again against the robbers in the caves, while sending Silo back to Ventidius. The caves presented extraordinary difficulty. They were located in mountains of extreme steepness. Midway down the cliffs were openings that led into caverns surrounded by sharp rock formations. The robbers lived there with their families, turning nature into a fortress. Direct assault from below was nearly impossible because of the sharp ascent. Descent from above was equally dangerous. Therefore, Herod devised a remarkable method. He ordered large chests to be constructed. Then they returned to their suspended chests and remained there. The cries and confusion that followed spread terror among the remaining occupants. Hope of escape diminished. When night came, the assault paused. Herod proclaimed through a herald that any who surrendered would receive pardon. Many accepted the offer and came out. The next day, the assault resumed. The attackers advanced even further. They were lowered in baskets to engage those inside. They fought at the cave entrances and cast fire into the caverns, setting them ablaze, for the interior contained much combustible material. Among those trapped was an old man with his wife and 7 children. The children and the wife pleaded with him to allow them to go out and surrender. But he stood at the cave's mouth and killed each child as they attempted to leave. After killing them all, he killed his wife. He cast their bodies down the precipice and then threw himself down as well. He chose death over slavery. Before his final act, he reproached Herod, speaking bitterly about the humble origin of Herod's family, even though Herod now ruled as king. Herod saw what the man was doing and stretched out his hand, offering security for his life, but the man refused. In time, all the caves were subdued. After securing these regions, Herod appointed Ptolemy as general over that part of the country. He himself went again to Samaria with 600 horsemen and 3,000 infantry, intending to fight Antigonus directly. Yet Ptolemy's command did not prosper. Those who had previously troubled Galilee rose again, attacked Ptolemy, and killed him. Afterward, they fled into lake regions and other nearly inaccessible places, plundering and destroying whatever they could reach. Herod responded quickly. He returned and punished them severely. Some of the rebels he killed outright. Others fled into strongholds, which he besieged, captured, and demolished. When he had crushed this rebellion, he imposed a fine of 100 talents upon the cities, a heavy financial penalty designed both to punish and to secure future obedience. At this same time, Pacorus was killed in battle, and the forces of the Parthians suffered a major defeat. Following this victory, Ventidius dispatched Machaerus to assist Herod, granting him 2 Roman legions, meaning 2 full units of Roman heavy infantry, along with 1,000 cavalry soldiers trained for mounted warfare. At the same time, Mark Antony urged Herod to act quickly and press his advantage. However, Machaerus, influenced by Antigonus and corrupted by bribes of money, acted without the consent of Herod. Instead of offering direct assistance, he attempted to inspect and interfere with Herod's affairs. Antigonus, suspecting that Machaerus intended to betray him, refused to allow him entry into the city and openly showed hostility by ordering stones to be thrown at him, clearly revealing his intentions. When Machaerus realized that Herod had given him wise counsel and that his own refusal to follow it had brought humiliation upon him, he withdrew to the city of Emmaus. Enraged by the hardships and insults he had endured, he killed every Jewish person he encountered along the way, whether ally or enemy, acting out of uncontrolled anger rather than strategy. This behavior deeply angered Herod. He traveled to Samaria, intending to go directly to Antony to complain that such helpers harmed him more than they harmed his enemies, and to declare that he was capable of defeating Antigonus on his own. Machaerus pursued him and pleaded that he not go to Antony. He urged instead that Herod allow his brother Joseph to join forces with him, so that together they might fight Antigonus. Because of these earnest appeals, Herod was reconciled to Machaerus. He left Joseph behind with the army, strictly commanding him to take no unnecessary risks and to avoid disputes with Machaerus. Herod himself hastened to join Antony, who at that time was conducting a siege against Samosata, a strategic stronghold near the river Euphrates. Herod brought with him both cavalry and infantry as auxiliary forces. When he arrived at Antioch, he found many men gathered there who wished to join Antony, but were afraid to proceed, because hostile tribes along the road frequently attacked travelers and killed many. Herod strengthened their resolve, offered leadership, and became their guide along the dangerous route. When they were within a journey of 2 days from Samosata, hostile forces had prepared an ambush. In narrow wooded passages leading toward the open plains, about 500 mounted warriors lay hidden, intending to attack once the travelers had advanced into the open ground. As soon as the front ranks passed through, and while Herod commanded the rear guard, the ambushers charged suddenly. They drove the leading soldiers into flight. At once, Herod rode forward with his surrounding forces and struck the attackers with force, driving them back. This action restored confidence among his troops, and those who had fled returned to the fight. The attackers were surrounded and killed, and Herod himself continued the pursuit, recovering all the baggage, including pack animals and enslaved persons taken during the assault. He then advanced further and launched an attack against additional hostile fighters positioned near the wooded passes, scattering them, killing many, and securing the route for all who followed. Because of this, those traveling afterward openly called Herod their protector and deliverer. As he approached Samosata, Antony ordered his army to march out in full military formation to honor Herod, both as a sign of respect and in recognition of the assistance he had given. Antony had already heard of the attacks Herod had endured earlier in Judea and of the deeds he had accomplished on the road. He welcomed him warmly, admired his courage, embraced him publicly, and gave him precedence among the commanders, acknowledging that he himself had recently made Herod king. Shortly afterward, Antiochus surrendered the stronghold, bringing the war to an end. Antony then entrusted further operations to Sosius, instructing him to assist Herod, while he himself departed for Egypt. Sosius sent 2 Roman legions ahead into Judea to support Herod and followed with the main army. Meanwhile, Joseph had already been killed in Judea. Forgetting the strict instructions given by his brother, he encamped in the mountainous regions. Machaerus had lent him 5 military regiments, and with these forces Joseph advanced quickly toward Jericho, intending to harvest grain from its fields. The Roman regiments were newly recruited and poorly trained, many having been gathered from Syria. The enemy attacked them in narrow and difficult terrain. Joseph fought bravely, but was killed, and the entire army was destroyed, with 6 regiments wiped out. When Antigonus gained possession of the bodies, he ordered Joseph's head to be cut off, even though Pheroras offered to ransom it for 50 talents of silver. After this defeat, the inhabitants of Galilee revolted against their commanders. They captured members of Herod's faction and drowned them in the lake, and much of Judea fell into rebellion. Machaerus, however, fortified the stronghold of Gitta. During this time, messengers reached Herod with news of these events. When he arrived at Daphne, they informed him of his brother's death. Though struck by the news, he had anticipated it because of dreams and visions that he believed foretold this outcome. He hastened forward, and upon reaching Mount Libanus, he gathered 800 local men, joining them with 1 Roman legion already under his command. With these forces, he advanced to Ptolemy. From there, he marched by night through Galilee. The enemy confronted him and engaged in battle, but were defeated and forced back into the same fortified position from which they had attacked the previous day. Herod moved to assault the stronghold the following morning, but violent weather conditions prevented action, and he withdrew his forces into nearby villages. When another Roman legion sent by Antony arrived, the garrison lost courage and abandoned the fortress during the night. Herod then advanced rapidly toward Jericho, determined to punish those responsible for his brother's death. After pitching camp, he hosted a formal banquet for his principal commanders. When the gathering ended and the guests departed, he withdrew to his private chamber. At that moment, the upper portion of the building collapsed while no one was inside. No one was killed. Because of this escape, many believed that divine favor protected Herod, since he had been preserved from a sudden and great danger. On the following day, 6,000 of the enemy descended from the tops of the mountains to engage the Roman forces. Their sudden advance greatly alarmed the Romans. Soldiers equipped with light armor moved forward and hurled darts and stones at the guards of the king who had come out to meet them, and one of these missiles struck the king himself on the side. At the same time, Antigonus sent a commander named Pappus against the region of Samaria, along with a body of troops. By this action, Antigonus wished to demonstrate his strength to his enemies and to show that he possessed forces to spare in the war against them. Pappus advanced and positioned himself to oppose Machaerus. Meanwhile, Herod, having captured 5 cities, gathered the remaining inhabitants found within them, numbering about 2,000 persons, put them to death, and burned the cities themselves. After this, Herod turned back to confront Pappus, who was encamped near a village called Isanus. Many men came to join Herod from Jericho and from other parts of Judea that lay nearby. The enemy, emboldened at that time, attacked Herod's forces and engaged them in battle, but Herod defeated them decisively. Seeking revenge for the killing of his brother, Herod pursued the fleeing enemy relentlessly and struck them down as they attempted to escape. The houses in the village were filled with armed men, and many of them fled to the flat roofs of their houses. Herod gained control over them, tore down the roofs, and looked into the lower rooms, where soldiers were trapped in dense heaps. Stones were thrown down upon them as they lay piled one upon another, and in this manner they were killed. There was no sight in the entire war more dreadful than this, as beyond the walls an immense multitude of dead bodies lay heaped together. This action above all others broke the spirit of the enemy, who now anticipated what further destruction awaited them. Large numbers of people had gathered from distant places around the village, but upon witnessing these events, they fled. Had it not been for the depth of winter, which restrained further movement, the king's army would immediately have marched against Jerusalem, for their courage was greatly increased by this success, and the entire war might have been concluded at once. Antigonus himself was already considering how he might abandon the city and escape. At this time, the king ordered his soldiers to go to their evening meal, for the hour was late. He himself withdrew to a private chamber to bathe, being exceedingly weary. It was there that he faced the greatest danger of his life, yet escaped through divine providence. For while he was unclothed and attended by only one servant in the inner bathing room, several of the enemy, still wearing their armor and having fled there out of fear, were concealed in the same place. As the king bathed, the first of these men emerged with his sword drawn, naked in the sense of having no covering for his weapon, and passed out through the doors. After him came a second, and then a third, armed in the same manner. Such terror had seized them that they did no harm to the king, and they considered themselves fortunate merely to escape the house without suffering injury. On the next day, Herod ordered the head of Pappus to be cut off, for he had already been slain, and sent it to Pharoras. This was done as punishment for the suffering their brother had endured, since Pappus was the man who had killed him with his own hand. When the severity of winter had passed, Herod moved his army and advanced toward Jerusalem, pitching his camp close to the city. This was now the third year since he had been declared king at Rome. He positioned his camp near that section of the city wall, which could be most easily assaulted, and set it before the temple, intending to conduct the siege in the same manner as Pompey had done in earlier times. He surrounded the city with 3 earthworks, erected towers, employed a great number of laborers on the construction, and cut down the trees around the city. After appointing suitable overseers for these works, and while the army remained encamped before Jerusalem, Herod himself went to Samaria to complete his marriage. There he took as his wife Miriam, the daughter of Alexander, son of Aristobulus, to whom he had previously been betrothed. After the wedding was completed, Josephus arrived through Phoenicia, having already sent his army ahead through the inland regions. Josephus himself came with a great force of cavalry and infantry. Herod also returned from Samaria and brought with him a considerable army in addition to those already present, so that their total force amounted to about 30,000 men. They assembled together at the walls of Jerusalem and encamped on the northern side of the city. The army now consisted of 11 Roman legions of infantry, 6,000 horsemen, and additional auxiliary forces from Syria. There were 2 commanding generals, Josephus, sent by Mark Antony to assist Herod, and Herod himself, acting on his own authority. Their purpose was to wrest the government from Antigonus, who had been declared an enemy at Rome, and to establish Herod as king in accordance with the decree passed by the Roman Senate. The Jewish defenders who were shut up within the walls of Jerusalem fought against Herod with great eagerness and determination, for the entire nation had gathered there. They spread many prophecies concerning the temple and proclaimed words pleasing to the people, as though God would deliver them from the dangers they faced. They had also removed everything outside the city, so that nothing would remain to provide food, either for men or for animals. Through secret acts of plundering, they increased the scarcity of necessities even further, intensifying the hardship of the siege. When Herod became aware that hostile forces were attempting private raids and ambushes to cut off supplies, he responded with deliberate planning. He stationed counter-ambushes in the most suitable locations and dispatched large bodies of armed soldiers to escort provisions, even drawing supplies from distant regions. Through this steady and organized effort, abundance soon filled his camp. Meanwhile, preparations for the siege of Jerusalem advanced rapidly. 3 great bulwarks, meaning fortified siege works raised against the city walls, were constructed with ease because countless laborers worked continuously. It was the summer season, and there was no interruption from adverse weather, nor any lack of manpower to delay the construction. Siege engines were brought forward and set in position. These machines battered the city walls, while every possible method was employed to breach the defenses. Inside the city, however, there was no sign of surrender. The defenders devised engines of their own to counter those of the besieging forces. They launched sudden attacks, burning not only unfinished Roman machines, but even those already in operation. When fighting occurred at close quarters, their courage matched that of the Roman soldiers, although they did not possess equal technical skill in warfare. Whenever their defensive works were destroyed, they rebuilt them. They dug underground tunnels to undermine the enemy's structures, and in these dark passages they encountered one another and fought beneath the earth. Driven by raw determination rather than disciplined strategy, they continued the struggle relentlessly. All this took place while a vast army surrounded them, and while famine and scarcity afflicted the inhabitants. The siege coincided with the Sabbatic year, a year in Jewish law during which agricultural labor ceased and the land lay fallow, which made provisions especially scarce. At last, 20 selected warriors were the first to scale the walls. Following them came the centurions of Sossius, Roman officers commanding units of approximately 100 men. The first wall of Jerusalem fell after 40 days of siege. The second wall was captured 15 days later. During this stage, some of the cloisters surrounding the temple were set on fire. Herod declared publicly that Antigonus had ordered this burning, seeking to turn the people's anger against him. When the outer court of the temple and the lower city were taken, the defenders retreated into the inner court of the temple and into the upper city. Fearful that the Romans might prevent them from performing their daily sacrifices to God, they sent envoys requesting permission only to bring sacrificial animals into the temple. Herod granted this request, believing that it signaled their willingness to yield. Yet when he realized that they remained resolute in preserving the kingship for Antigonus and refused submission, he ordered a full assault. The city was taken by storm. Roman anger, intensified by the long resistance, erupted without restraint. Those Jews who supported Herod also showed fierce determination, unwilling to spare their opponents. Slaughter spread throughout the narrow streets and houses. Many fled toward the temple seeking refuge, but no distinction was made between age or condition. Infants, elderly persons, and women were not spared. Herod himself sent messages urging restraint, but the violence continued unchecked, as if those engaged in it had abandoned all moderation. In this desperate moment, Antigonus descended from the citadel and cast himself at the feet of Sossius, the Roman commander who had led the final assault. Sossius showed no mercy. Instead, he mocked Antigonus, calling him Antigone, a name implying weakness. Yet he did not release him. Antigonus was placed in chains and kept under close guard. With the city subdued, Herod turned his attention to restraining his own allies. Many foreign soldiers rushed toward the temple, eager to see its sacred interior and holy objects. Herod understood that victory could become more disastrous than defeat if holy things, forbidden to outsiders, were exposed. He pleaded with them, threatened them, and even used force to prevent unauthorized entry. He also sought to halt the plundering of the city. Repeatedly, he asked Sossius whether the Romans intended to strip Jerusalem of both wealth and inhabitants, leaving him ruler of a deserted land. He declared that sovereignty over the entire inhabited world would not compensate for the destruction of his own people. When Sossius argued that the soldiers deserved plunder as a reward for their hardships during the siege, Herod promised to compensate them from his own treasury. By fulfilling this promise, he preserved what remained of the city. Each soldier received a generous gift. The officers received proportionate rewards. Sossius himself was honored with a gift befitting a king. Thus the Roman forces departed enriched. This devastation occurred when Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa and Lucius Caninius Gallus held the office of consuls at Rome. During the 185th Olympiad, in the third month on the solemn fast day observed by the Jewish people. It was a grim recurrence of history, for on the same day, 27 years earlier, the Roman general Pompey had captured Jerusalem. After dedicating a golden crown to God within the temple, Josephus departed from Jerusalem and carried Antigonus in chains to Mark Antony. Yet Herod feared that if Antigonus were merely imprisoned, he might later be taken to Rome and appeal his case before the Roman Senate. As a descendant of the royal Hasmonean line, Antigonus could argue that kingship rightly belonged to his family, and perhaps to his sons, whereas Herod was a private individual without royal ancestry. To remove this threat, Herod gave Mark Antony a substantial sum of money to persuade him to put Antigonus to death. With Antigonus executed, Herod's fears were ended. Thus the rule of the Asamonean, also known as the Hasmonean, dynasty came to its conclusion 126 years after it had first been established. This family had been distinguished by noble lineage, by the dignity of the high priesthood, and by the remarkable deeds performed by their ancestors on behalf of the Jewish nation. Yet internal rivalries and divisions brought about their downfall. Power passed instead to Herod, the son of Antipater, a man of ordinary ancestry who had once been subject to foreign kings. In this manner, the history of the Asamonean house reached its end. In the preserved notes that accompany this history, later scholars pause to clarify certain important matters so that readers may better understand both the writer and the events he records. One such note concerns the historian himself, Flavius Josephus, the Jewish priest and historian of the 1st century after the birth of Jesus Christ. Josephus declared openly that he was determined to write a history that was agreeable to the reader, accurate in its details, and true in its substance. He insisted that he would not omit anything of consequence, whether through ignorance or through laziness. From this strong declaration, the scholar Reland draws an important observation. If Josephus truly held to this resolution, then he could not consistently have failed to mention so widely known and significant a figure as Jesus Christ. The argument rests not on embellishment, but on Josephus's own stated commitment to completeness and truthfulness in recording the major persons and events of his age. Another note turns to the family background of Antipater, sometimes called Antipas. These two forms of the name, Antipater and Antipas, are understood to be variations of the same name, the first shaped by Greek linguistic form, the second by Hebrew or Jewish usage. Josephus affirms that the father of the famous Antipater, who rose to great influence in Judea during the time of Roman intervention, was himself also named Antipater or Antipas. This detail is important in tracing the lineage of Herod the Great, for Antipater was Herod's father and the architect of his early advancement. However, the Christian historian Eusebius, writing in the 4th century after Christ and later bishop of Caesarea, states instead that the father bore the name Herod. The note highlights this difference, drawing attention to the tension between historical sources and the need to weigh them carefully. A further explanation concerns a remarkable object described as a golden vine, or possibly a golden garden. The Greek geographer Strabo, who lived during the late 1st century before Christ and the early 1st century after Christ, reported seeing such a golden ornament at Rome. According to the inscription he observed, it appeared to have been the gift of Alexander, who was the father of Aristobulus. Yet Josephus attributes this same gift not to Alexander, but to Aristobulus himself, a member of the Hasmonean royal family of Judea. In order to confirm his own account, Josephus cites the testimony of Strabo. However, there appears to be confusion in the surviving copies of the text. Some Greek manuscripts read Aristobulus where others read Alexander. Latin manuscripts preserve the phrase Aristobulus, the son of Alexander. The latter reading seems most probable because it harmonizes the two names and avoids contradiction. Certain later conjectures, such as those proposed by Archbishop James Ussher in the 17th century, suggested that Alexander originally made the golden offering and dedicated it in the Jerusalem temple, and that Aristobulus later removed it and sent it to the Roman general Pompey. Yet such suggestions are judged unlikely, because Josephus, who was careful in recording significant events, would scarcely have omitted so extraordinary an act if he had known of it. Nor would such a clear act of sacrilege have been quietly accepted either by the Jewish nation or by Pompey himself, who captured Jerusalem in the year 63 before Christ. Another note addresses the famous balsam gardens and the finest palm trees of Judea. Josephus testifies in several places in his work, including Book 8, Chapter 6, Section 6, and Book 15, Chapter 4, Section 2 of his Antiquities of the Jews, that in his own time, the only true balsam plantations and the best palm groves were located near Jericho and near a place called Engaddi, situated along the northern region of the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea, a salt lake bordered by steep terrain, marked a unique geographical feature of the land. Josephus even records that Alexander the Great, the Macedonian conqueror who died in the year 323 before Christ, once observed the balsam resin flowing in that region. Some later writers, including Eusebius and Jerome, the Christian scholar of the late 4th and early 5th centuries after Christ, appear to place one of these balsam gardens at the southern end of the Dead Sea, near Zor, also known as Seger. Yet this creates difficulty. Either they refer to a different town named Zor located between Jericho and Engaddi, which would agree with Josephus, or they contradict Josephus and were mistaken. The note allows for the possibility that the growth of balsam and palm trees may have shifted over centuries, but it emphasizes that in Josephus's day, the renowned gardens were situated in the northern district. There is also clarification regarding the great ditch or trench associated with the Jerusalem temple complex. In the surviving copies of Josephus, the precise measurements of its depth and breadth are missing. However, Strabo provides those figures in Book 16 of his Geography, page 763. According to Strabo, the trench was 60 feet deep and 250 feet wide. In the following section of his narrative, Josephus describes its depth as immense. Strabo's specific numbers support Josephus's description, strengthening confidence in the historical accuracy of the account. The stones taken from this excavation were likely used in constructing the massive walls surrounding the temple platform, a project associated especially with Herod the Great in the late 1st century before Christ. Finally, one note explains a particular date mentioned in connection with a fast. It refers to the 23rd day of the Hebrew month of Sivan. This day was observed annually as a fast in memory of the defection and idolatry of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, who became king of the northern kingdom of Israel after the division of the united monarchy following the death of King Solomon around 930 before Christ. Jeroboam established alternative centers of worship and led Israel into practices condemned by later biblical writers. The fast commemorated this turning away, described as the sin by which Jeroboam made Israel to sin. It is also possible that another fast fell within that same month during the period in which Josephus lived and wrote, in the latter half of the 1st century after Christ. These explanatory notes serve to illuminate names, places, traditions, and textual variations, helping the careful reader to understand more clearly the complex world in which these events unfolded. It is important to pause here and explain a belief that strongly influenced the course of events in Judea. Among the Jewish religious group, known as the Pharisees, there developed a strict and superstitious interpretation of the Sabbath law. This belief held that any form of armed resistance was unlawful on the Sabbath day, even when life itself was in danger. There is no clear record of this idea before the era of the Maccabees, but after their time, it became deeply rooted. This rigid observance proved disastrous, for it directly contributed to the capture of Jerusalem on several occasions. The Roman general Pompey was able to take the city because defenders refused to fight on the Sabbath. The same weakness was later exploited by Sosius, and again by Titus during the final Roman siege. This excessive devotion to ritual rest was repeatedly opposed by Jesus, who argued against the Pharisaic insistence on such rules when they endangered life. In several passages preserved in the New Testament, he challenged this interpretation and warned that such rigid observance would bring severe consequences, especially during flight and war under Roman power, as recorded in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 25, verse 20. This understanding of Roman conduct toward Jewish sacred property is confirmed by the testimony of Cicero. In a public speech delivered in defense of Flaccus, Cicero stated that when Pompey conquered Jerusalem, he deliberately refrained from touching anything belonging to the temple. This declaration served to emphasize Roman restraint toward religious institutions, even amid conquest. The narrative also presupposes the destruction of the city of Gadara. This city had suffered devastation but was later restored by Pompey, demonstrating Roman policy of reconstruction after subjugation. These events are explained more fully in earlier historical accounts concerning the war in Judea. Attention is also drawn to the Roman official Aulus Gabinius. Although he faced public criticism and political hostility in Rome, the Jewish historian Josephus portrays him as a capable and honorable administrator during his governance of Judea around the year 55 before the Common Era. This contrast highlights the difference between Roman political rivalries and provincial realities. Further clarification comes from comparisons with the Roman historian Livy. According to these accounts, Gabinius restored Ptolemy XII elites to the throne of Egypt by military force, removing Archelaus, whom his opponents had established as ruler. This intervention occurred with Roman backing and illustrates how Judean affairs were intertwined with larger Roman strategies in the eastern Mediterranean. Regarding the family of Antipater, it is clarified that the name of his wife was Cypros. This was a Hebrew form of the name and should not be confused with Cyprus, the Greek name associated with the goddess Aphrodite. Some later critics attempted to alter the name, but this correction is rejected as unfounded. There is also a textual difficulty within the historical record itself. Josephus promised to present a Roman decree restoring Jerusalem, but instead inserted a much older decree establishing a treaty of friendship and alliance. This earlier decree properly belonged to John Hyrcanus, the first high priest of that name, yet Josephus mistakenly attributed it to Hyrcanus II, who lived later. This confusion likely arose from the similarity of their names and a transcription error by his secretary. The correct decree, dated to the 5th consulship of Julius Caesar, appears later in the collection of Roman decrees concerning the Jewish people. Finally, careful examination of chronological details in the life of Herod reveals an important correction. When Josephus records Herod's appointment as governor of Galilee, the correct age must have been 25 years, not 15. This is confirmed by cross-referencing later events, including Herod's death approximately 44 years afterward, when he died as an elderly man at about 70 years of age. It is necessary at this point to explain a matter of law and custom in the land of Judea. No person could be put to death in Judea unless the sentence had been approved by the Jewish Sanhedrin. This authority was established by the law given through Moses, which provided a careful and orderly system of justice. Even in criminal cases, and especially in matters where human life was at stake, an appeal was permitted from the smaller local councils, each composed of 7 judges in the other cities, to the Supreme Council of 71 judges that sat at Jerusalem. This legal arrangement agrees exactly with the words later spoken by Jesus, when he declared that it was not possible for a prophet to perish outside Jerusalem, as recorded in the Gospel according to Luke, chapter 13, verse 33. The same historical account is further confirmed by Jewish scholars known as the teachers of the Talmud. Finally, concerning the Roman official named Marcus, who served as president of Syria and succeeded Sextus Caesar, Roman historians require that the name Marcus be consistently read in the works of Josephus. Learned scholars are in agreement that this reading should be maintained throughout both the Antiquities and the history of the Jewish wars. The following explanatory notes clarify certain historical and legal references connected with the events just described, offering context drawn from ancient sources and related writings. It is observed that, throughout these accounts and in subsequent chapters, the privileges and legal protections granted to the Jewish people by Roman authorities were frequently secured through financial payments. The scholar Johannes Gronovius, in his commentary on Roman decrees issued in favor of the Jews, remarks that such rights were commonly obtained by money. Numerous examples appear in the historical record, both involving Roman officials and other rulers in positions of authority. This pattern is not isolated. In the New Testament, in the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 22, verse 28, a Roman commander states to the Apostle Paul that he had obtained his Roman citizenship with a large sum of money. It is also considered likely that the family of Paul had previously acquired their citizenship in a similar manner. Such transactions illustrate the broader political practice of the period. Another note refers to an extraordinary event widely recorded in Roman literature. It alludes to the remarkable and prolonged darkening of the sun that followed the assassination of Julius Caesar. Caesar was killed in the year 44 before the birth of Jesus Christ by conspirators led by Marcus Junius Brutus and Gaius Cassius Longinus. Ancient authors describe an unusual darkness that occurred after his death. The Roman poet Virgil mentions it in his agricultural poem titled Georgics, Book 1, near its conclusion. The Roman natural historian Pliny the Elder also records this phenomenon in his work Natural History, Book 2, Chapter 33. These references demonstrate that the event was widely noted in classical literature. A further clarification concerns the relationship between Herod and Hyrcanus. In ancient Jewish custom, a formal betrothal, known as a spousal, was considered legally binding and sufficient to establish family connection. Hyrcanus is described as father-in-law to Herod because his granddaughter Miriam was betrothed to him. Although the marriage ceremony itself did not occur until 4 years later, the engagement alone created a recognized familial bond. This practice is reflected in the Gospel according to Matthew, chapter 1, verse 16, where similar marital customs are implied. Another note explains a regulation found in the law of Moses regarding the qualifications of priests. According to the book of Leviticus, chapter 21, verses 17 through 24, descendants of Aaron who served as priests were required to be physically without blemish in all parts of their bodies. This legal requirement underscores the importance of ritual purity and wholeness in the priestly office within ancient Israel. Attention is also drawn to chronological matters concerning Herod's reign. The timing of his appointment as king by Roman authority in the city of Rome, and the date when he began ruling without rival after the defeat and execution of Antigonus, are derived primarily from the historical narrative contained in these chapters and those immediately following. These events form the basis for calculating the beginning of his undisputed kingship. Another observation relates to the severe shortage of water at the fortress of Masada during the Parthian threat. The difficulty of obtaining water at that stronghold, until it was nearly captured, indicates that the event occurred during the summer season, when natural water supplies would have been diminished by heat and drought. There is also discussion regarding the ancestry of Herod. Antigonus publicly declared that Herod was an Idumean, meaning a descendant of the people of Edom, and therefore only partially Jewish. This accusation was made openly in Herod's presence. Some later writers, including Nicholas of Damascus, a historian who favored Herod, attempted to trace his lineage back to Jewish ancestors from the time of the Babylonian captivity. However, the historian Josephus consistently identifies Herod as an Idumean. While he notes that Herod's father, Antipater, was of the same people as the Jews and even describes him as Jewish by birth in another passage, it is important to understand that the Idumeans had been incorporated into the Jewish nation generations earlier. They had adopted Jewish law and customs and were regarded as proselytes of righteousness, eventually considered fully part of the Jewish people. Another explanatory remark concerns the manner in which soldiers gained access to the rooftops of houses during urban conflict. In Jerusalem, as in many ancient cities, houses were constructed with flat roofs. Attackers could ascend these rooftops by means of ladders placed against the exterior walls. This detail helps clarify several passages in the New Testament, including the Gospel according to Matthew, chapter 24, verse 17. The Gospel according to Mark, chapter 13, verse 15. The Gospel according to Luke, chapter 5, verse 19, and chapter 17, verse 31. These texts imply that people could go up to or descend from rooftops by external access. Together, these notes provide historical, legal, and cultural background that clarifies the narrative of Herod's rise, the fall of Antigonus, and the final end of the Hasmonean dynasty. A later historical note draws attention to the passage of time between two decisive moments in the rise of Herod. Flavius Josephus repeatedly affirms that more than 3 years passed between the moment when Herod was first declared king at Rome and the moment when he secured that kingdom by capturing Jerusalem and bringing about the death of Antigonus. Herod had traveled to Rome and, through the support of the Roman Senate and the influence of Marcus Antonius, known in English as Mark Antony, he had been proclaimed king of the Jews. Yet a title granted in Rome did not immediately secure obedience in Judea. Years of warfare followed. In the account of this interval, Josephus twice mentions that the army went into winter quarters. These references suggest 2 separate winters passed during the struggle. Although Josephus does not specify how long the forces remained in those quarters, he describes in detail the long and deliberate delays of the Roman commanders Publius Ventidius Bassus, Gaius Sosius, and Silo. These men had been assigned to ensure that Herod was firmly established in his kingdom. Yet they did not appear to possess sufficient forces to accomplish this swiftly. Moreover, they were, according to the account, influenced by Antigonus. Through bribery and political maneuvering, Antigonus encouraged them to prolong the conflict as much as possible. Josephus also records numerous campaigns and major actions undertaken by Herod during the same period. These detailed accounts strongly imply that the time before Herod joined the Roman forces at Samosata was substantial. Samosata was a fortified city on the Euphrates River, strategically important in the wars between Rome and Parthia. What Josephus does not fully describe is supplemented by another ancient historian, Moses of Choronae, also known as Moses Koronatsi, an Armenian historian writing centuries later. In Book 2, Chapter 18 of his history, Moses states that Tigranes, the king of Armenia and a leading figure in the Parthian War, reigned for 2 years after Herod had been declared king at Rome. Mark Antony did not even hear of Tigranes' death, though it occurred near Samosata, until he himself arrived there to lay siege to the city. After this, Herod marched to Antony with an army, covering a distance of 340 miles through difficult and hostile territory. He joined Antony in the siege of Samosata until the city fell. Following its capture, Herod and the Roman commander Gaius Sosius marched back again with their armies the same distance of 340 miles. Soon afterward, they began the siege of Jerusalem, which lasted 5 months before the city was taken. When all these movements and campaigns are considered together, they fill the chronological gaps and confirm the extended period between Herod's royal appointment in Rome and his actual possession of Jerusalem. With these matters clarified, the narrative advances into the period recorded as Book 15, covering the 18 years from the death of Antigonus to the completion of the Jerusalem temple under Herod. Gaius Sosius, acting as Roman general under the authority of Mark Antony, and Herod together captured Jerusalem by force. They overcame the defenders, entered the city, and took Antigonus alive. Antigonus was the last ruler of the Hasmonean dynasty, descended from the family of the Maccabees who had once liberated Judea from Seleucid control in the 2nd century before Christ. His capture marked the end of that native royal line. Now Herod held the government of all Judea in his hands. He immediately promoted those private citizens within Jerusalem who had supported his cause. Loyalty was rewarded. At the same time, he relentlessly pursued vengeance against those who had aligned themselves with his enemies. Among those honored by Herod were Pollio, a Pharisee, and Samias, who was a disciple of Pollio. The Pharisees were a prominent Jewish religious group, known for strict observance of the law of Moses and for their influence among the people. During the siege of Jerusalem, Pollio and Samias had urged the citizens to surrender and receive Herod as ruler. For this counsel, they were now rewarded. Pollio had once made a striking prediction. When Herod had earlier stood on trial for his life before Hyrcanus II and other judges, Pollio reproached them. He warned that if they allowed Herod to escape punishment, this same man would one day bring punishment upon them all. In time, this warning was fulfilled. Events unfolded in such a way that Polio's words proved true, and it was said that God brought about the fulfillment of what he had spoken. After securing Jerusalem, Herod removed all the royal ornaments from the palace and treasury. He stripped the wealthy citizens of their possessions. Silver and gold were gathered in great quantities. This wealth he sent to Mark Antony and to Antony's associates. Such gifts were not merely generosity. They were political investments, strengthening his alliance with the Roman leadership upon which his throne depended. Herod ordered the execution of 45 of the principal men who had supported Antigonus. These were leaders of the opposing faction. Guards were stationed at the gates of the city to ensure that nothing was secretly carried out with their bodies. Even the dead were searched. Any silver, gold, or valuables found upon them were taken and delivered to the king. The suffering in Jerusalem did not quickly end. The city endured continuous hardship. This misery was intensified by two factors. One was the constant demand for wealth by the ruling authority, which required ongoing contributions. The other was the sabbatical year. According to the law of Moses, every 7th year the land of Israel was to lie fallow. The people were forbidden to sow or cultivate their fields. This religious observance, intended as an act of obedience and trust in divine provision, now deepened economic distress in a time already strained by war and confiscation. Meanwhile, Mark Antony received Antigonus as a captive. At first, Antony intended to preserve him for display in a Roman triumph, the ceremonial procession granted to victorious generals. Yet he soon learned that unrest continued among the Jewish population. Many, out of hatred for Herod, still felt goodwill toward Antigonus. As long as Antigonus lived, he remained a symbol of resistance. To prevent further sedition, Antony made a decisive choice. At Antioch, a major city of Syria and an important Roman center, he ordered that Antigonus be beheaded. This act was extraordinary, for it was unusual for a captured king to be executed in this manner. Yet Antony judged that only by removing him entirely could the Jews be brought to submission and quiet under Herod's rule. The truth of these events is confirmed by Strabo, a respected historian from Cappadocia, who records the matter in these words. He states that Mark Antony ordered Antigonus, a Jewish ruler, to be brought to the city of Antioch, and there to be executed by beheading. Strabo observes that Antony appears to have been the first person in history to execute a king in this manner. His purpose, Strabo explains, was political rather than personal cruelty. Antony believed that no other method could break the loyalty of the Jewish people and force them to accept Herod, whom Antony himself had appointed to rule in Antigonus's place. The people of Judea, Strabo explains, could not be compelled by torture, punishment, or pressure to acknowledge Herod as their king. Their attachment to Antigonus was so deep that Antony concluded only an execution marked by public disgrace could weaken their devotion to his memory. By stripping Antigonus of royal dignity, even in death, Antony hoped to diminish the honor attached to his name and, at the same time, lessen the hatred the people felt toward Herod. This is the testimony given by Strabo. After Herod had firmly secured possession of the kingdom, Hyrcanus, who had been held captive among the Parthians, was released and returned to Herod. The circumstances of his captivity were these. Barzapharnes and Pacorus, leaders of the Parthian forces, had taken Hyrcanus, who had once been high priest and later king, along with Phasaelus, and carried them away into Parthia. Phasaelus could not endure the disgrace of imprisonment. Believing that death chosen freely was more honorable than life in chains, he ended his own life, as has already been related. Hyrcanus, however, was treated with great kindness when he arrived in Parthia. Phraates, having learned of Hyrcanus's noble lineage, ordered that his chains be removed. He granted him a residence in Babylon, where a large Jewish population lived. The Jewish communities there honored Hyrcanus as both their high priest and their king, as did Jewish settlements extending as far as the river Euphrates. This honor brought him great satisfaction. When news reached him that Herod had been granted the kingship, Hyrcanus began to hope for restoration. He remained kindly disposed toward Herod, remembering that he had once protected him during a trial when Herod faced the possibility of a death sentence. Hyrcanus had intervened at that time and saved him from punishment. He often spoke of this act with affection to the Jews who visited him. They, however, urged him to remain among them. They reminded him of the honors they gave him, honors no less than those offered to kings or high priests in Judea. They also pointed out that because Antigonus had mutilated him by cutting off his ears, the law barred him from holding the high priesthood in Judea. Finally, they warned that men who gain royal power rarely repay kindnesses received before their rise, since authority often alters character. Despite these arguments, Hyrcanus remained determined to return. Herod himself wrote to him, urging him to request permission from Phraeates and from the Jewish community to depart. Herod promised that Hyrcanus would share authority with him and declare that the time had come to repay the benefits he had received, both in upbringing and in deliverance from danger. Herod also sent Saramalas to Phraeates, bearing rich gifts and requests framed in the language of gratitude. Yet this eagerness did not arise from loyalty alone. Herod knew that his rule rested on uncertain foundations, and he feared that Hyrcanus, by virtue of lineage, might threaten his position. For this reason, he sought either to keep Hyrcanus under his control or eventually to remove him entirely, which he later accomplished. When Hyrcanus arrived, having obtained permission from the Parthian king and financial support from the Jews, Herod received him with outward honor. He gave him precedence in public assemblies and placed him above all others at banquets, addressing him as a father and carefully concealing any hostile intention. By these gestures, Hyrcanus was deceived and felt secure. At the same time, Herod took measures to strengthen his authority, though these actions stirred unrest within his own household. Wishing to prevent any prominent noble from gaining influence through the sacred office, he avoided appointing a distinguished man as high priest. Instead, he summoned an obscure priest from Babylon named Ananelus and bestowed upon him the high priesthood. This decision deeply angered Alexandra, who was married to Alexander, a descendant of the former royal house. She was the mother of 2 children, a son named Aristobulus, known for his exceptional appearance, and a daughter named Miriam, celebrated for her beauty and already married to Herod. Alexandra regarded it as an unbearable insult that while her son was alive, another man should be summoned from afar and granted the high priesthood. Consumed by resentment, Alexandra secretly wrote to Cleopatra, using the help of a trusted musician to ensure the letter's delivery. In this message, she pleaded for Cleopatra's influence with Antony, hoping through her intervention to secure the high priesthood for her son. Because Mark Antony delayed in granting the request that had been made to him, his close associate Dellius came into Judea on other business. When Dellius saw the young boy Aristobulus, he was struck with admiration at the height of his stature and the beauty of his appearance, and he was no less impressed by Miriam, the wife of the king. He openly praised Alexandra as the mother of exceptionally beautiful children. When Alexandra entered into conversation with him, Dellius persuaded her to have portraits made of both Aristobulus and Miriam and to send them to Antony. He assured her that once Antony saw their likenesses, he would refuse her nothing that she might ask. Encouraged by these words, Alexandra was lifted up with hope and sent the portraits to Antony. Dellius spoke with excessive flattery, saying that these children seemed not to be born of mortal men, but of some divine origin. His purpose in speaking this way was to entice Antony toward improper desires concerning them. Antony, however, felt shame at the thought of sending for the young woman, because she was the wife of Herod, and he refrained also out of fear of the reproaches he would receive from Cleopatra. Instead, he sent, as respectfully as possible, for the young man Aristobulus, yet added that he would refrain if it seemed too harsh or offensive. When this message reached Herod, he judged it unsafe to send away a youth so handsome as Aristobulus, who was then 16 years of age, in the prime of his youth, and of such noble lineage. He considered it especially dangerous to send him to Antony, the most powerful man among the Romans, a man known to abuse others in his romantic pursuits and to indulge openly in pleasures permitted by his authority without restraint. Herod therefore wrote back to Antony, declaring that if the young man were to leave the country, the entire land would fall into war and uproar, because the Jewish people were already hoping for a change in the government and the setting up of another king over them. After Herod had thus excused himself to Antony, he resolved not to allow either the child Aristobulus or Alexandra to be openly dishonored. Yet his wife Miriam urgently pressed him to restore the high priesthood to her brother. Herod judged that it would be to his own advantage to grant this request, because if Aristobulus held that sacred office, he would not be able to leave the country. He therefore summoned his friends and declared to them that Alexandra had secretly conspired against his royal authority and had attempted, through the influence of Cleopatra, to bring about his removal from the government. He claimed that by Antony's support she intended that this young man should manage public affairs in his place. He argued that her conduct was unjust, since she would thereby strip her own daughter of the dignity she already possessed and bring disorder upon a kingdom that he himself had obtained only through great labor and extraordinary dangers. Yet he said that, although he clearly remembered her harmful designs, he would not abandon what was right, and that even now he would grant the high priesthood to the youth. He added that he had formally appointed Ananelus only because Aristobulus had at that time been a mere child. He spoke these things deliberately and with careful calculation, intending to deceive the women and even the friends whom he had summoned for counsel. Alexandra, overwhelmed with joy at this unexpected promise and fearful because of the suspicions resting upon her, burst into tears and offered an explanation. She said that with regard to the high priesthood, she had indeed been deeply distressed by the disgrace that rested upon her son and had therefore done everything in her power to obtain that dignity for him. But as for the kingdom, she declared that she had made no attempt to seize it, and that even if it were offered to her son, she would refuse it. She stated that she would now be satisfied with her son's sacred office, while Herod himself retained the civil government, because his proven ability to rule would provide security for the rest of her family. She said that she was overcome by his generosity, accepted with gratitude the honor shown to her son, and promised complete obedience in the future. She asked him to pardon her if the nobility of her lineage and the freedom of action she believed that lineage allowed had led her to act rashly and imprudently. After these exchanges, they reached an agreement, and all suspicion, at least outwardly, appeared to have disappeared. King Herod then immediately removed the high priesthood from Ananelus. Ananelus, as previously explained, was not a native of Judea, but one of those Jews who had been carried away captive beyond the Euphrates. Many tens of thousands of Jewish people had been taken into captivity and lived around Babylonia, from which region Ananelus had come. He belonged to the lineage of the high priests and had long been a particular friend of Herod. When Herod was first proclaimed king, he had bestowed this sacred office upon him, and now he removed him from it in order to quiet the disturbances within his own household. This action was plainly unlawful, for in ancient times no one who had once held the high priesthood had ever been deprived of it. The first to violate this law was Antiochus Epiphanes, who removed Jesus and appointed his brother Onias in his place. Aristobulus was the second to break this tradition when he took the office from his own brother Hyrcanus. Herod was the third, for he removed Ananelus from the high priesthood and transferred that sacred authority to the young Aristobulus in his stead. Herod now appeared to have restored harmony within his household, yet suspicion remained in his mind. Although outward reconciliation seemed to exist, he did not trust it. He believed that Alexandra, the mother of the young high priest Aristobulus and a descendant of the former royal Hasmonean line, had already shown signs of stirring political change. He feared that if she found a suitable opportunity, she would attempt further action against him. For this reason, he ordered that Alexandra reside within the royal palace and refrain from any involvement in public affairs. Guards were placed over her with such vigilance that even her private daily activities were carefully observed and reported. This constant surveillance gradually filled her with resentment. Possessing strong pride and deep awareness of her noble lineage, she found the watch placed upon her unbearable. She would rather have faced open danger than endure what she considered a life of concealed bondage, where an appearance of honor masked a condition of fear and restraint. Unable to tolerate her position, she sent a message to Cleopatra VII Philopator, the powerful ruler of Egypt, explaining at length the hardships she endured and pleading for assistance. Cleopatra advised her to flee at once to Egypt, taking her son with her. Alexandra accepted this counsel and devised a daring plan. She ordered 2 coffins to be prepared, as though they were meant to carry 2 dead bodies. She concealed herself in one coffin and placed her son in the other. Trusted servants were instructed to carry them away secretly during the night. Their route was to lead toward the sea, where a ship stood ready to transport them to Egypt. However, the plan was revealed. A servant named Aesop happened to encounter Sabian, a former associate of Alexandra who had once been hostile to Herod and had even been suspected of involvement in the poisoning of Herod's father, Antipater. Believing that Sabian already knew of the escape attempt, Aesop spoke openly of it. Sabian, seeing an opportunity to regain Herod's favor, informed the king of Alexandra's design. Herod allowed the plan to proceed until the moment of execution, and then caught Alexandra and her son in the act. Yet he chose not to punish her severely. Although he desired to do so, he feared the reaction of Cleopatra, who bore hostility toward him and would not tolerate harsh treatment of Alexandra. Therefore, he presented his decision as an act of generosity and restraint. Outwardly, he forgave her. Inwardly, however, he resolved that the young Aristobulus must eventually be removed. He determined that the act would be more effectively concealed if it were delayed rather than carried out immediately after the failed escape. Soon afterward, the Feast of Tabernacles approached, a major festival observed by the Jewish people in remembrance of their ancestors dwelling in tents during their journey in the wilderness. During these days of celebration, Herod and the people outwardly rejoiced together. Yet envy took root in Herod's heart and hastened his resolve. Aristobulus was now 17 years of age and had been appointed high priest. According to the law of Moses, he ascended to the altar to offer sacrifices, clothed in the sacred vestments of his office. His appearance was striking. He was taller than most youths of his age and carried himself with dignity that reflected his royal ancestry, being the grandson of a former Hasmonean ruler. As he performed the sacred duties, the people's affection for him grew visible. Memories of his grandfather's deeds stirred among them, and their enthusiasm could not be restrained. They rejoiced openly and proclaimed their happiness in seeing a descendant of that noble house serving again as high priest. Their acclamations became so fervent that they surpassed what was considered proper under a monarchy. The favor of the multitude toward Aristobulus was unmistakable. Observing this, Herod resolved to complete what he had long intended. After the festival ended, Herod went to Jericho, where Alexandra entertained him and others. There he behaved pleasantly toward the young Aristobulus, engaging him in friendly conversation and youthful play. The region was warmer than usual, and during a hot day, the group moved outdoors toward the fish ponds near the residence, which were large pools of water used for refreshment. At first, they merely watched servants and companions swimming. Then, at Herod's urging, Aristobulus entered the water. Men whom Herod had secretly appointed to carry out his plan joined him in the pool. As if in playful sport, they repeatedly pushed him under the water. Though it appeared to be harmless amusement, they continued until he could no longer breathe. In the darkness of evening, the young high priest was drowned. Thus Aristobulus was killed. He had lived only 18 years and had held the office of high priest for a single year. After his death, the high priesthood returned to Ananias. When the news reached the women, their earlier joy turned to overwhelming grief at the sight of his lifeless body. The sorrow in Jerusalem spread rapidly. Each family felt as though the loss had struck their own household. The entire city mourned. Alexandra's grief was deeper still, for she understood that her son's death was deliberate. She knew the manner in which it had been carried out, yet she restrained her sorrow outwardly, fearing greater harm if she openly accused the king. At times despair drove her to consider ending her own life, but she held herself back. She resolved instead to endure, hoping that she might one day avenge the injustice done to her son. She determined to give no sign that she suspected foul play, believing that patience and concealment might one day offer her the opportunity for retribution. The death of the young Aristobulus, grandson of Hyrcanus II and brother of Mariam, did not pass quietly within the royal household. Alexandra, the mother of the boy and daughter of Hyrcanus, restrained herself in public. She did not wish to be openly marked as suspecting Herod of deliberate murder. Yet her silence was controlled, not peaceful. Herod, for his part, worked carefully to prevent any rumor that the child's death had been caused by his design. Aristobulus had been of royal blood, a descendant of the Hasmonean dynasty, the ancient priestly and kingly family that had once ruled Judea independently. His lineage gave him natural legitimacy in the eyes of many Jews, something Herod himself did not possess by birth. To counter suspicion, Herod displayed every outward sign of grief. He wept openly. He allowed himself to appear overcome with sorrow and confusion of mind. Whether calculation or genuine emotion moved him, his distress seemed real. The youth of Aristobulus and his recognized beauty stirred feeling, even in the man whose security was thought to be strengthened by the young man's removal. At the very least, this visible mourning softened accusations against him. Herod ordered a funeral of great magnificence. He prepared an elaborate sepulchre for the body. He gathered a large quantity of spices, as was customary in honorable burials among the Jews. He placed ornaments within the tomb along with the body. The display was so extensive that even the women of the household, who were sunk in deep sorrow, were astonished. In the grandeur of the ceremony, some measure of consolation was found. Yet no public honor could quiet Alexandra's grief. Her sorrow was not fleeting. It was deep and resolute. The memory of what she believed to be a treacherous act hardened her resolve. She wrote to Cleopatra VII, Queen of Egypt, who at that time was the powerful ally and companion of Marcus Antonius, known as Mark Antony, one of the three rulers of the Roman world following the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 years before Christ. Cleopatra had previously shown sympathy toward Alexandra. Now, hearing that Alexandra's son had been killed, she took up the cause as if it were her own. Cleopatra was ambitious and politically calculating, yet she could also present herself as defender of royal blood. She would not allow Mark Antony to remain at peace. She urged him to punish what she described as the murder of a prince. She argued that it was unworthy for Herod, who had received the kingdom from Antony though it did not belong to him by ancestral right, to commit such crimes against one who truly descended from kings. Mark Antony listened. Persuaded by Cleopatra's arguments, he summoned Herod. At that time Antony was at Laodicea, a prominent city in Syria. He commanded Herod to appear and give an account concerning the death of Aristobulus. If Herod had indeed plotted treachery, such conduct would not be tolerated. Herod was filled with anxiety. He feared both the formal accusation and the personal hostility of Cleopatra, who continually sought to turn Antony against him. Yet he had no means of refusing the summons. To disobey Antony would be to challenge the Roman authority upon which his crown depended. Before departing, Herod appointed his uncle Joseph as procurator over the kingdom, entrusting him with administration of public affairs. But he gave Joseph a private and terrible command. If Antony should put him to death, Joseph was to kill Mariam immediately. Mariam was Herod's wife, granddaughter of Hyrcanus II and descendant of the Hasmonean line. Her beauty was widely spoken of, and Herod loved her intensely. Yet his love was mixed with jealousy and fear. He could not bear the thought that, after his death, she might be taken by another man. Beneath this command lay a deeper suspicion. Herod believed that Antony himself had once heard of Miriam's beauty and might desire her. Therefore, if Herod fell, Miriam was not to survive him. Having given this charge, and uncertain whether he would return alive, Herod set out to meet Antony. During Herod's absence, Joseph carried out his duties in the palace. His responsibilities required frequent interaction with Miriam, both for administrative reasons and out of respect for her position as queen. In conversation, he often spoke of Herod's affection and devotion toward her. The women of the household, especially Alexandra, responded with sharp and ironic remarks. They treated his praise with feminine mockery. Joseph, eager to prove the strength of the king's love, went too far. He revealed the private command that Herod had entrusted to him. He declared that this order demonstrated how deeply Herod loved Miriam. According to Joseph's reasoning, Herod could not live without her, and if he were to die, he could not endure separation from her even in death. Therefore, he had commanded that she be killed if he himself were executed. Joseph intended this as proof of passionate devotion. Such reports travel quickly in times of political uncertainty. The news unsettled those in the palace, and especially the women. Alexandra seized the moment. She urged Joseph to leave the palace with them and seek protection under the standards of the Roman legion stationed near the city. These Roman forces, under the command of an officer named Julius, had been left as a guard over the kingdom. Alexandra argued that if unrest broke out in the palace, they would be safer under Roman protection. Moreover, she hoped for more than safety. If Antony were to see Miriam in person, with her royal descent and renowned beauty, perhaps he would restore to them the highest authority. Through her, they might recover the kingdom and secure every advantage that their noble birth entitled them to expect. As they deliberated, letters arrived from Herod. The news they contained contradicted the rumors. Herod had not been tortured or executed. Instead, when he appeared before Antony, he regained favor swiftly. He had brought generous gifts from Jerusalem, and through these presents and his arguments, he persuaded Antony to lay aside any anger. Cleopatra's accusations were overcome by Herod's diplomacy and generosity. Antony declared that it was not fitting to demand from a king an account of how he governed his own kingdom. If a ruler were required to justify every action, he would cease to be truly king. Those who had granted him authority ought to allow him to exercise it. Antony also advised Cleopatra not to interfere excessively in the administration of Herod's realm. In his letters, Herod described the honors he had received. He had sat beside Antony while judicial cases were heard. He had dined with him daily. Despite the harsh reproaches laid against him by Cleopatra, Antony remained just toward him. Cleopatra had desired Judea itself. She had earnestly entreated Antony to grant her that kingdom and had worked diligently to remove Herod from her path. Yet Antony did not yield. Instead of Judea, he granted Cleopatra Syria, a region of Syria, thereby satisfying her ambition in part while preserving Herod's throne. Herod wrote that he was soon returning, strengthened by renewed assurances of Antony's favor in his rule and management of public affairs. Cleopatra's covetous designs, at least for the moment, had been redirected elsewhere. When these letters arrived, the women abandoned their plan of fleeing to the Romans, a course they had considered while Herod was believed to be dead. Yet this intention had not remained hidden. After Herod had escorted Mark Antony on his campaign against the Parthians, he returned to Judea. Upon his return, both his sister Salome and his mother informed him of the designs of Alexandra. Salome went further and brought an accusation against Joseph, claiming that he had engaged in an improper relationship with Miriam. This charge was no more than a slander, born of long-standing hostility. Salome had harbored resentment toward Miriam for a considerable time, especially after disputes in which Miriam had spoken boldly and reproached the rest of the family for the lowliness of their origin. Herod's affection for Miriam had always been intense. When he heard this accusation, he was immediately shaken and overwhelmed by jealousy. Yet his love restrained him from acting rashly. Torn between passion and suspicion, He questioned Miriam privately about Joseph. She denied the charge under solemn oath and spoke everything that an innocent woman could offer in her defense. Gradually, Herod was persuaded to let go of his suspicion. His anger faded, and his love for his wife overcame his doubts. He apologized to her for having seemed to believe the accusation, praised her modest conduct, and openly professed the depth of his affection and devotion. As often happens between those bound by strong emotion, they were both moved to tears and embraced one another in reconciliation. As Herod continued to express his confidence in her fidelity and sought to awaken the same trust in him, Miriam spoke words that changed everything. She reminded him of the command he had once given, that if any harm should come to him through Antony, she, though innocent of any cause, should die with him. At these words, Herod was struck with horror. He released her from his embrace, cried out, and tore his hair with his own hands. He declared that this was clear proof that Joseph had indeed shared unlawful familiarity with her, for she could not have known of that secret command unless Joseph himself had revealed it, something Herod believed could only have happened through great intimacy and trust. In the violence of this passion, Herod was close to killing his wife. Yet his love still prevailed, restraining his hand, though it left him with enduring grief and inner torment. He nevertheless ordered that Joseph be executed without ever being brought before him. As for Alexandra, whom he regarded as the source of these troubles, he placed her in chains and kept her under guard. At this same time, disorder spread throughout the affairs of Syria, caused by the relentless influence of Cleopatra over Antony. She continually urged him to seize the dominions of other rulers and grant them to her. Her power over him was immense, for he was completely ruled by his attachment to her. By nature, she was driven by greed and shrank from no crime. She had already murdered her own brother, knowing that he was destined to rule Egypt, even though he was only 15 years of age. She also procured the death of her sister Arsinoe through Antony, while Arsinoe sought refuge as a suppliant in the temple of Diana at Ephesus. No sacred place restrained her if profit could be gained. Temples and tombs alike were violated, ornaments stripped away, and nothing was held inviolable if it could satisfy her appetite for wealth. Yet even such excess did not content her. Bound by desire and ambition, she believed herself deprived of everything she did not possess and pursued all means to acquire more. For this reason, she ceaselessly pressed Antony to strip others of their kingdoms and bestow them upon her. As she traveled with him through Syria, she schemed to bring the region under her control. At her urging, Antony ordered the execution of Lysanias, accusing him of having invited the Parthians into those territories. She then petitioned Antony to give her Judea and Arabia, urging him to remove these lands from their current rulers. Antony was so overcome by her influence that it seemed as though he were compelled beyond reason to carry out her wishes. Yet the most extreme acts of injustice caused him shame, and he did not always comply. In order neither to refuse her entirely nor to appear openly wicked by granting all her demands, Antony adopted a middle course. He took portions of these territories from their former governors and assigned them to Cleopatra. In this way, he granted her the cities lying along the river Eleutherus as far as Egypt, with the exception of Tyre and Sidon. These he refused to give her, knowing that from ancient times they had enjoyed the status of free cities, even though she repeatedly pressed him to include them as well. After Cleopatra had obtained these advantages, and after she had accompanied Mark Antony in his military expedition against Armenia as far as the river Euphrates, she turned back from the campaign. She traveled first to Apamea, then to Damascus, and from there she went on into Judea. In Judea, she was met by Herod, who leased from her certain districts of Arabia, together with the revenues she received from the territory surrounding Jericho. This land produced balsam, a substance regarded as the most precious medicinal product of that region and found nowhere else. The same country also produced palm trees, both numerous and of excellent quality. While Cleopatra remained there, and as she was frequently in the company of Herod, she attempted to draw the king into an unlawful relationship. She did not even try to conceal such intentions, but openly indulged in this kind of conduct. It may be supposed that she felt some form of desire toward him, but what appears more likely is that she laid a treacherous snare for him, seeking to involve him in adultery in order to gain advantage over him. In any case, she behaved as though she were overcome by affection for him. Herod, however, had long held no goodwill toward Cleopatra, knowing her to be a woman burdensome to many. At that time, he judged her especially deserving of hatred, if her behavior truly arose from lust. He even considered putting her to death in order to prevent her intrigues, since she was then within his power. Nevertheless, he refused to comply with her advances and summoned a council of his friends to deliberate whether he should kill her. He argued that by doing so he would free many people from the evil she had already caused and was likely to cause again, and that this action would even benefit Antony himself, since Cleopatra would certainly not remain faithful to Antony if circumstances ever arose that required her loyalty. But when Herod inclined toward this course, his friends restrained him. They told him that it was not right to attempt so great an act and thereby expose himself to extreme danger. They strongly urged him to do nothing rash, explaining that Antony would never endure such a deed, even if it were clearly shown to be for Antony's own benefit. They warned that violently depriving Antony of Cleopatra's presence would likely inflame his passions even more than before. They further argued that Herod could offer no defense of sufficient weight, since the act would be directed against a woman of the highest rank of any female ruler in the world at that time. Any supposed advantage from such an act would instead appear insolent and worthy of condemnation. All this made it clear that Herod's government would be filled with lasting troubles, both for himself and for his descendants. Whereas it was still within his power to reject the wickedness she urged upon him and yet preserve his honor. By setting before him the great danger of such an undertaking, they dissuaded him from it. Accordingly, Herod treated Cleopatra with courtesy, gave her gifts, and escorted her on her journey back to Egypt. After this, Antony subdued Armenia and took Artabazus, the son of Tigranes, captive in chains, together with his children and royal administrators. He sent them to Egypt and presented them, along with all the royal ornaments taken from Armenia, as gifts to Cleopatra. Meanwhile, Artaxias, the eldest son of Artabazus, escaped at that time and took possession of the kingdom of Armenia. However, long afterward, he was expelled when Archelaus and Nero Caesar restored Tigranes, his younger brother, to the throne. Concerning the tribute that Herod was required to pay Cleopatra for the territory Antony had granted her, Herod dealt honestly with her, judging it unsafe to give her any cause for hatred. As for the king of Arabia, whose tribute Herod had undertaken to pay on her behalf, that king for a time paid sums amounting to 200 talents of silver. Later, however, he became extremely reluctant and slow in making payments, and he could scarcely be compelled to pay even part of what was due, and not even then without demanding deductions. Because of this ingratitude and injustice, Herod prepared himself for war against the king of Arabia. At that same time, he delayed open conflict because of the wider Roman struggle, since the great battle at Actium was expected. This battle took place in the 187th Olympiad, when Octavian and Mark Antony were to contend for supreme power over the Roman world. Herod, having long enjoyed possession of a fertile country and having received great revenues from it, raised large armies with these resources and carefully equipped them with all necessities, intending to send them as auxiliary forces to Antony. Antony, however, declared that he had no need of Herod's assistance, but ordered him instead to punish the king of Arabia. Antony had learned from both Herod and Cleopatra how treacherous that king had been, and this course of action suited Cleopatra's interests, for she believed it advantageous that the two kings should inflict as much harm upon one another as possible. Upon receiving this command from Antony, Herod returned home but retained his army, preparing immediately to invade Arabia. When his forces of cavalry and infantry were ready, he marched to Diospolis. The Arabians also advanced to meet him there, being fully aware of the approaching war. A great battle was fought, and the Jewish forces gained the victory. Afterward, however, the Arabians assembled another large army at Cana, a place situated in the region of Coele, Syria, and the conflict was renewed. When Herod received advance notice of the enemy's movements, he marched out with the greater part of his forces to confront them. Approaching the region of Cana, he decided to encamp and ordered the construction of a defensive bulwark, intending to choose the proper moment for battle. Yet as these preparations were being made, the Jewish soldiers cried out that there should be no delay. They urged him to lead them immediately against the Arabians. Their confidence was strong. Many among them had fought in the earlier engagement and had emerged victorious, not even allowing their adversaries to press them into close combat. Encouraged by their past success and filled with zeal, they became restless for action. Seeing their eagerness, Herod resolved to make use of it. He assured them that he would show no less courage than they, and he placed himself at their head in full armor. The regiments advanced in ordered ranks behind him. When the Arabians observed the Jewish army advancing with determination, fear spread among them. Recognizing that their opponents were disciplined and resolute, most of them began to withdraw and avoid direct combat. They would likely have been completely overthrown had events not suddenly changed. A commander named Antony, who served as the general of Cleopatra's 7 Philopator over the forces stationed in that region, intervened. This Antony bore hostility toward Herod and watched the course of the battle with careful attention. He had already resolved that if the Arabians achieved any notable success, he would remain inactive. But if they were defeated, he would attack the Jews with the forces under his own command, supplemented by additional troops gathered locally. When the Arabians began to retreat, Antony seized his opportunity. He fell unexpectedly upon the Jewish army at a moment when they were fatigued and believed themselves victorious. A severe reversal followed. The Jewish soldiers, having spent their strength against the Arabians and anticipating rest after their apparent success, were caught unprepared by this new assault. They suffered heavy losses, especially in rocky and uneven terrain where cavalry could not operate effectively. The attackers were familiar with the ground and used it to advantage. Encouraged by this sudden change, the Arabians regained their confidence. They turned back upon the fleeing Jews and joined in the slaughter. Casualties mounted rapidly. Only a small number escaped to the camp. Herod, realizing the seriousness of the situation, rode forward to bring aid. He labored intensely to reach his men, but he arrived too late to alter the outcome. The Jewish camp was taken, and the Arabians achieved a victory they could not have secured by their own strength alone. A large portion of Herod's army was destroyed. After this defeat, Herod avoided open battle. Instead, he conducted swift raids into parts of Arabia, striking suddenly and withdrawing into the mountains. He refused pitched engagements, choosing instead to harass the enemy through persistent and calculated incursions. Through tireless effort, he sought to weaken them and gradually restore his own position. At the same time, he took careful measures to rebuild and reorganize his forces. It was during this period, in the 7th year of Herod's reign, that a decisive conflict occurred far to the west. In the year 31 before the birth of Jesus Christ, the naval battle of Actium took place between Octavian, the adopted son of Julius Caesar, and Mark Antony, who was allied with Cleopatra. This confrontation would determine the future control of the Roman world. At the same time, Judea was struck by a powerful earthquake, unlike any previously experienced there. The disaster caused immense destruction. Livestock throughout the country perished in large numbers. Approximately 10,000 people were killed when buildings collapsed upon them. The army, however, which was encamped in the open field, escaped harm. When news of the earthquake reached the Arabians, their confidence grew. Reports were exaggerated by those hostile to the Jews, suggesting that the land had been devastated and its inhabitants destroyed. Believing that little resistance remained, the Arabians acted boldly. Jewish ambassadors were sent to negotiate peace after the calamity, but they were seized and killed. The Arabians then advanced eagerly against Herod's army. The Jewish forces, shaken by recent defeats and natural disaster, were discouraged. They feared they could no longer match their enemies in battle, nor could they expect help from elsewhere while their homeland was suffering so severely. Despair threatened to overwhelm them. In this critical moment, Herod addressed his commanders privately, seeking first to restore courage among the most capable officers. Once he sensed some measure of renewed spirit, he resolved to speak to the entire army. He had previously avoided addressing them directly, fearing their discouragement. Now he delivered a speech intended to console and strengthen them. He began by acknowledging the recent misfortunes that had interrupted their campaign. Even the bravest, he admitted, might struggle to maintain courage under such circumstances. Yet he reminded them that battle could not be avoided and that none of the disasters they had endured were beyond recovery. One decisive and courageous action, he said, could restore all. He declared that his purpose was twofold: to encourage them and to inform them. Both aims were directed toward renewing their natural bravery. First, he argued that their war was just and necessary, forced upon them by the injustice of their adversaries. If they were convinced of this, their spirits would rise. Second, he assured them that their present misfortunes were not insurmountable and that there remained strong reason to hope for victory. Appealing to their own knowledge, he reminded them of the conduct of the Arabians, describing it as marked by injustice and barbarity, behavior that showed both cruelty and disregard for divine authority. He urged them to consider these facts and to understand that their cause was not only political but moral, grounded in the defense of their land and their honor. Herod stood before his people and spoke of the injuries they had suffered. He reminded them that the chief offenses committed against them by the Arabians had arisen from covetousness and envy. These were not open and honorable acts of war. They were sudden attacks, carried out with deception and treachery. He asked what need there was to recount every separate example. When the Arabians themselves had been in danger of losing their own rule and falling into subjection under Cleopatra VII, Queen of Egypt, who sought to enlarge her dominion in the eastern regions of the Roman world, who had delivered them from that fear. It was, he declared, his own friendship with Marcus Antonius, known as Mark Antony, the Roman ruler who governed the eastern provinces after the assassination of Julius Caesar in the year 44 before Christ. Because of Herod's influence with Antony, the Arabians had not been destroyed. Antony had refrained from measures that might have appeared hostile to Herod. When Antony desired to grant portions of various territories to Cleopatra, Herod intervened. By presenting generous gifts from his own treasury, he secured protection for both his own nation and the Arabians. He undertook responsibility for tribute money. He paid 200 talents himself and became surety for another 200 talents imposed upon land subject to tribute. A talent was a large measure of silver, representing significant wealth. Yet despite this arrangement, the Arabians had withheld what was due. They had defrauded him. Herod argued that it was not reasonable for the Jewish people to pay tribute to any man living or to allow part of their land to be taxed. But even if tribute were required, it was unjust that they should pay it on behalf of the Arabians, whom they themselves had preserved. The Arabians had openly acknowledged that they retained their principality because of Herod's support. Yet now they injured him and deprived him of what was rightfully his. They had acted not as friends, but as enemies. He reminded his audience that even bitter enemies observe covenants, and that among friends such observance is essential. Yet these Arabians regarded gain as the highest good, no matter how it was obtained. They believed injustice to be harmless if it brought profit. Was it even a question, he asked, whether the unjust should be punished? God himself had declared that injustice must be hated and opposed. In the laws given to the Jewish people, they were commanded to resist injury and wrongdoing. Such principles were not only righteous, but necessary in conflicts between nations. He then turned to a particularly grave offense. The Arabians had beheaded ambassadors sent to them. Among both Greeks and non-Greek peoples, ambassadors were regarded as sacred and inviolable. To kill them was considered a gross act of wickedness. The Jewish people themselves had learned their most sacred teachings through messengers, for the word angel in their tradition also means messenger. Through such messengers, knowledge of God had come to humanity, and reconciliation between enemies had been made possible. What crime, then, could be greater than the slaughter of ambassadors who came to negotiate what was just? If such deeds characterized the Arabians, how could they expect security in ordinary life or success in war? Herod declared that such expectations were impossible. Some might object that righteousness was on the side of the Jews, but that the Arabians were more numerous or more courageous. Herod rejected this reasoning. Where righteousness stands, he said, their God stands also. And where God is present, there is true multitude and courage. He recalled that in the first battle, they had been victorious. In the second engagement, the Arabians had been unable to withstand them. They had fled and failed to endure the attacks of Jewish forces. It was only after their defeat that Athenian, a commander allied with the Arabians, had launched war without formal declaration. Was this courage? Or was it another example of treachery? Why should such conduct cause fear? When the Arabians fought openly, they were defeated. When they appeared to gain advantage, it was through deceit. Even if someone were to consider them brave, that would be a reason to fight them more vigorously. For true valor is proven not by overcoming the weak, but by defeating the strong. He then addressed another concern. An earthquake had recently struck the land, bringing distress and loss. Some might feel disheartened by this disaster. Yet Herod argued that the Arabians were misled by believing that the damage was greater than it truly was. It was not right that what emboldened the enemy should discourage them. The Arabians drew confidence not from their own virtue, but from the hope that the Jews were crushed by misfortune. If the Jewish army advanced boldly, the enemy's arrogance would collapse. He insisted that their sufferings were not signs of divine anger. Such events were natural occurrences within the course of life. Even if one supposed that the earthquake had occurred by the will of God, then one must also admit that it had ceased by that same will, and that God was satisfied with what had taken place. If God had intended further punishment, it would not have ended so quickly. As for the war itself, Herod claimed that God had shown approval. Although some people in the countryside had perished in the earthquake, those who were under arms had been preserved. Not one of the soldiers standing before him had been destroyed. This preservation was a sign. Had they all been gathered with their families in the army, they would have suffered no great harm. He urged them to consider these matters and, above all, to remember that they had God as their protector. They were to pursue the Arabians with just courage. Their enemies were unjust in friendship, treacherous in battle, impious toward ambassadors, and inferior in valor. When the Jewish forces heard these words, their spirits were lifted. Their readiness for battle increased. Herod then offered the sacrifices prescribed by the law of Moses, observing the religious requirements before engaging in war. Without delay, he took the army and marched against the Arabians. To reach them, he crossed the river Jordan and established his camp near that of the enemy, preparing for the conflict that was to follow. He judged it advantageous to seize a certain fortified stronghold that stood between the opposing forces. He believed that possession of this fortress would give him an advantage, hasten a decisive confrontation, and if delay became necessary, provide a fortified camp for his army. The Arabians held the same intention regarding this place, and thus a struggle arose over its control. At first, the encounters were limited to small skirmishes. Gradually, more soldiers were drawn in, and these skirmishes grew into open fighting. Men fell on both sides, until at last the Arabians were driven back and forced to retreat. This success greatly encouraged the Jewish forces. When Herod perceived that the enemy army was unwilling to risk a full engagement, he boldly resolved to attack the defensive bulwark itself. He ordered it to be dismantled so that his forces could advance closer to the enemy camp and compel battle. When the Arabians were forced out from their trenches, they emerged in confusion, lacking confidence and hope of victory. Even so, they fought at close quarters, relying on their greater numbers and compelled by the necessity of battle. A fierce engagement followed, and many fell on both sides. In the end, the Arabians broke and fled. So great was the slaughter during their rout that many died not only by enemy hands but also through their own disorder. They were trampled by the crowd, rushing in confusion, crushed beneath the press of their own men, and destroyed by the weight of their own armor. 5,000 men lay dead on the field. The rest fled within the bulwark for refuge. Yet they had little hope of survival, being deprived of supplies and especially of water. The Jewish forces pursued them, but could not break into the stronghold. Instead, they surrounded it, watching closely to prevent any relief from reaching those inside and stopping any who attempted to escape. In this desperate condition, the Arabians sent envoys to Herod. At first, they proposed terms of peace. Then, as thirst pressed upon them with increasing severity, they offered to submit to any condition he might impose if he would only relieve their suffering. Herod rejected all negotiations. He refused ambassadors, ransom, and every moderate proposal, being determined to avenge the wrongs committed against his people. Driven by necessity, and above all by thirst, many surrendered themselves to him to be taken captive. Within 5 days, 4,000 were made prisoners. All the rest resolved upon a final effort. They chose to break out and fight to the end, preferring death in battle to a slow and dishonorable end. When they rushed out from their trenches, they were unable to sustain the fight. Their bodies were weakened, their spirits broken, and the confined space gave them no room to act. They regarded death as a release and survival as misery. At the first clash, about 7,000 were slain. After this blow, the courage they had summoned deserted them entirely. They stood astonished at Herod's resolute conduct amid his own hardships. From that moment forward, they submitted, acknowledged his authority, and accepted him as ruler over them. Herod was greatly elevated by this timely victory. He returned home strengthened in power and reputation, exercising greater authority as one who had achieved a bold and celebrated success through decisive action. Herod's affairs now prospered on every side, and he seemed secure against attack. Yet a danger soon arose that threatened his entire dominion. This occurred after Mark Antony was defeated by Octavian at the Battle of Actium in the year 31 before the Common Era. At that time, both Herod's friends and enemies believed his cause to be lost. Since he had shown strong loyalty to Antony, it seemed unlikely that he would escape punishment. His friends despaired openly. His enemies pretended to share his distress while privately rejoicing, hoping for a change in fortune. Herod himself observed that only one man of royal lineage remained, namely Hyrcanus. He concluded that it was dangerous to allow such a figure to remain alive. If Herod survived and escaped Octavian's wrath, Hyrcanus might become a rallying point for opposition, being of higher royal dignity. If Herod were condemned, Hyrcanus would naturally succeed him. In either case, Herod's fear and envy led him to decide that Hyrcanus must be removed. While these thoughts occupied him, an opportunity arose. Hyrcanus was by nature gentle and inclined toward quiet living. He avoided public affairs, shunned innovation, and accepted whatever fortune provided. His daughter Alexandra was of a very different temperament. She loved contention and passionately desired a change in government. She urged her father not to endure forever the injuries inflicted upon their family. She pressed him to act in advance of events and to secure his position while it was still possible. She advised him to write to Malchus, asking for protection and assistance. She argued that if they withdrew from Judea and Herod's affairs collapsed, as seemed likely due to Octavian's hostility, they would be the rightful claimants to power. Their lineage and the goodwill of the people, she said, would support their claim. At first Hyrcanus resisted her urging, but Alexandra persisted relentlessly, speaking to him day and night of Herod's injustices and alleged treachery. At last she prevailed. Hyrcanus entrusted a letter to Josephus, one of his companions. In this letter, he set forth his intention and requested that the Arabian governor send horsemen to escort him safely to the lake called Asphaltites, located 300 furlongs from Jerusalem. Hyrcanus trusted Josephus because he attended both him and Alexandra closely and harbored resentment against Herod. Josephus was related to Joseph, whom Herod had executed, and was brother to men who had earlier been put to death at Tyre by Antony. Yet none of these motives persuaded Josephus to act on Hyrcanus's behalf. Judging it safer to secure favor with the reigning king, he delivered the letter directly to Herod. He accepted this act of goodwill favorably and instructed him to continue the service he had already begun. He ordered him to roll up the letter again, seal it, and deliver it to Malchus, and then to return with Malchus's written reply, for it would be far better if he could learn Malchus's true intentions as well. Josephus readily agreed to carry out this task. In response, the Arabian governor sent back a letter stating that he would receive Hyrcanus, along with all who accompanied him, and even all the Jews who belonged to his party. He further promised that he would send a sufficient military escort to secure their journey, and that they would lack nothing they might require. As soon as Herod received this letter, he immediately summoned Hyrcanus and questioned him about any alliance he might have made with Malchus. When Hyrcanus denied that he had formed such a league, Herod produced the letter before the Jewish Sanhedrin, and Hyrcanus was put to death at once. This account is given as it appears in the official commentaries written under the authority of King Herod himself. Other historians, however, do not agree with this version. They maintain that Herod did not discover this as a genuine cause for execution, but rather created it as a pretext and laid a treacherous snare for Hyrcanus. According to their account, Herod and Hyrcanus were once together at a banquet, and Herod showed no sign of displeasure. He calmly asked Hyrcanus whether he had received any letters from Malchus. Hyrcanus answered that he had received letters, but only messages of greeting. Herod then asked whether he had received any gifts, and Hyrcanus replied that he had received nothing more than 4 horses for riding, which Malchus had sent him. These historians state that Herod accused him on this basis of bribery and treason and immediately ordered that he be led away and killed. To show that Hyrcanus had committed no offense, they emphasize his character. They recount that he had always been mild in disposition, and that even in his youth he had shown no boldness or reckless ambition. The same temper remained when he became king, for he entrusted the management of most public affairs to Antipater. At the time of his death, he was more than 80 years of age and fully aware that Herod's rule was firmly established. He had crossed the river Euphrates and left behind those who honored him greatly beyond that river, choosing instead to live entirely under Herod's authority. It therefore appeared incredible that he would attempt any innovation or rebellion, something wholly inconsistent with his nature. From this, they conclude that his death was the result of Herod's deliberate plot. Such was the fate of Hyrcanus, and thus his life ended after enduring many and varied reversals of fortune. He was appointed high priest of the Jewish nation at the beginning of the reign of his mother Alexandra, who governed for 9 years. After her death, he himself assumed the kingship and held it for 3 months, before losing it to his brother Aristobulus. Later, he was restored by Pompey and received many honors from him, which he enjoyed for 40 years. He was then again deprived of power by Antigonus, was mutilated in his body, taken captive by the Parthian Empire, and after some time returned to his own country because of the hopes that Herod had given him. None of these hopes were fulfilled. Instead, he continued to struggle with misfortunes throughout his life, and the greatest calamity of all was the unjust manner of his death. His character was that of a gentle and moderate man who allowed others to manage affairs under his authority. He avoided deep involvement in public business and lacked the sharpness required to govern a kingdom. Both Antipater and Herod rose to greatness because of his mildness, and in the end he suffered a fate at their hands that was neither just nor pious. After Hyrcanus had been removed, Herod hastened to meet Octavian, who was now called Caesar. Because Herod could expect no favor from him on account of Caesar's hostility toward Mark Antony, Herod suspected Alexandra, fearing that she might seize this opportunity to stir the multitude to rebellion and introduce disorder into the kingdom. After giving these instructions, Herod set out with haste for Rhodes to meet Caesar. When he arrived there, he removed his royal diadem, yet retained the rest of his kingly dignity. Upon meeting Caesar, He requested permission to speak and displayed a remarkable firmness of spirit. He did not resort to supplication, as men commonly do in such circumstances, nor did he present himself as an offender seeking pardon. Instead, with boldness, he gave a full account of his actions. He declared to Caesar that he had been a devoted friend to Antony and had done everything in his power to secure Antony's rule. He admitted that he had not personally joined Antony's army, because the conflict with the Arabians had prevented him, but he stated that he had sent Antony money and grain, though he confessed this was far less than he ought to have done. For, as he said, anyone who claims friendship with another and acknowledges him as a benefactor is bound to risk everything for him, to employ every faculty of mind and body and all his wealth in his service. And in this duty he acknowledged that he himself had fallen short. In his address to Caesar, Herod spoke openly of his conduct toward Mark Antony. He declared that he had not abandoned Antony after the defeat at the naval battle of Actium in the year 31 before the birth of Jesus Christ, when Octavian overcame Mark Antony and his ally Cleopatra 7 Philopator. Herod affirmed that when Antony's fortunes declined, he did not transfer his loyalty elsewhere. He had remained with him, not merely as a subordinate in arms, but as a counselor. He stated that he had advised Antony that if he wished to preserve any measure of authority, he must put Cleopatra to death. Once she was removed, Antony would have had room to negotiate and possibly reach a settlement, rather than remain in open hostility. Antony, however, rejected this counsel and followed his own judgment. That decision, Herod said, proved harmful to Antony, but advantageous to Caesar. Herod did not deny his attachment to Antony. He openly acknowledged his affection and loyalty. Yet he urged Caesar to consider not merely the name of the man he had served, but the constancy of his character. If his conduct toward benefactors were examined, it would show steadfast friendship. The only change, he implied, would be the name of the one he served. The loyalty he had shown Antony would now be shown to Caesar, and such firmness would not be unwelcome. Caesar, perceiving the candor in Herod's words and conduct, responded favorably. The very loyalty that had been ground for suspicion now earned approval. Caesar restored to Herod his royal diadem and encouraged him to demonstrate the same devotion to himself that he had shown to Antony. He held him thereafter in high regard. Moreover, Caesar reported that Quintus Didius, a Roman commander, had written that Herod had readily assisted in matters concerning gladiators, who were professional combatants trained for public spectacles in the Roman world. Thus strengthened by Caesar's confirmation and by a formal decree of the Roman governing authority, which secured his throne more firmly than before, Herod accompanied Caesar on his journey toward Egypt. He offered gifts beyond what might have been expected from the resources of his kingdom, both to Caesar and to his associates. He requested mercy for a man named Alexander, who had been a companion of Antony, but Caesar had already sworn to execute him and would not reverse his decision. Herod returned to Judea with increased honor and assurance. Those who had expected his fall were alarmed to see his authority enhanced. He prepared to receive Caesar again as he passed through Syria on his way to Egypt. When Caesar arrived at the city of Ptolemy, Herod entertained him with royal generosity. He supplied provisions in abundance for the Roman army and personally accompanied Caesar in ordered procession. He provided 150 well-appointed attendants to enhance the dignity of the reception. As the Roman forces crossed dry and difficult regions, Herod ensured that they lacked neither wine nor water, especially water, which was most necessary for the soldiers. He also presented Caesar with 800 talents, a vast sum of money by ancient standards. Through these timely and generous acts, he secured widespread goodwill. His assistance exceeded what might reasonably have been expected from the resources of his kingdom. When the Roman forces returned from Egypt, Herod's support remained constant and undiminished. Yet upon his return to his own kingdom, he discovered disorder within his household. His wife Miriam and her mother Alexandra were deeply troubled. They believed that their confinement in the fortress called Alexandrium had not been for their protection, but rather a form of guarded imprisonment. They felt deprived of authority over their own affairs. Miriam suspected that Herod's love was not sincere, but calculated for advantage. She was distressed that he had made arrangements which implied that if he were harmed, she would not be permitted to survive him. She remembered earlier instructions he had given to a trusted associate named Joseph. Seeking influence, she attempted to win favor with her keepers, especially a man named Sohemus, who held authority over her situation. At first, Sohemus remained loyal to Herod and faithfully observed his instructions. However, through persuasive words and generous gifts, the women gradually won his favor. Over time, he revealed to them the king's commands. He believed that Herod might not return with the same authority as before. He hoped to avoid danger and to gain favor with Miriam and Alexandra, who might wield power in any future arrangement of the government. He reasoned that if they ruled, or if they stood near one who ruled, they would reward him. He also believed that if Herod did return successfully, he would not oppose his wife's wishes, since his affection for her was widely known. Motivated by these considerations, Sohemus disclosed the king's secret instructions. When Miriam learned the full extent of the danger in which she had been placed, she was deeply disturbed. She felt that her life was continually threatened by Herod's suspicions. She expressed the wish that he might gain no favor from Caesar and declared openly that it was unbearable to live with him any longer, no longer concealing her resentment. Herod returned by sea to his own land, filled with joy at the unexpected success he had achieved. His plans had prospered beyond hope, and he carried with him the confidence of a ruler who believed fortune had favored him. As soon as he arrived, he went first to his wife, Miriam. He chose to tell her alone the good news, placing her above all others because of his deep attachment to her and the closeness that had long existed between them. He greeted her warmly and spoke of his victories. Yet her response was not what he expected. As he recounted his success, she did not rejoice. Instead, she grieved. She did not conceal her feelings, conscious of her royal lineage and the dignity of her birth, for she was descended from the Hasmonean dynasty, the former priestly and royal house that had ruled Judea before Herod. She answered his greeting not with joy, but with a groan. It was evident that she felt sorrow rather than gladness at his triumph. Herod was disturbed. In her reaction, he perceived not only suspicion, but open dissatisfaction. This open display of resentment troubled him deeply. The hatred she showed was not hidden. It stood plainly before him. Because he loved her intensely, he could not bear it calmly. His mind shifted continually. At one moment he was angry with her. At another he excused her and sought reconciliation. He changed from one passion to another without rest. He was caught between love and hatred. Often he felt moved to punish her for what he regarded as insolence toward him. Yet his affection bound him. He could not free himself from her. He feared that if he put her to death in anger, he would bring upon himself a greater punishment, for his own heart was tied to hers. Herod's sister, Salome, and his mother perceived his troubled state concerning Miriam. They believed they now had an opportunity to act upon their long-standing hostility toward her. They approached Herod and spoke at length, telling stories and accusations designed to inflame both his jealousy and his anger. They accused Miriam of disloyalty and disrespect. Although Herod listened willingly, he lacked the courage to act decisively as though he fully believed their charges. Yet their words affected him. His feelings toward Miriam grew darker. On her part, she did not soften her manner. She did not conceal her disdain. His love gradually turned into resentment. Before matters reached an irreversible point, news arrived that changed the course of events. Caesar, meaning Gaius Octavius, later known as Augustus Caesar, the adopted son of Julius Caesar and the emerging ruler of the Roman world, had won the Great War against Marcus Antonius, known as Mark Antony, and Cleopatra, the seventh of Egypt. Mark Antony and Cleopatra were dead, and Egypt had fallen under Caesar's control in the year 30 before Christ. Upon hearing this, Herod hastened to meet Caesar. He left his household affairs unresolved and set out to secure his position with the new master of the Roman Empire. As he prepared to depart, Miriam recommended to him a certain Sohemus, an officer who had shown her attention and care. She declared that she owed Sohemus gratitude for his concern during Herod's absence and asked the king to grant him an office in the government. Herod agreed and bestowed upon Sohemus an honorable position. When Herod arrived in Egypt, he was introduced to Caesar with freedom and confidence, as one already counted a friend. Caesar received him favorably. He granted him significant benefits. Among these was a gift of 400 Galatians, soldiers from the region of Galatia in Asia Minor, who had formerly served as bodyguards to Cleopatra. Caesar also restored to Herod territories that Cleopatra had earlier taken from him. In addition, Caesar enlarged his kingdom by granting him the cities of Gadara and Hippos, which were Hellenistic cities east of the Jordan River, Samaria, an important central region of the land, and the maritime cities along the Mediterranean coast, including Gaza, Anthedon, Joppa, and Stratos Tower, the latter of which would later become known as Caesarea Maritima in honor of Caesar. With these new possessions, Herod's power and prestige increased. He accompanied Caesar as far as Antioch, the great city in Syria, demonstrating loyalty and friendship. Yet when he returned home, though his external prosperity had grown, his domestic troubles increased. The greatest distress concerned his wife, Miriam, the very relationship that had once seemed his greatest fortune. Herod's love for Miriam was intense, comparable to the celebrated loves recorded in history. Her beauty and royal descent strengthened his attachment. Miriam, for her part, was chaste and faithful, yet she possessed a proud and forceful character. Seeing how deeply Herod was devoted to her, she treated him with an imperious manner. She did not sufficiently consider that she lived under a monarchy and that her position depended upon her husband's authority. At times she addressed him with boldness and sharpness. Herod often dismissed her behavior lightly, responding with humor and patience. Miriam also openly criticized Herod's mother and sister, speaking of what she regarded as the lowliness of their birth compared to her own noble lineage. This created bitter hostility among the women of the household. The quarrels grew more intense. Suspicion increased. These tensions continued for a full year after Herod returned from meeting Caesar. For a time, the hostility had been restrained, but eventually it broke out. One day, about midday, Herod lay down to rest and sent for Miriam, moved as always by his strong affection. She came, yet she refused to lie beside him. When he sought her company, she displayed open contempt. She reproached him, accusing him of having caused the deaths of her father, Alexander the Hasmonean, and her brother, Aristobulus III, both of whom had perished under circumstances connected to Herod's rule. Herod received this accusation as a grave insult. He became deeply disturbed and was ready to use force against her in his anger. At that moment, his sister Salome, observing his agitation, acted swiftly. She had prepared a plan in advance. She sent into the king his cupbearer, a trusted servant responsible for presenting wine and guarding against poison. Salome instructed him to tell the king that Miriam had given him gifts and persuaded him to help prepare a love potion for Herod. If the king reacted strongly and asked about the potion, he was to say that she had given him the mixture and had only asked him to administer it. But if the king showed little concern, he was to remain silent about further details, and no harm would come to him. Following these instructions, the cupbearer entered the king's presence. He composed himself to appear credible, yet he spoke with urgency. He declared that Miriam had given him gifts and urged him to provide Herod with a love potion. When this statement troubled the king, the cupbearer added that the potion was a substance she had entrusted to him, whose effects he did not understand. For that reason, he said, he had chosen to inform the king, believing it the safest course both for himself and for his master. When Herod heard these words, already being in a disturbed state of mind, his anger grew even more violent. He immediately ordered that the eunuch who attended Miriam most faithfully be brought forward and subjected to torture concerning the alleged love potion. Herod was convinced that nothing of importance, whether great or small, could have taken place without this man's knowledge. While enduring the most severe torment, the eunuch revealed nothing about the potion for which he was questioned. He stated only that Miriam's hostility toward the king had arisen from something spoken to her by Sohemus. When Herod heard this, he cried out loudly and declared that Sohemus, who had always been faithful both to him and to his rule, would never have revealed the secret instructions entrusted to him unless he had maintained an intimacy with Miriam beyond what was proper. On this assumption, Herod ordered that Sohemus be seized and put to death at once. Yet he permitted his wife to undergo a formal trial. He summoned those members of the court who were most loyal to him and presented a carefully prepared accusation against Miriam, centered on the charge of a love potion, a charge that in truth rested only on slander. Nevertheless, Herod spoke without restraint. His passion was so intense that he was incapable of judging the matter with fairness. When the court perceived that his determination was fixed, they pronounced the sentence of death against her. After the verdict, both Herod himself and some members of the council suggested that she should not be executed immediately, but instead confined in one of the royal fortresses. However, Salome and those aligned with her pressed urgently for Miriam's execution. They argued that this course was necessary for public safety, claiming that the people might rise in unrest if she were allowed to live. They prevailed, and thus Miriam was led away to her execution. When Alexandra observed how events unfolded and saw little hope that she herself would escape similar treatment, she reversed her conduct entirely, and in a manner unworthy of her former boldness. Seeking to demonstrate her supposed ignorance of the accusations against her daughter, she sprang forward and publicly reproached Miriam before all the people. She cried out that her daughter had been wicked and ungrateful to her husband, and that her punishment was just because she had not shown proper gratitude toward the man who had been their common benefactor. She continued in this display for some time, even tearing her hair in feigned anguish. This indecent and deceptive behavior was strongly condemned by the spectators, and most of all by Miriam herself. At first, Miriam did not respond with a single word and showed no disturbance at her mother's outbursts. She merely looked upon her. Yet from nobility of spirit, she revealed concern not for herself but for her mother's disgrace, grieving that Alexandra had exposed herself in so shameful a manner. As for Miriam, she went to her death with unwavering firmness of mind, without any visible change in her countenance, thereby making evident to all who watched the nobility of her lineage even in her final moments. Thus perished Miriam, a woman distinguished for purity of conduct and greatness of soul. Yet she lacked moderation and possessed a contentious spirit. She was endowed with exceptional beauty and carried herself with dignity in conversation. These qualities, which should have favored harmony, instead contributed to her difficulty in pleasing the king and living peaceably with him. Treated indulgently by Herod because of his passion for her, and believing herself secure from harsh treatment, she allowed herself excessive freedom of speech. What afflicted her most deeply was the harm inflicted upon her relatives. She spoke openly of their sufferings and reproached the king for them, provoking both his mother and his sister until they became her enemies. Even Herod himself was drawn into hostility, though upon him alone she relied for protection from the gravest punishment. After her death, Herod's affection for her burned with greater intensity than ever before. His love for her, which had always been violent and uncontrolled, now appeared as though it were a punishment imposed upon him. He frequently called out for her and lamented her loss without restraint. He attempted every means to distract himself, arranging banquets and gatherings, yet nothing eased his anguish. He abandoned the administration of public affairs and became so overwhelmed by grief that he ordered his servants to call for Miriam as though she were still alive and able to hear them. During this time, a devastating disease spread among the people, carrying off many of the population and many of his closest and most respected companions. This calamity led many to believe that divine anger had been provoked by the injustice done to Miriam. This belief deepened the king's torment. At last he withdrew to desolate regions under the pretense of hunting, where he gave himself over to grief. After only a few days, he himself fell gravely ill. He suffered inflammation, severe pain in the back of his head, and fits of madness. The treatment applied by physicians brought no relief and instead worsened his condition, leading him toward despair. The physicians, seeing that their remedies were ineffective and that his appetite was governed solely by his illness, instructed him to eat whatever he desired. Thus they placed the small, remaining hope of recovery in chance rather than medicine. In this condition, his sickness continued while he resided in Samaria, which in later times was known by the name Sebaste. At this time, Alexandra was living in Jerusalem. When she learned of the dangerous condition in which Herod then stood, she attempted to gain control of the fortified places surrounding the city. There were two such strongholds, one belonging to the city itself and the other attached to the temple. Whoever held these fortresses effectively held power over the entire Jewish nation, because without control of them, it was impossible to perform the sacrificial worship at the temple. To abandon those sacrifices was, for every Jew, entirely unthinkable, since they were more willing to lose their lives than to cease the divine worship they believed they owed to God. Alexander, therefore, entered into discussion with those who were entrusted with the guarding of these strongholds. She argued that it would be proper for them to deliver the fortresses to her and to the sons of Herod, so that no other person might seize the government if Herod should die, and that if Herod recovered, no one could guard them more faithfully for him than members of his own household. These arguments were not accepted at all by those in charge. Having been faithful to Herod in earlier times, they resolved to remain even more loyal than before. They acted partly out of hatred toward Alexandra, and partly because they regarded it as impious to despair of Herod's recovery while he was still alive. They were his long-standing friends, and one of them, named Achiabus, was his close relative. They therefore sent messengers to inform Herod of Alexandra's design. Upon receiving this information, Herod delayed no longer and gave orders that Alexandra should be put to death. Even so, it was only with great difficulty and after severe suffering that he himself recovered from his illness. He remained deeply afflicted in both mind and body, restless and more inclined than ever to inflict punishment on those who came within his power. In this state, he put to death several of his closest associates, Costobarus, Lysimachus, Cadius, and also Disitheus, and this occurred for the following reasons. Costobarus was an Idumean by birth and a man of the highest rank among them. His ancestors had served as priests to Cos, a deity whom the Idumeans had formerly honored as a god. After Hyrcanus altered their political constitution and compelled them to adopt Jewish customs and laws, Herod appointed Costobarus governor over Idumea and Gaza. He also gave him his sister Salome as his wife. This appointment followed the execution of Joseph, Herod's uncle, who had previously held that authority. When Costobarus had attained such an exalted position, he became satisfied beyond his expectations and increasingly inflated with pride. Before long, he exceeded all bounds, refusing to obey the commands of Herod as ruler and resisting the imposition of Jewish customs upon the Idumeans. He therefore sent messages to Cleopatra, claiming that the Idumeans had always been subject to his ancestors and that it would therefore be just for her to request that territory from Mark Antony on his behalf. He declared himself ready to transfer his loyalty to her. He did this not because he preferred Cleopatra's rule, but because he believed that if Herod's power were weakened, he could secure complete authority over the Idumeans and perhaps more besides. His ambitions grew ever greater, supported by his noble lineage and the wealth he had accumulated through persistent pursuit of profit. He therefore aimed at no small prize. Cleopatra did in fact request this territory from Antony, but she failed to obtain it. When this information reached Herod, he was prepared to put Costobarus to death. However, through the urgent appeals of his sister Salome and his mother, he forgave him and granted him full pardon, though from that time onward he continued to regard him with suspicion. Some time later, Salome quarreled with Costobarus and sent him a written notice of divorce, thus dissolving their marriage, even though this action was contrary to Jewish law. Under that law, a husband may dismiss his wife, but a wife who leaves her husband may not marry another unless her husband formally puts her away. Salome chose not to follow the law of her nation, but the authority of her own power. She renounced her marriage and informed her brother Herod that she had done so out of loyalty to him, because she had discovered that Costobarus, together with Antipater, Lysimachus, and Dositheus, were plotting sedition against him. As proof, she pointed to the case of the sons of Babas, whom Costobarus had preserved alive for 12 years. This claim proved to be true. When Herod heard this, he was deeply astonished, all the more because the report seemed incredible. Concerning the sons of Babas, Herod had once taken great pains to punish them as enemies of his rule, but over time the matter had faded from his attention. His hostility toward them had arisen during the reign of Antigonus. At that time, when Herod besieged Jerusalem, the suffering within the city became so severe that many inhabitants invited Herod to enter and place their hopes upon him. The sons of Babas were men of high rank and great influence among the people. They remained loyal to Antigonus, continually spoke against Herod, and urged the people to preserve the government within the hereditary royal line. They acted, as they believed, for their own advantage. After the city was captured and Herod assumed power, Costobarus was appointed to guard the gates and prevent those opposed to the king from escaping. Knowing the respect and honor enjoyed by the sons of Babas among the people, and believing that their preservation might one day benefit him in future changes of government, Costobarus separated them from others and concealed them on his own estates. When suspicion arose, he swore to Herod that he knew nothing of the matter and thus dispelled the doubts against him. Even when Herod publicly offered rewards for information and used every means to uncover the truth, Costobarus maintained his denial. Having once denied it, he believed that discovery would inevitably lead to his punishment, and therefore he was compelled to keep them hidden, not only out of goodwill toward them, but also for his own survival. When Herod finally learned the truth through his sister's disclosure, he sent men to the places where the sons of Babas were concealed and ordered that they be put to death, along with all who were accused of aiding them. By this action, there remained no survivors of the family of Hyrcanus. The kingdom thus passed entirely into Herod's hands, and there was no person of sufficient rank left who could restrain his actions against the laws of the Jewish nation. In those days, Herod turned aside from the laws of his own nation and altered the ancient constitution that had long governed the people of Judea. That constitution, handed down through generations, had been regarded as sacred and not to be violated. By introducing customs drawn from foreign nations, he weakened practices that had once guided the people toward reverence for the God of Israel. Observances that had shaped public piety were gradually neglected. First, he established solemn games to be held every 5th year in honor of Caesar, that is, Augustus, the ruler of the Roman world. In the city of Jerusalem, he built a theater, a structure designed for dramatic performances and public spectacles. In the open plain, he constructed a vast amphitheater, intended for large gatherings and competitive exhibitions. These buildings were magnificent and costly. Yet such entertainments had no place in the inherited customs of the Jewish people, who had not received from their ancestors any tradition of theatrical shows or athletic contests as part of their national life. Nevertheless, Herod celebrated these games every 5 years with great splendor. He sent proclamations to neighboring lands and summoned participants from many nations. Wrestlers and other competitors who contended for prizes were invited from distant regions. They were drawn by the promise of generous rewards and by the honor that accompanied victory. Those most renowned in physical contests assembled for these events. Substantial prizes were offered not only to those who performed athletic exercises in the Greek manner, often competing without clothing as was customary in those games, but also to musicians who took part in performances known as those of the Thymelaci, a term used for performers who combined music and dramatic art in public festivals. Herod spared no effort in persuading the most celebrated figures in such competitions to attend. He also announced valuable prizes for chariot races, in which teams of horses were harnessed in pairs, in 3 pairs, or in 4 pairs, drawing racing chariots at great speed. In all this, he sought to imitate the costly and magnificent displays of other nations. His ambition was to make a public demonstration of his grandeur and power. Within the theater were displayed inscriptions recounting the great deeds of Caesar and trophies representing the nations conquered in his wars. These trophies were fashioned from gold and silver of the purest quality. Every object that could contribute to magnificence was exhibited. Rich garments, precious stones arranged in elaborate order, and ornaments designed to impress the eye of the spectator. He also gathered a great number of wild animals, including lions in abundance and other beasts known either for extraordinary strength or for their rarity. Some were set to fight against one another. Others were reserved for condemned men, who were forced to fight them as a form of public punishment and spectacle. Foreign visitors were astonished by the scale of the expense and by the dangers displayed in these exhibitions. They regarded the games with admiration and delight. But to the native Jews, these practices appeared as a corruption of the customs they held in highest esteem. To cast human beings before wild animals for the pleasure of spectators seemed to them an act of open irreverence. To replace ancestral laws with foreign entertainments appeared equally offensive. Above all, the trophies displayed in the theater caused the greatest indignation. Many among the Jews believed that these trophies contained images concealed within the armor that hung around them. Since their law forbade the honoring of images, and since their national tradition rejected the veneration of such representations, they were deeply troubled. What Herod considered a display of loyalty and magnificence appeared to many of his own people as a direct violation of the commandments and customs that had long defined their identity. Herod was not unaware of the disturbance that troubled the people. He understood that many among them were deeply agitated, yet he judged it unwise to use force at once. Instead, he attempted to calm them. He spoke to certain groups among them with words of consolation, seeking to release them from what he believed was an excessive and superstitious fear. However, his efforts did not satisfy them. With one voice, the people cried out in distress. They declared that although they might endure other burdens, they would never tolerate images of men within their city. They were referring to the trophies that had been set up, monuments erected to commemorate military victories. To them, these trophies appeared to be images of human figures, and such representations were forbidden by the law of Moses, which prohibited the making of graven images. They believed that allowing such figures within Jerusalem would violate the commandments that governed their nation. When Herod saw that the people were in great disorder and would not easily change their determination unless they were given proof, he summoned the most eminent men among them. He brought these leading citizens into the theater, the public structure used for gatherings and performances, which reflected the influence of Greek culture in the region. There he showed them the trophies and asked what they believed these objects to be. They cried out that they were images of men. At that moment, Herod ordered that the outer decorations surrounding the trophies be stripped away. When the coverings were removed, what remained were merely bare wooden frames. Without their ornamental coverings, they no longer resembled human forms. The sight of these simple wooden pieces caused laughter among the people, who now realized that what they had feared as carved human figures were in fact only wooden supports disguised by decoration. By this action, Herod managed to quiet the greater part of the multitude. The intensity of their passion was reduced. Many of the people became willing to alter their opinion and to cease their displeasure against him. Yet not all were persuaded. Some continued to resent him for introducing new customs into their city. They feared that the violation of ancestral laws would lead to greater misfortunes. To them, it seemed an act of piety to risk death rather than appear indifferent to what they regarded as unlawful innovation. They believed that Herod, though bearing the title of king, acted as an enemy to the traditions of the Jewish nation. They considered his reforms violent impositions of foreign practices never before accepted in Jerusalem. Among those who held this view, 10 men who were citizens of Jerusalem formed a conspiracy. They swore to one another that they would accept any danger in their attempt. Each concealed a dagger beneath his garment, intending to kill Herod. Among them was a blind man. Though unable to assist physically in the attack, He was filled with indignation at what he had heard had been done. He pledged himself to share whatever suffering might come upon the others. His readiness to endure punishment made him a powerful encourager of the rest. Having agreed upon their course, they went together into the theater. They hoped that Herod would not escape them, believing they could fall upon him suddenly. Even if they failed to reach him, they intended to strike down many of those around him. They accepted that they might die in the attempt. Their purpose was to demonstrate to the king the injuries they believed he had inflicted upon the people. As they prepared to act, one of Herod's spies discovered the plot. Herod had appointed certain men for the purpose of uncovering conspiracies and reporting them to him. This spy learned of the entire scheme and informed the king as he was about to enter the theater. Herod reflected on the widespread hatred he knew many citizens bore against him and on the frequent disturbances that arose. He did not consider the plot improbable. He withdrew into his palace and summoned the accused conspirators by name. When the guards seized them, they were caught in the act and knew they could not escape. They prepared themselves for death with composure. They did not deny their intentions. They showed their daggers openly and declared that the conspiracy they had sworn was holy and righteous. They insisted that their plan was not motivated by greed or personal passion, but by devotion to the common customs of their nation, customs which every Jew was bound to observe or to die defending. They spoke these words boldly. The guards led them away to execution. They endured torture without complaint and died steadfast in their resolve. Soon after, the spy who had revealed their conspiracy became the target of public hatred. Certain people seized him. They killed him and tore his body apart, scattering the pieces and giving them to dogs. Many citizens witnessed this act, yet none revealed the perpetrators. Herod ordered not only their execution, but the destruction of their entire families as punishment for the attempt. Even this did not soften the spirit of the people. Their stubborn defense of their laws and traditions continued. Herod, instead of growing more lenient, resolved to strengthen his own security. He determined to surround the population with fortifications so that any further innovation would not lead to open rebellion. At this time, Jerusalem was already guarded by the royal palace where Herod resided and by the temple complex, which stood adjacent to a strong fortress known as Antonia. This fortress, rebuilt and strengthened by Herod himself, was named in honor of Marcus Antonius, Mark Antony, who had once been his patron. It overlooked the temple area and allowed control over the city. Seeking further security, Herod fortified the city of Samaria and renamed it Sebaste, a Greek form of the title Augustus, in honor of Caesar Augustus, the ruler of the Roman Empire. Samaria lay about a day's journey from Jerusalem and occupied a strategic position. By strengthening it, Herod ensured a stronghold that could help control both the countryside and the capital. He also built another fortress for the nation along the coast. This site had formerly been called Strato's Tower, an older settlement on the Mediterranean shore. Herod rebuilt and expanded it magnificently and gave it a new name, Caesarea, in honor of Caesar Augustus. Through these constructions, he surrounded his kingdom with fortified centers, seeking to secure his authority against unrest that might rise again. Moreover, Herod selected a body of chosen cavalry, men trained for rapid movement and loyalty, and stationed them across the Great Plain, a wide and strategically important stretch of land. For these horsemen, he established settlements, building a place in the region of Galilee called Gaba, together with another settlement in the district known as Hezebonitis, within the territory of Perea, the land east of the Jordan River. These were the principal constructions that he raised openly, yet he was continually devising further measures for his own security. His policy was to surround the entire nation with guards and strongholds, so that the people might never escape his authority nor easily rise in rebellion, a thing they were prone to do upon even slight disturbances. By placing garrisons and watchful forces everywhere, he ensured that if any unrest arose, it would quickly come to his knowledge. From nearby positions, his spies observed the population, learning their intentions and preventing attempts before they could grow into open revolt. When he undertook the rebuilding of the wall of Samaria, he deliberately settled there many who had aided him in his wars, along with inhabitants from the surrounding countryside. These he granted equal rights of citizenship with the rest. This policy served several purposes. It sprang from his ambitious desire to erect a grand temple, from his wish to elevate the city above its former condition, and above all from his intention that the city should serve both as a safeguard for his rule and as a lasting monument to his power and splendor. He even changed the city's name, calling it Sebaste, a name chosen in honor of Augustus Caesar, whose favor secured his throne. Herod divided the fertile land surrounding the city among its new inhabitants, so that they might prosper from the very beginning of their settlement. He encircled the city with walls of exceptional strength, taking advantage of the natural slope of the terrain to reinforce its defenses. The city's size was no longer confined as it had been previously, but expanded so greatly that it rivaled the most renowned cities of the age, extending to a circumference of 20 furlongs. At the center of the city, he constructed a sacred precinct measuring a furlong and a half in circuit. This sanctuary he adorned with every form of ornament, and within it he raised a temple remarkable for both its vast scale and its beauty. Throughout the city he added further embellishments of many kinds. While he ensured that the fortifications were strong enough to make much of the city function as a citadel for his own protection, he also took care that the elegance of the buildings reflected refinement and generosity, leaving enduring monuments of his taste and beneficence for generations to come. In the 13th year of the reign of Herod, reckoned from his confirmation as king by the Romans, severe calamities struck the land of Judea and the neighboring province of Syria. Whether these disasters were the result of divine anger or part of recurring natural cycles, the suffering was immense. Persistent droughts came first, rendering the soil barren and drastically reducing the harvests. As the land failed to yield its customary produce, the scarcity of grain forced changes in diet, which in turn weakened the bodies of the people. Pestilential diseases followed, one affliction succeeding another. The lack of both food and remedies made the disease, which began with great severity, endure far longer than usual. As death spread, those who survived lost courage, seeing no means to relieve their distress. When the harvest of that year was ruined and all previously stored provisions were exhausted, no foundation for hope remained. Instead of relief, misery increased. Not only were the people left with nothing at the year's end, but even the seed they had sown failed in the following year, since the earth again produced no crops. Pressed by necessity, the population consumed foods never before eaten. The king himself was not spared from this hardship. He lost the revenues he normally received from agricultural tribute, and he had already spent much of his wealth on his generosity toward the cities he had built. Nor did he possess subjects able to assist him, for widespread suffering had stirred resentment against his rule. It is a common pattern that misfortunes are laid upon those who govern. In these circumstances, Herod considered how he might obtain timely assistance. This was difficult, for neighboring regions had no surplus of food to sell, and his treasury was depleted even if grain could have been purchased at high cost. Yet he resolved not to abandon his efforts to aid his people. He stripped his palace of its richest furnishings, cutting down ornaments of silver and gold. He did not spare even the finest vessels, crafted with the greatest skill of artisans, but converted them into money. This wealth he sent to Petronius, who had been appointed governor of Egypt by Caesar. Many refugees had already fled to Egypt because of the famine, and Petronius, being both a friend of Herod and concerned for the survival of his subjects, granted them permission to export grain. He assisted them in purchasing and transporting it, so that he became the chief, if not the sole, source of relief available to them. Herod ensured that the people understood that this aid came through his own initiative. By this means he dispelled the resentment of those who had hated him and gave clear proof of his goodwill and concern for them. Those who were able to provide for themselves received measured distributions of grain, carefully apportioned. For the many who could not secure food because of old age or infirmity, he arranged that bakers should prepare bread for them, ensuring their sustenance during the crisis. He also took careful measures to ensure that his people would not perish from the dangers of winter. They were suffering greatly from a lack of clothing, because their sheep and goats had been utterly destroyed and consumed, so that no will remain for garments, nor anything else with which to cover themselves. When he had secured these necessities for his own subjects, he extended his care even further. He provided aid for neighboring peoples and distributed seed grain to the inhabitants of Syria. This act of generosity proved advantageous to him as well, because the assistance was given at the most critical time and the soil of that land was fertile. As a result, the people there soon enjoyed an abundant supply of food. When the harvest season approached, he sent out no fewer than 50,000 men whom he himself had supported and sustained, sending them back into the countryside. By this means he restored the distressed condition of his own kingdom with great diligence and generosity. And at the same time, he eased the sufferings of neighboring regions that had been struck by the same calamities. There was no person who had been in need and yet left without suitable assistance from him. Not only individuals, but entire peoples, cities, and private householders who were responsible for sustaining large numbers of others and found themselves lacking support, all turned to him and received what they required. When an accounting was made, it was found that the amount of wheat distributed to foreigners reached 10,000 kori, each chorus containing 10 Attic medimni, while the amount given within his own kingdom reached about 80,000 kori. This provident care and timely generosity had a powerful effect upon the Jewish people and was widely proclaimed among foreign nations. It erased the long-standing hatred that had arisen among the Jews because of his violations of certain ancestral customs during his reign. This great liberality, shown at the moment of their greatest need, was regarded as full compensation for those earlier offenses. It also won him great renown among other nations. It appeared as though the extraordinary calamities that had afflicted his land had occurred in order to elevate his reputation and turn to his advantage. The magnitude of his generosity in these crises, exceeding all expectations, so altered the attitude of the multitude toward him that they began to believe he had not always been the man they had once judged him to be, but rather the kind of ruler that his present care for their necessities now revealed. Around the same time, he sent 500 selected men from his personal bodyguard as auxiliary troops to Octavian, who was then called Caesar. These soldiers were led by Aelius Gallus on an expedition to the Red Sea, where they rendered him notable service. When his affairs had thus been restored and were once again in a flourishing condition, he built for himself a palace in the upper city of Jerusalem. He raised its chambers to a great height and adorned them with exceedingly costly furnishings of gold, marble couches, and beds, all of such size that they could accommodate large assemblies of people. These apartments differed in size and were distinguished by specific names. One was called the apartment of Caesar, and another was named after Agrippa. At this time, he also married again, allowing his desires free course without restraining them by reason. The circumstances of this marriage were these. There was a man named Simon, a resident of Jerusalem, whose father, Boethus, was a citizen of Alexandria and a priest of high reputation there. Simon had a daughter who was considered the most beautiful woman of her age. As the people of Jerusalem spoke frequently and openly of her beauty, their words reached Herod, and he was deeply affected by what he heard. When he saw the young woman, he was struck by her appearance. Yet he firmly rejected any thought of using his royal authority to violate her, knowing that such an act would rightly brand him as violent and tyrannical. He therefore judged it best to take her as his lawful wife. Although Simon's rank was too low for a royal alliance, he was nevertheless too respectable to be disregarded. Herod therefore managed the matter with prudence by increasing the honor of the family. He removed Jesus, son of Phabit, from the office of high priest and conferred that dignity upon Simon. In this way he raised the family's status and entered into kinship with them through marriage. After this wedding, he constructed another citadel on the site where he had once defeated the Jews at the time when he had been driven from power and Antigonus held the kingdom. This fortress lay about 60 furlongs from Jerusalem. By nature, the site was strong and well suited for fortification. It consisted of a moderately sized hill that was further elevated by human labor until it assumed a rounded form. It was surrounded by circular towers, and the ascent to the summit was narrow, formed by 200 steps made of polished stone. Within were royal apartments of great splendor, constructed to provide both security and beauty. Around the base were additional dwellings, remarkable in their design and especially notable for the water supply, which was brought there from a great distance at enormous expense, since the place itself lacked natural water. The surrounding plain was filled with buildings equal to those of a large city, with a hill above them standing like a fortress. At this point, when all Herod's plans had succeeded according to his expectations, he no longer suspected that any internal troubles could arise in his kingdom. He maintained the obedience of his subjects partly through the fear he inspired, for he was relentless in the punishment of offenses, and partly through the provident and magnanimous care he had shown them during their hardships. Yet he continued to secure his rule through external safeguards as well. He delivered gracious and persuasive addresses to the cities, cultivated timely goodwill with their governors, and distributed gifts among them. By these means he strengthened their friendship toward him and used his magnificent generosity to secure his kingdom more firmly, so that in every respect his power and prosperity continued to increase. Herod, motivated by a desire to display his grandeur and to show unwavering loyalty to Augustus and the most powerful men of Rome, was compelled to transgress the traditions of his own nation. Though the customs of Judea forbade the honoring of images or representations of animals, as was done in the manner of the Greeks, he nevertheless introduced foreign practices beyond the borders of Judea. By erecting temples, building cities, and adorning them with magnificent structures, he sought to please the Romans, though he justified these actions to the Jews by claiming that he acted under the instructions of others and not from personal inclination. He presented his works as measures to honor Augustus, while simultaneously pursuing his ambition to leave lasting monuments of his rule for posterity. Observing a site near the scene known as Strato's Tower, Herod saw an opportunity to create a city of remarkable design. He laid plans for a city constructed largely of white stone, adorned with sumptuous palaces and grand public edifices designed to accommodate the people. The most ambitious undertaking was the construction of a haven, a harbor entirely safe from the waves of the sea. Its size rivaled that of the Permum at Athens, with a double station for ships to anchor. The site itself was naturally unsuited for such a project, so materials were brought from distant regions at great cost. The city was situated in the region of Phoenicia, along the maritime route to Egypt, between the lesser ports of Joppa and Dora, where anchoring was difficult due to impetuous south winds that drove sand against the shores. Herod corrected this by constructing a mole, a massive breakwater, using stones measuring more than 50 feet in length, 18 feet in breadth, and 9 feet in depth, set into waters 20 fathoms deep. This barrier was 200 feet wide. One half faced the waves, earning the name Prosomatia, or the first breaker of the waves. The other half supported a wall with several towers, the largest called Drusus, named for Drusus, the son-in-law of Augustus, who had died young. Along the harbor, arches provided shelter for mariners, while a circular quay ran the length of the port, serving as a pleasant walkway. The entrance to the port was situated on the northern side, where the winds were calmest. A round turret fortified the left-hand side, while two immense, upright stones guarded the right. Along the circular harbor, edifices of finely cut stone were erected, including a temple visible from afar, which contained statues of Rome and Augustus. This city, named Caesarea, was constructed entirely of fine materials and exhibited elaborate architecture, even in its subterranean vaults and cellars. These vaults connected the harbor to the sea, carrying away both rainwater and waste, while the tide itself could flush the city clean. A theater of stone and a large amphitheater were also built, the latter providing a commanding view of the sea. The city took 12 years to complete, during which time Herod personally oversaw construction and paid all necessary expenses. During this period, having rebuilt the city of Sebaste in the region of Samaria, Herod resolved to send his sons Alexander and Aristobulus to Rome to enjoy the company of Augustus. In Rome, they lodged at the house of Pollio, a man deeply devoted to Herod's friendship, and were even permitted to stay in Augustus's own palace. Augustus welcomed them with warmth and granted Herod the authority to bequeath his kingdom to whichever son he chose. Additionally, Augustus awarded Herod the territories of Trachon, Batanea, and Auranitis. This generosity followed the complaints of a man named Zenodorus, who had leased a region known as the House of Lysanias. Dissatisfied with its revenues, Zenodorus allied himself with the marauders among the Trachonites, sharing in the plunder obtained from the inhabitants, who lived in a lawless manner and frequently raided the lands of the Damascenes. Herod's actions, sending his sons to Rome and securing both favor and gifts, strengthened his position with Augustus and affirmed the security of his kingdom. The neighboring peoples suffered greatly from the lawless raids that came out of the region known as Trachonitis. Therefore, they went to Publius Quinctilius Varus, who at that time was the Roman president, meaning the imperial governor of the province of Syria. They complained to him about the injustice of Zenodorus, the ruler who had authority over that territory, and they begged Varus to write to Caesar concerning these wrongs. When a matter was presented to Caesar, meaning Caesar Augustus, the ruler of the Roman Empire after his victory in the civil wars in the year 30 before Christ, he sent orders back to Varus. He commanded that those nests of robbers be destroyed and that the land be given to Herod. In this way, by Herod's care and discipline, the neighboring regions would no longer be disturbed by the actions of the Trachonites. The Trachonites were a people accustomed to robbery as their regular way of life. It was difficult to restrain them because they had no established city of their own and no cultivated lands to sustain them. Instead, they lived in underground shelters and caves. These caves served as their homes and as places for their cattle. They had devised ways to collect water in pools and to store grain in hidden granaries. Their dwellings were built in such a way that they could defend themselves effectively. The entrances to their caves were narrow, so that only one person could enter at a time, while inside the chambers were large and spacious. Above their underground habitations, the ground appeared flat and unremarkable, and the surrounding rocks were hard and difficult to approach. The roads leading to them were winding and confusing, and no one unfamiliar with the area could find the plain road without a guide. When prevented from raiding their neighbors, these men would even plunder one another. No form of injustice seemed unacceptable to them. After Herod received the grant of this territory from Caesar and entered the region, he secured skilled guides who understood the terrain. With their assistance, he suppressed the robberies and brought peace and quiet to the neighboring populations. Zenodorus was deeply troubled. He grieved first because his principality had been taken from him, and even more because Herod had received it. He traveled to Rome to accuse Herod before Caesar, but he returned without success. At this time, Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, the close friend and chief supporter of Caesar Augustus, was appointed to govern the regions beyond the Ionian Sea. When Agrippa was wintering near Mytilene, a city on the island of Lesbos, Herod met him there, for the two had long been companions and allies. After this meeting, Herod returned again to Judea. Some of the inhabitants of Gadara, a city east of the Jordan River, went to Agrippa and accused Herod. Agrippa, however, sent them back bound to the king without granting them a hearing. Yet the Arabians, who had long harbored hostility toward Herod's rule, remained restless. They sought to stir up sedition within his dominions and believed they now had a stronger justification. Zenodorus, having lost hope of recovering his authority, sold a portion of his former territory, called Auranitis, to certain Arabians for 50 talents, a large sum of silver. However, this territory had already been included in the grant that Caesar had given to Herod. The Arabians therefore claimed that Herod had unjustly deprived them of land they had purchased. They contested the matter in various ways. At times they made raids into his territory. At other times they attempted armed force. On other occasions they pursued legal claims. They persuaded poorer soldiers to assist them, hoping to provoke unrest among the people. Those in the most desperate circumstances are often the most eager to join rebellion. Although Herod had long been aware of these schemes, he did not respond with harsh severity. Instead, he sought to calm the situation through measured and rational methods, unwilling to give any excuse for open revolt. When Herod had already reigned for 17 years, Caesar Augustus came into Syria. At that time, many inhabitants of Gadara raised loud complaints against Herod, accusing him of being oppressive and tyrannical. They were encouraged by Zenodorus, who swore that he would not rest until Gadara was removed from Herod's kingdom and attached directly to the Roman province governed by Caesar. Emboldened by this promise, the people of Gadara spoke boldly. They felt secure because those whom Agrippa had previously sent back to Herod had not been punished. Herod had released them unharmed. He was known to be strict in punishing crimes within his own household, but generous in forgiving offenses committed elsewhere. As the accusations were presented, charging Herod with injuries, plunder, and even the destruction of temples, he remained composed and prepared to defend himself. Caesar extended his right hand to him in a gesture of favor and did not withdraw his friendship because of the disturbance. The accusations were made on the first day, but the proceedings did not continue further. When the people of Gadara perceived the inclination of Caesar and his advisors, and realized they would likely be delivered back to Herod's authority, fear overtook them. During the night, some cut their own throats. Others threw themselves from precipices. Others cast themselves into the river and ended their lives. These acts appear to confirm the rashness of their accusations. Caesar therefore made no delay and cleared Herod of the charges. At this time, another event further strengthened Herod's position. Zenodorus fell gravely ill at Antioch in Syria. In his sickness, his abdomen burst, and he died from the loss of blood. After his death, Caesar bestowed his territory upon Herod. This was no small addition. It lay between the regions of Trachonitis and Galilee and included Olatha, Panias, and the surrounding districts. Caesar also appointed Herod as one of the procurators of Syria, meaning that he was granted authority to act in administration alongside the Roman officials, and ordered that significant matters be conducted with Herod's approval. At this stage of his career, Herod reached an extraordinary height of favor. There were effectively two men who governed the vast Roman Empire, Caesar Augustus and Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, his closest associate. Caesar favored no one more than Herod except Agrippa, and Agrippa counted no friend greater than Herod except Caesar himself. Having gained such confidence, Herod requested from Caesar a tetrarchy, a subordinate principality, for his brother Pheroras. A tetrarchy was a division of territory governed by a lesser ruler under Roman authority. Herod himself granted Pheroras a yearly revenue of 100 talents from his own kingdom. He did this so that if harm should come to him, his brother would remain secure and not fall under the control of Herod's sons. After accompanying Caesar to the sea and returning home, Herod undertook another project. In the territory that had once belonged to Zenodorus, near a place called Panias, he built a magnificent temple of white stone and dedicated it to Caesar. Panias was a notable location at the foot of a mountain where there was a great cavern. Beneath the mountain lay a deep hollow filled with still water, and from the base of these caverns arose the springs that formed the headwaters of the River Jordan. The site was already remarkable because of this natural feature. Herod further adorned it by erecting this temple in honor of Caesar, marking both his loyalty to Rome and his authority over the newly acquired lands. At this same time, Herod released to his subjects 1/3 of the taxes that were due. This was presented publicly as an act of relief after the scarcity and famine that had afflicted the land. Yet the deeper motive lay elsewhere. He sought to recover the goodwill of the people, which he now found slipping from him. Many were dissatisfied because of the changes he had introduced into their way of life, the alterations he had made in their religious practices, and the neglect and abandonment of their ancestral customs. Throughout the land, people spoke openly against him, as those deeply provoked and unsettled by his rule. Against this widespread discontent, he guarded himself with great care. He removed every opportunity the people might have to disturb his authority. He required them to be constantly at work and forbade gatherings. Citizens were not permitted to assemble, nor even to walk or eat together freely. Every action was observed. Those who were discovered violating these restrictions were punished severely. Many were taken, both openly and in secret, to the fortress called Hyrcania, a strong citadel used as a prison, and there they were put to death. Spies were stationed everywhere, in the cities and along the roads, watching those who met together. It was even reported that Herod himself did not neglect this vigilance. At times he would disguise himself as a private individual and mingle among the common people during the night, listening closely to their opinions about his government. Those who could not be compelled to submit to his system of rule, he pursued relentlessly, using every means to destroy them. For the rest of the population, he required an oath of loyalty. They were compelled not only to swear fidelity to him, but also to vow goodwill toward him and unwavering support for his administration of the government. A large portion of the people, either to please him or out of fear, complied with these demands. But those of a more open and honorable spirit, who resented the force used against them, he eliminated by one method or another. Herod also attempted to persuade Pollio, a respected leader among the Pharisees, and Satanias, together with the greater part of their disciples, to take the oath. These men refused to submit. Yet, out of reverence for Pollio, Herod did not punish them as he did others. The Essenes, a Jewish sect known for their strict discipline and communal way of life, were also exempted from this oath. These men lived in a manner similar to those whom the Greeks called Pythagoreans, devoted to simplicity, order, and moral discipline. It is fitting to explain here why Herod held the Essenes in such honor and esteemed them beyond what might be expected of mortal men, for this account reveals the reputation they enjoyed among the people. Among the Essenes there was one man named Manahem, renowned not only for the excellence of his conduct, but also for a gift believed to be given by God, the foreknowledge of future events. Once, when Herod was still a child and on his way to school, Manahem saw him and greeted him as king of the Jews. Herod, thinking the man ignorant of his identity or merely jesting, reminded him that he was only a private individual. Manahem smiled, struck him lightly, and said that he would indeed be king and that his reign would begin prosperously, for God judged him worthy of it. At the time, Herod paid no attention to these words, having no expectation of such advancement. But later, when he had been raised to the dignity of king and stood at the height of his power, he summoned Manahem and asked how long he would reign. Manahem did not state the full measure of his reign. When pressed further, he replied that Herod would reign 10 years, then 20, even 30, but he did not define the exact limit. Satisfied with this answer, Herod took Manahem by the hand and dismissed him. From that time forward, he continued to honor all the Essenes. These events are recorded to show how highly these men were regarded and how some among them were believed worthy of divine revelation because of their virtue. In the 18th year of his reign, after the deeds already described, Herod undertook an enterprise of immense scale. He resolved to rebuild the temple of God in Jerusalem, enlarging its courts and raising it to a far greater height and splendor than before. He considered this work the most glorious of all his achievements and believed it would stand as an everlasting memorial of his name. Yet he knew that the people were neither ready nor willing to assist in so vast a project. Therefore, he determined first to prepare them by addressing them directly. He assembled the people and began to speak, reminding them of the works he had already accomplished since coming to the throne, works that, as he declared, had been carried out not for his own glory, but for their security and relief, even in the most difficult times. He declared that he had taken care to protect them from injuries just as much as he had protected himself, and that, with the assistance of God, he believed he had raised the nation of the Jews to a level of prosperity greater than it had ever known before. As for the buildings belonging to their own land and cities, and also to those cities that had recently been added to their dominion, which he had erected and richly adorned, and by this means increased the honor of the nation, he judged it unnecessary to list them, since they themselves were already well acquainted with them. but concerning a project which he now intended to undertake, and which would be an act of the highest piety and excellence possible for them, he declared his purpose openly. He reminded them that their ancestors, after returning from captivity in Babylon, had indeed built a temple to God Almighty. Yet this second temple was lacking 60 cubits in height compared with the first temple that had been built by Solomon. He urged that no one should accuse their fathers of negligence or lack of devotion, for the deficiency was not their fault. It had been Cyrus and Darius who had fixed the limits and measures of the rebuilding. Because their ancestors were subject to these rulers and to their successors, and afterward to the Macedonian rulers, they had not been free to follow the original pattern of the sacred building, nor to raise it to its former height. But now, since by the will of God he himself was their governor, and had enjoyed a long period of peace, and had acquired great wealth and abundant revenues, and above all was on friendly terms, and held in esteem by the Romans, whom he described as rulers of the entire world, he resolved to correct this imperfection. The temple had great doors at its entrance, with lintels rising to the same height as the building itself. These were adorned with embroidered veils decorated with purple flowers and interwoven pillars. Above these, and beneath the crown work, was spread a golden vine, its branches hanging down from a great height. The size of this vine and the excellence of its workmanship astonished all who saw it, because of the vast quantity of gold used and the extraordinary skill with which it was fashioned. Around the entire temple, he constructed very large cloisters, carefully proportioned to the building itself, and he spent greater sums of money on them than any ruler before him, so that it appeared that no one had ever adorned the temple so magnificently. A massive wall surrounded these cloisters, a work so immense that it was considered the most astonishing structure ever undertaken by human hands. The hill on which the temple stood was rocky and sloped gradually toward the eastern part of the city until it reached a higher level. This was the hill which Solomon, the first king of the Jews, had enclosed by divine instruction with a wall constructed with remarkable skill around its summit. Below this, another wall was built, beginning at the base where a deep valley lay. On the southern side, stones were set together and bound with lead, enclosing parts of the interior as the structure rose to a great height. Both the vast size of the square platform and its towering elevation were immense, and the enormous stones of the outer face were clearly visible from outside, while the interior was fastened together with iron so that the joints would remain immovable for all future generations. When this foundational work had been completed and joined to the hill itself up to the very top, the entire exterior was made into a single smooth surface. The hollow spaces around the wall were filled, creating a level and even platform above. The hill was enclosed on all sides by a wall measuring 4 furlongs in circumference, each side being a furlong in length. Within this wall, and at the very summit, there ran another stone wall. On the eastern side stood a double cloister extending the full length of the wall, and in the center of this enclosure stood the temple itself. This cloister faced the gates of the temple and had been adorned by many kings in earlier times. Around the entire temple were displayed the spoils taken from foreign nations, all of which had been dedicated to the sanctuary by Herod, together with additional spoils that he himself had taken from the Arabians. On the northern side of the sacred precinct, a citadel was constructed, its walls square, remarkably strong, and of extraordinary firmness. This citadel had been originally built by the kings of the Hasmonean dynasty, who also served as high priests before Herod, and was called the Tower. Within this tower were kept the vestments of the high priest, garments worn only at the moment of offering sacrifice. Herod preserved these sacred vestments in the tower, but after his death they came under Roman authority until the reign of Tiberius Caesar. During this period, Vitellius, the Roman governor of the province of Syria, visited Jerusalem and was received with magnificent honor by the multitude. The people petitioned Vitellius to allow them control over the vestments once more. Vitellius communicated their request to Tiberius Caesar, who granted it. From that time, the Jews maintained control over the vestments until the death of King Agrippa. Later, Cassius Longinus, governor of Syria, and Cuspius Fadus, the procurator of Judea, ordered the vestments to be kept in the Tower of Antonia, asserting that the Jews ought to have them as formerly. The Jews sent ambassadors to Claudius Caesar, and King Agrippa the Younger, then in Rome, successfully obtained authority over them, with Vitellius ordered to comply. Prior to these events, the vestments were kept under the seal of the high priest and the temple treasurers, who retrieved them from the Roman captain of the temple guards before festivals and returned them afterward, showing the matching seals. The afflictions that occurred later testified to the importance of this arrangement. When Herod fortified the citadel even more securely to guard the temple, he honored his friend Antonius, the Roman official, by renaming it the Tower of Antonia. In the western enclosure of the temple were 4 gates. The first led to the king's palace, crossing over the intermediate valley. 2 gates opened to the suburbs of Jerusalem, while the 4th led to the other city, descending into the valley by many steps and rising again toward the city, which stood opposite the temple in the manner of a theater and was surrounded by a deep valley along its southern side. The southern front of the temple contained gates at its center and the royal cloisters, with 3 walks extending from the eastern valley to the western. The central cloister rose on such a height that looking down from its battlements caused vertigo. Its pillars were arranged in 4 rows, with the 4th row integrated into the stone wall, each pillar wide enough for 3 men to encompass with their arms and standing 27 feet tall, resting on bases with double spirals. In total, 162 pillars were constructed, their Corinthian capitals adorned with intricate carvings. The 4 rows created 3 central walks, 2 of them 30 feet wide and a furlong in length. The middle walk 1.5 times wider and twice as high, with roofs intricately carved in wood depicting various figures. The front wall consisted entirely of polished stone, its fineness astonishing to those who had not seen it, and amazing even to those who had. The inner enclosure, accessible by a few steps, was partitioned by a stone wall bearing an inscription forbidding any foreigner from entering under penalty of death. It contained 3 gates on its southern and northern sides, and a single large gate on the eastern side, facing the sunrise, through which the pure could enter with their wives. Further inward lay a 3rd court of the temple, reserved exclusively for the priests, and at its center stood the temple itself, with the altar where sacrifices and burnt offerings were made to God. King Herod, though not permitted as a non-priest to enter the inner courts, attended to the cloisters and outer enclosures, which he constructed over 8 years. The temple proper, however, was built by the priests themselves in a year and 6 months. The people rejoiced at its completion, offering thanks first to God and then in recognition of the king's zeal. The celebration was immense, and Herod sacrificed 300 oxen to God, while the people contributed according to their means. This grand festival coincided with the day of Herod's inauguration, following an ancient custom, which merged the occasions into one of the most illustrious festivals the people had experienced. During the great rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem under the rule of Herod, there was also constructed a hidden passage for the king's use. This concealed corridor led from the fortress called Antonia to the inner courts of the temple, reaching as far as the eastern gate. The fortress Antonia had been rebuilt and strengthened by Herod and named in honor of Marcus Antonius, known in history as Mark Antony, the Roman ruler who had once governed the eastern provinces of the Roman Republic after the assassination of Gaius Julius Caesar in the year 44 before Christ. The fortress stood adjacent to the temple complex and overlooked it, allowing close supervision of the sacred area. Over the eastern gate of the temple, Herod erected a tower for himself. This tower was not merely decorative. It served a strategic purpose. Through the underground passage from Antonia, Herod could ascend secretly into the temple precincts. In this way, he sought to guard himself against sedition, meaning rebellion or uprising, which might arise among the people against their king. The temple was not only the center of worship for the Jewish nation, but also a gathering place for large crowds during festivals. Herod, aware of unrest in his kingdom and mindful of earlier conspiracies against his life, designed this hidden access to ensure that he could quickly intervene or protect himself if disorder broke out. At the same time, there was a tradition handed down by the ancestors of the Jewish people concerning the rebuilding of the temple. It was reported that during the period of construction, rain did not fall during the daytime. Instead, the showers came by night, so that the labor of rebuilding was not hindered. The temple itself, originally built by King Solomon in the 10th century before Christ and later rebuilt after the return from the Babylonian exile in the 6th century before Christ, was now being magnificently renovated and enlarged by Herod beginning in the 18th year of his reign, which corresponds to approximately the year 20 or 19 before Christ. The tradition held that divine providence allowed the work to proceed without interruption from rain during the working hours of the day. This account, preserved by the forefathers, was considered by many not incredible, especially by those who reflected upon what they believed to be manifestations of the power of God in the history of Israel. Thus, the work of rebuilding and enlarging the temple was completed, combining political calculation, architectural ambition, and religious devotion within the reign of Herod, king of Judea under the authority of the Roman Empire. It is necessary here to make clear several matters that arise from the historical record so that the course of events may be properly understood. First, this account completely overturns the claim made by certain later teachers of Jewish law, commonly called the Talmudists, who asserted that no man under 20 years of age was permitted to perform the duties of the high priesthood among the Jews. The events described plainly show that this rule was not observed in the period under discussion, and that younger men did, in fact, hold and exercise the office of high priest. There is also a disagreement preserved in later chronicles concerning the place where a particular drowning occurred. A Hebrew chronicle, quoted by later scholars, states that the drowning took place in the Jordan River rather than near the city of Jericho. This claim is made even while the chronicle professes to rely on the authority of Flavius Josephus. It is likely that the writer or copyist of that Hebrew chronicle confused the names of places and mistakenly wrote Jordan instead of Jericho, rather than that Josephus himself was in error. As to the age of Aristobulus at the time of his death, the reading found in one of the Greek manuscripts of Josephus appears to be correct. According to this reading, Aristobulus was not yet 18 years old when he was drowned. This agrees with the earlier record that he was not yet 17 years old when he was appointed high priest, and that he held this sacred office for only 1 year before his death. The reader must also carefully observe how the years of the reign of Herod are reckoned by Josephus. The 7th year of Herod's reign, and all the other years mentioned, are counted not from the time when Herod first received the title of king at Rome, which occurred more than 3 years earlier, but from the death of Antigonus, or at the earliest from the capture of Jerusalem a few months before that death. Any reckoning that dates Herod's reign from his Roman appointment rather than from these events is therefore mistaken. When Herod speaks of ambassadors as being sacred because they carry messages, he draws a comparison to the laws of the Jews. He explains that these laws possess a sacred authority because they were delivered from God through angels, who may be understood as divine messengers. This manner of speaking corresponds with the teaching later expressed by the Apostle Paul, who likewise described the law as being ordained through angels. There is also one notable instance of religious devotion recorded of Herod that deserves attention. Before one of his battles against the Arabians, he is described as offering sacrifices and supplications to God. This is remarkable because it is almost the only example of such explicit religious behavior attributed to him in the extensive histories written by Josephus. It occurred at a time when Herod was under extreme distress, discouraged by a severe defeat of his army and shaken by a great earthquake in Judea. Such moments of affliction often drive men toward greater religious seriousness. In this case, Herod's expectations were not disappointed, for he soon afterward gained a striking victory over the Arabians, who had previously been triumphant and emboldened enough, after the earthquake, to slay Jewish ambassadors, but who now fell into confusion and were scarcely able to fight. In another passage, Miriam is described as reproaching Herod for the murder of her father Alexander, as well as her brother Aristobulus. Yet elsewhere, Josephus himself states clearly that it was her grandfather Hyrcanus, not her father Alexander, whom Herod caused to be put to death. Because of this contradiction, the reader must either accept a different ancient reading that names her grandfather instead, or allow that Josephus, as before in other places, made a slip of memory or expression when recounting these events. Finally, there is an example recorded here of a Jewish woman issuing a bill of divorce to her husband. In the time of Josephus, such an action was generally not considered lawful for a woman under Jewish custom. Similar practices, however, are known among the Parthians. Later Christian teaching, when it allowed divorce on the grounds of adultery, permitted an innocent wife to divorce a guilty husband, just as it permitted an innocent husband to divorce a guilty wife. This is attested by early Christian writings and apologies, which even record persecutions arising from such divorces. At that same period, the laws of the Roman state also appear to have permitted this practice in agreement with Christian usage. Now, this Babas, who belonged to the noble lineage of the Asamoneans, also known as the Maccabees, is described by the Jewish historians, as noted by Dr. Hudson, to have been a man of extraordinary religious devotion according to the Jewish law and custom. Every day of the year, with the sole exception of the day following the 10th of the month Tisri, the great day of atonement, he offered sacrifices for any sins he had committed through ignorance, or for transgressions he believed he had committed but could not distinctly remember. The Day of Atonement, called Yom Kippur, is the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, a time for repentance and seeking forgiveness. Baba's devotion in this regard has been compared to that of Agrippa the Great, as recorded in Josephus' Antiquities, Book 19, Chapter 3, Section 3, and is reminiscent of the practice described in the Book of Job, Chapter 1, verses 4 and 5. During this period, the grand entertainments instituted by Herod in the theaters of his cities, plays, public spectacles, musical performances called Thymelesai, and chariot races, in which chariots were drawn by 2, 3, or even 4 pairs of horses, were viewed by devout Jews as foreign and ungodly amusements. They considered these spectacles to be instruments of moral corruption, leading the people toward pagan idolatry and lifestyles contrary to the law of Moses. Josephus, in his histories, records that these entertainments were greatly condemned by the Jews for their corrupting influence. Modern commentators have often compared such ancient spectacles to masquerades, operas, and theatrical performances in later times, seeing a similar tendency toward vanity and moral distraction. At this point, Josephus demonstrates a notable distinction in his writing for Gentile audiences compared with his writing for Jewish readers. When addressing Gentiles, he frequently frames events as influenced by the anger or favor of God. Yet he also adjusts his language to match the understanding of non-Jews, who often expect divine judgments to manifest at specific times, as he notes elsewhere in the Wars of the Jews, Book 1, Chapter 33, Section 2. A famine then struck the regions of Judea and Syria for 2 years, during the 13th and 14th years of Herod's reign, corresponding to the 23rd and 24th years before the birth of Jesus Christ. This famine, described by historians as exceptionally severe, surpassed even the scarcity recorded in the days of Jacob in the book of Genesis, chapters 41 and 42. In both cases, relief arrived from Egypt. During Jacob's time, it came through Joseph, the governor of Egypt under Pharaoh, and during Herod's time, assistance was sent by Petronius, who governed Egypt under Augustus. It is worth noting that these famine years coincided with the sabbatic year, a time when the land was to lie fallow, and a year of Jubilee, both periods for which Providence traditionally provided a triple harvest under the Jewish theocracy. By Herod's time, these blessings had been forfeited, making the famine among the most severe the land had suffered since the reign of Ahab, as described in the first book of Kings, chapters 17 and 18. During these same years, Aelius Gallus, known to some historians as Aelius Lagus, led an expedition into Arabia Felix, the fertile region of southern Arabia, as chronicled by Dio and noted by the scholar Batarius, and further detailed by Dean Prideaux in his historical accounts of the years 23 and 24 before the Christian era. Herod dispatched 500 chosen men from his personal guard as auxiliaries to support this Roman campaign, and they proved of great service in that distant land. Despite the tyrannical and extravagant tendencies of Herod in his administration of Grecian cities, where he erected temples, theaters, and staged games and spectacles, he introduced very few of these entertainments into the cities of the Jews themselves. Josephus emphasizes that the Jewish people remained zealous for the laws of Moses even under such an oppressive government, showing remarkable resilience and adherence to their ancestral customs. Historians like Dean Prideaux reflect upon this ambition for power, drawing comparisons to the similar thirst for authority in figures such as Pompey and Julius Caesar. Prideaux observes that these ambitions, when unchecked and divided into opposing factions, often produce destructive wars, bringing devastation not only to the immediate regions, but to entire empires, as was seen in Rome, and he warns that similar folly has been repeated in many other places throughout history. If about 30 men could be persuaded to live in peace within their own homes, respecting the rights of one another without the vain pursuit of conquest or the enlargement of personal power, then perhaps the entire world might exist in quiet harmony. Yet, the ambition, follies, and unpredictable humors of men constantly drive them to encroach upon the domains of others and to quarrel endlessly. These impulses do not remain confined to themselves. Rather, they drag all who are subject to their authority into calamity. Every year, countless thousands perish as a direct consequence of these conflicts, raising a sobering question: whether the benefits humanity receives from government are sufficient to compensate for the suffering, the mismanagement, and the mistakes that inevitably follow from those entrusted with its administration. Herod's great city of Caesarea Maritima, celebrated for its magnificence, is recorded to have taken 12 years for its rebuilding and adornment, though some accounts suggest 10 years, leaving historians uncertain of the precise duration. During this time, Herod's sons, Alexander and Aristobulus, were sent to Rome to enjoy the company of Caesar. They lodged at the house of Pollio, a Roman patron of Herod's friendship, and were even granted permission to reside in the emperor's palace. Caesar received them with courtesy and allowed Herod to designate which of his sons would inherit the kingdom. In addition, Caesar bestowed upon Herod the territories of Trachonitis, Batanea, and Auranitis. This grant followed the events surrounding Zenodorus, a local landholder who had allied with robbers inhabiting the Trachonites' lands to secure greater profits, while the population of those areas plundered the surrounding countryside of Damascus. The concept of a tetrarchy, which denotes a division of a kingdom into 4 parts, is pertinent here, as Herod's realm and the territories granted to him were understood in this context. A tetrarch rules over 1/4 of a kingdom, implying a scope of authority somewhat less than that of a full monarch, yet still commanding considerable power and influence. The temple that Herod undertook to rebuild is often mistakenly referred to as the Second Temple in Christian and modern Jewish writings, though it was, in fact, the third temple constructed in Jerusalem. Earlier traditions, drawing upon the prophecy of Haggai concerning the coming of the Messiah, connected this Herodian temple with the so-called Second Temple, but the original prophecy refers to a future, grander temple, as envisioned by the prophet Ezekiel. Modern misreadings of architecture sometimes exaggerate Josephus' account, suggesting that the foundations of Herod's temple sank 20 cubits into the bedrock, when in truth, it was only the new sections above the original foundations that extended 20 cubits higher. This clarification aligns with preparations made by King Agrippa under Emperor Nero, intended to restore and raise the inner parts of the temple. The historical record emphasizes that Solomon is recognized not as the first king of the Jews, but as the first of David's line to construct the temple, marking him as the originator of the sacred edifice rather than the founder of the monarchy itself. After the completion of the magnificent Temple of Jerusalem, rebuilt under the ambitious reign of Herod, king of Judea under the authority of the Roman Empire, a new period of tension began in his family and kingdom. Herod, known for his zealous attention to governance and the security of his rule, enacted a law aimed at punishing thieves and criminals who had caused distress in the city and surrounding country. This law was not like the traditional laws of the Jewish people, which prescribed that a thief should restore fourfold the value of what was stolen, and if unable to do so, might be sold into servitude for 6 years, after which the offender would be released. Herod's law, however, went further. Those who broke into homes could be ejected from his kingdom, sold into perpetual slavery under foreigners, and forced to obey them without hope of release. To the people, this was not merely punishment, but a profound insult to their religious and cultural customs, an offense against the traditions handed down by their ancestors, and a stark reminder of the king's absolute power. Such actions contributed to the growing hatred and suspicion directed at him. During this period, Herod also traveled to Italy, to the city of Rome, the heart of the Roman Empire, to meet with Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus, the first Roman emperor, and to retrieve his sons who had been living there. The young men had been educated in the sciences and arts of the Roman world, as was customary for children of royal families under Roman influence. When they returned to Judea, their presence among the people drew admiration and envy. They were seen as men of royal dignity, adorned with the blessings of fortune, and this visibility became a source of suspicion and jealousy for Salome, the sister of Herod, and for others who had previously raised accusations against Miriam, the queen. They feared that when these sons entered positions of governance, they might take vengeance for the wrongs done to their mother. This fear motivated them to spread further calumnies and intrigue, deepening the familial tensions that had long shadowed Herod's reign. Herod's family politics, interwoven with the strict administration of his kingdom and the influence of Rome, now became a crucible of envy, suspicion, and ambition. The king's strict enforcement of new laws, his attention to security, and the return of his educated sons created a volatile environment in which jealousy and accusations flourished alongside loyalty and reverence, setting the stage for events that would shape the next years of his rule. The sons of Herod carried stories among the people that they were displeased with their father's company, asserting that he had put their mother to death. They presented it as if it were contrary to piety to appear to converse with a man who had murdered their mother. These stories, though founded on some measure of truth in the events themselves, were shaped into rumors that suggested more than they truly proved. By spreading such words among the multitude, they were able to influence Herod to withdraw the kindness and affection he had previously shown to his sons. Yet at that time, the king's natural affection as a father was still strong, and he was able to look beyond the suspicions and calumnies that had been sown against them. He honored them according to his duty as a father and arranged marriages for them now that they had reached a suitable age. To Aristobulus, he gave Bernice, the daughter of Salome, as his wife. To Alexander, he gave Glaphyra, the daughter of Archelaus, the king of Cappadocia, as his spouse, thereby uniting these houses through alliances that reinforced both family bonds and political influence. After securing these domestic matters, Herod understood that Marcus Agrippa had again sailed from the Italian peninsula into the provinces of Asia. Eager to honor the friendship and hospitality Agrippa had shown him previously, Herod hastened to meet him and implored him to come into Judea, assuring him of all the respect and provisions due to a guest and a friend. Agrippa consented, and upon his arrival, Herod spared no effort to entertain him. He guided him through his newly constructed cities, displayed the grand edifices he had erected, and provided the most costly and exquisite delicacies for him and his companions. This hospitality extended to Sebaste, the city formerly known as Samaria, which Herod had rebuilt and fortified, and to Caesarea, the port city he had constructed on the Mediterranean, as well as to fortresses he had established at great expense. Alexandrium, perched on a hill commanding the surrounding region, Herodium, his palatial fortress, and Hyrcania, a stronghold in the wilderness. Herod also conducted Agrippa to the city of Jerusalem, where the people gathered in their festival garments to receive him with acclamations. Agrippa offered a hecatomb, a large sacrifice of animals, to the God of Israel, and feasted the people with lavish foods of every kind, sparing nothing that could express generosity and honor. He lingered many days, enjoying the city and its people, but the approach of winter compelled him to depart for Ionia, for the season made further sea travel perilous. Herod provided gifts of great value to Agrippa and his companions upon their departure. When winter passed, Herod prepared to meet Agrippa again in the spring, knowing that Agrippa planned a military campaign near the Bosphorus, the strait connecting the Black Sea to the Aegean Sea. Herod sailed past Rhodes and Kos, intending to intercept him at Lesbos, but a north wind prevented landing, and he was delayed at Chios. There, he generously treated many visitors and provided gifts. He also observed that the city's portico, a magnificent building destroyed during the Mithridatic War, had fallen into ruin. Herod supplied more than enough funds for its reconstruction and instructed that it be restored without delay so that the city might regain its former adornments. Once the winds had calmed, Herod continued to Mytilene and from there to Byzantium. Hearing that Agrippa had sailed past the Cyanean rocks, he pressed forward with all haste and caught up with him near Sinope, on the southern coast of the Black Sea, in the region of Pontus. His arrival was unexpected, and it brought great joy to those aboard Agrippa's vessel. Warm salutations were exchanged, and Agrippa recognized the extraordinary marks of kindness and loyalty that Herod had shown, traveling such a great distance in proper season to aid him, leaving the governance of his own kingdom behind for this purpose. Herod became Agrippa's indispensable advisor and companion, offering counsel in military and civil matters and sharing in leisure and feasts. His support strengthened Agrippa's campaigns, and their friendship flourished. Once their business in Pontus concluded, they did not return by sea, but traveled overland through Paphlagonia and Cappadocia, across the expansive region of Phrygia to the city of Ephesus. From Ephesus, they sailed to Samos. Everywhere they went, Herod distributed benefits to the cities according to their needs. Those in want of money or aid were supplied directly by him, and he acted as an intermediary for petitioners to Agrippa, ensuring that none of the supplicants' requests were neglected. His influence encouraged Agrippa, who was already generous and favorably inclined, to act in kindness to all, reconciling disputes, discharging tributes owed by the people of Chius to the procurators of Caesar, and extending his assistance wherever circumstances required. At this time, Agrippa, known to history as Agrippa, and Herod, called Herod the Great, were in the region of Ionia, a collection of cities along the western coast of Asia Minor, in what is now modern-day Turkey. Into their presence came a great multitude of Jews, citizens of these cities, who saw in the liberty of the moment an opportunity to present the grievances they had endured. These Jews spoke of injuries inflicted upon them, while they had been prohibited from observing their own sacred laws, of being compelled to bring their legal disputes before judges even on holy days, days dedicated entirely to the service of God, and of being deprived of their savings, which they customarily laid up at Jerusalem, the holy city. They further complained of being forcibly conscripted into military service and other offices which drained both their sacred money and their energy, all in violation of privileges which the Roman rulers had historically allowed them, permitting them to live according to the precepts of their fathers. Upon hearing this outcry, Herod, recognizing the justice in their claims, requested that Agrippa hear their cause and assign Nicholas, a trusted friend, to plead on behalf of the Jewish people. When Agrippa convened a council of the principal Romans and the rulers and kings present as assessors, Nicholas rose and spoke for the Jews, arguing with eloquence and firmness. He reminded those assembled that it is the duty of the powerful to relieve those in distress and to protect them from the injuries they suffer. The Jews came with assurance, he said, not only because they had frequently received the favor of these rulers in the past, but because they now sought merely to ensure that such favors already granted would not be taken from them. Nicholas continued to argue that the Jews had received these favors from those in power. You were being deprived of them by men no greater than themselves, by fellow subjects, and that those who obstructed them insulted both the recipients of the favors and the donors themselves. He asked the assembly to consider that any people, if questioned, would choose to preserve the sacred customs, solemnities, sacrifices, and festivals handed down by their forefathers rather than their own lives. These observances, he explained, were central to Jewish identity, so vital that many had gone to war to defend them, refusing to transgress their laws in even the smallest matters. He reminded the assembly that the happiness and peace the Jewish people enjoyed under Roman rule was itself evidence of the benevolence of the rulers, for it allowed every individual to worship according to their own institutions while living unmolested. To deny the Jews their own customs, he argued, was to deny the same to others, for it is equally impious to dissolve the religious observances of any people as to neglect one's own. Nicholas urged the assembly to consider the immense benefits that the Roman government conferred upon all, transforming their former state of slavery into one of freedom, and that the privileges the Jews sought were not extravagant or envious, but merely the continuation of their religious life without interference. These customs, he stressed, were not inhuman. They promoted piety, justice, and harmonious relations among men. The seventh day, the Sabbath, was devoted to study and reflection, a day to learn the laws and customs of their ancestors in order to avoid sin. These observances were ancient and deeply respected, their authority reinforced by centuries of careful practice. Nicholas concluded by highlighting the injustices imposed by their adversaries. Sacred money owed to God was seized, tributes were imposed unlawfully, and holy days were violated through forced appearances in tribunals. Such acts were not grounded in necessity or justice, but were motivated by personal enmity and disdain for Jewish religion. He implored Agrippa, the most excellent prince, to ensure that the Jews would not be mistreated, abused, or prevented from observing their customs, nor despoiled of their property, nor forced to do what they themselves compelled no one else to do. These privileges, he argued, were just and had previously been granted by the very rulers before whom they now petitioned. It was only right that they should be preserved. Nicholas, speaking with solemn dignity and deliberate care, addressed the assembly, recounting the countless acts of fidelity and service that the Jewish nation had rendered to the Roman rulers. He reminded them that the decrees of the Roman Senate, inscribed upon tables still extant in the Capitol, bore witness to the gratitude that had been extended toward those who had proven themselves loyal. These honors were not lightly given, for they followed the demonstrated loyalty of the Jewish people, who had preserved and maintained what was held in possession, not only for themselves, but for almost all nations under Roman dominion, and in many instances had added advantages far beyond expectation. Nicholas urged that the assembly recognize that the benefits the Jews had received were earned through loyalty and service, and that it was sufficient, in particular, to observe the current king, Herod, now seated as one of Caesar's assessors, for evidence of steadfastness. In every instance of goodwill, in every act of honor or assistance toward the house of Caesar, he had been vigilant from the first, leaving no token of service or loyalty unobserved. Nicholas further called to mind the valor of Herod's father, Antipater, who, during Caesar's expedition into Egypt, had contributed 2,000 armed men, proving equal to any in the fierce battles on land or in the management of the naval forces. These soldiers, so well appointed, were vital to Caesar's campaign, and the gifts bestowed upon Antipater, including letters of commendation to the Senate and the grant of the freedom of the city of Rome, confirmed the merit by which these favors had been obtained. Nicholas emphasized that it was by their own deserts and the steady friendship of Herod's family that the Jewish people now petitioned Caesar, confident that the goodwill already granted would be maintained and confirmed. He recounted also the gracious reception Caesar had accorded to those Jews who had come to Rome, the offerings and sacrifices made to God, the feast provided for the populace, and the acceptance of gifts with honor, all demonstrating the esteem in which Caesar held the Jewish nation, cultivated through the loyalty and diplomacy of the Herodian family. The petition, Nicholas concluded, sought only that the privileges already granted should not be revoked, ensuring the continued protection of their customs and the security of their people. When Nicholas concluded his eloquent speech, no opposition arose from the Greeks present. This was not a legal trial, but an intercession to prevent further injustices against the Jewish people. The Greeks offered no defense, merely claiming that the Jews had previously been unwilling to participate in their worship, yet had shown restraint, causing no grievance despite differing religious practices. Agrippa, observing the justice of their plea and recognizing Herod's long-standing friendship and loyalty to Rome, declared that the Jews should have all they requested, provided it did not harm Roman governance. Upon hearing this, Herod rose to express his gratitude, saluting Agrippa with heartfelt respect. Agrippa returned the gesture, embracing the king, and the assembly was dissolved in good order. Herod then departed from the island of Lesbos, taking leave of Agrippa, and sailed from Samos to his own country with favorable winds. He landed at Caesarea Maritima within a few days and proceeded to Jerusalem, where he gathered a full assembly of his people, including those who had traveled from the countryside. There, he recounted the entire account of his journey, detailing the negotiations and the assurance of protection he had secured for the Jews throughout Asia, ensuring that they would no longer suffer injurious treatment. He described the favorable fortune he had encountered and the diligent care he had taken in administering the government, noting that nothing advantageous to the people had been neglected. In a gesture of generosity and to express his joy, he remitted a fourth part of their taxes for the previous year. The people, hearing his account and witnessing the relief and protection he had secured, departed with profound gladness, offering wishes for the king's continued happiness and prosperity. The affairs of Herod's household were now plunged into a tempest of disorder, driven by deep and bitter hatreds. Salome, the sister of Herod, bore a hatred toward the young men, Alexander and Aristobulus, a hatred that seemed inherited from their mother Miriam, the former queen, whose tragic death still hung heavily over the family. Salome's malice was relentless. Having already triumphed over Miriam, she now sought to ensure that none of her descendants would survive who could one day avenge the death of their mother. The young princes themselves were bold and restless, their spirits inflamed by the memory of their mother's unjust suffering and by their own desire for power. Old grudges resurfaced. Reproaches flew in both directions. Salome and Pheroras, Herod's brother, plotted treacherously, laying hidden snares to harm the young men. The animosity was equal in intensity on both sides, but it expressed itself differently. The young princes, rash and impetuous, openly confronted their adversaries, unafraid to voice their grievances. Salome and Pheroras, by contrast, worked with cunning subtlety, spreading calumnies and insinuations that inflamed tensions and deepened suspicions, fearing that the young men's anger might one day erupt into violence against their father. The city of Jerusalem became a stage for this bitter conflict, as rumors of the family's quarrel spread, attracting both pity and alarm. The young men mourned their mother, lamenting her pitiable fate and their own misfortunes, forced to live among those who had been complicit in her death. These disturbances worsened during Herod's absences abroad, but upon his return, the malice of Salome and Pheroras reached new heights. They portrayed the young men as openly threatening their father, seeking vengeance for Miriam's death, and even suggested that they might enlist Archelaus, the king of Cappadocia, to bring accusations against him before Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus, the Roman emperor. The news struck Herod with terror and confusion. He remembered the calamities he had already endured, the troubles that had robbed him of comfort from those he loved most, and feared that even greater misfortunes awaited him. Despite his outward success and the divine favor that had blessed him with vast power and territory, the turbulence within his household made him question whether such worldly glory could ever compensate for the suffering at home. In a calculated effort to temper the pride and boldness of Alexander and Aristobulus, Herod introduced another son into the royal court, Antipater, born to him before he had risen to kingship. At first, Herod did not indulge this son excessively, but used his elevation strategically as a warning to the young princes of Miriam. He hoped that by showing that succession was not guaranteed to them alone, he could humble their spirits. Yet the plan backfired. The young men perceived this favor as a grave injustice. Antipater, intelligent and ambitious, seized the opportunity to solidify his position with his father and to undermine his brothers. He nurtured a single-minded determination to dominate his siblings, while cleverly avoiding suspicion himself. Using intermediaries who appeared loyal to Herod, he spread reports and accusations against Alexander and Aristobulus. Even the young prince's grief over their mother and their open expressions of indignation were twisted to serve Antipater's purpose, inflaming Herod's anger and increasing the family tumult. The king, already incensed by the stories of alleged wrongs committed by the sons of Miriam, found himself swayed further by Antipater's manipulations, ultimately elevating his own mother to court as part of this dangerous and complex web of influence. The household of Herod, once celebrated for power and loyalty, had now become a crucible of rivalry, jealousy, and intrigue, where filial affection clashed violently with ambition, and where each action carried the potential for catastrophe, setting the stage for confrontations that would echo through the royal family and the city of Jerusalem itself. Herod, ever vigilant and strategic in his pursuit of power, wrote frequently to Caesar, Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus, on behalf of his ally Marcus Agrippa, urging the emperor to keep a careful watch over him and to favor him above all others. When Agrippa, after completing a decade of governance over the provinces of Asia, prepared to return to Rome, Herod sailed from Judea to meet him. He brought with him only Antipater, his eldest son, whom he entrusted to Agrippa's care, along with numerous valuable gifts, so that Antipater might gain the favor of Caesar. Already, it appeared that Antipater had secured the full measure of his father's approval, while the younger sons seemed increasingly marginalized from any hope of succession. During Antipater's absence, his standing in Rome grew to even greater prominence. Herod had sent letters of recommendation on his behalf to influential friends throughout the Roman capital, ensuring that Antipater's reputation flourished. Yet Antipater's heart harbored unease, for he was not at home to continually speak ill of his brothers and sisters, and he feared that his father might reconsider his judgment and renew favor toward the sons of Miriam, Herod's second wife, who came from the Hasmonean dynasty. In his anxiety and ambition, Antipater did not waver. From Rome, he continually sent accounts designed to inflame Herod's anger against his younger brothers, claiming that they harbored hatred for him, sought his life, and aimed to seize the kingdom through the most treacherous and barbarous means. Herod, already predisposed to suspicion, was inflamed by these reports. His indignation toward his sons deepened, yet he restrained himself from acting too hastily or committing an act that might appear impious. He determined it would be more prudent to confront the matter in Rome, presenting his sons before Caesar in a formal proceeding, rather than exercising judgment in private. Herod hastened to Rome and arrived at the city of Aquileia, an important Roman municipality along the northeastern coast of the Italian peninsula. There, he requested an audience to present his cause, which he described as a grave and pressing matter. He brought Alexander and Aristobulus, his younger sons, before the emperor, accusing them of actions both wild and impious, asserting that they were enemies to their own father and that they endeavored by all possible means to bring about his death so that they might inherit the kingdom. Herod explained to Caesar that the authority to appoint a ruler of Judea lay with the emperor, who could reward the most pious and deserving candidate, while his sons, in their envy and malice, sought the kingdom prematurely and violently. He portrayed the situation as one of urgent injustice. He, their father and king, had long endured these misfortunes without complaint, yet his son's hatred forced him to bring the matter to Caesar, polluting the ears of the emperor with accusations against those whom he had raised, provided for, and married into illustrious families. Aristobulus had been united with Bernice, the daughter of Salome, Herod's sister, and Alexander had been married to Glaphyra, daughter of Archelaus, the king of Cappadocia. Herod emphasized that, despite having full authority to punish them for their crimes, he had refrained from exercising severity, choosing instead to bring them before Caesar, their common benefactor, and to allow them to stand in judgment upon equal footing with their father. Yet Herod reminded Caesar that such leniency should not be interpreted as weakness, for the misdeeds of his sons were grievous, and it was not in their interest to continue living after committing such villainous acts. Their crimes, he insisted, warranted the greatest punishments ever known among mankind, and by presenting them to the emperor, Herod sought justice through the proper channels, rather than taking the law solely into his own hands. The tension in the court was palpable, as Herod, with all the force of a father wronged and a king betrayed, laid bare the ambitious malice of his sons and appealed for Caesar's decisive judgment. Herod the Great, the king of Judea, presented grave accusations against his sons before Caesar, the Roman emperor, in a manner filled with great vehemence and intensity. The young men, both during the course of his speech and especially as it concluded, were overwhelmed with sorrow and confusion. They knew in their own conscience that they were innocent, yet the authority of their father, coupled with the weight of the accusations, left them uncertain how to respond. Though they were free to speak, the proper decorum and the shock of the situation constrained them. Tears fell, and deep groans escaped as they struggled between the fear of appearing guilty and the desire to assert their innocence. Caesar, observing them closely, recognized that their hesitation arose not from guilt, but from inexperience, modesty, and the disorder of their emotions. Those present, witnessing their distress, were moved to compassion and even stirred the affections of Herod, who found it difficult to conceal his own emotional response. Seeing a disposition of kindness and patience arise both in Herod and in Caesar, and observing that those assembled either wept or expressed sympathy, one of the sons, Alexander, stepped forward. He addressed his father with a careful and measured appeal, saying, "O Father, the benevolence you have shown to us is evident even in this judicial procedure. For had you harbored any harmful intentions against us, you would not have brought us here before Caesar, the supreme ruler and judge of all. It is within your power, as both king and father, to punish the guilty. Yet by bringing us to Rome and presenting us under the scrutiny of the emperor, you demonstrate that you intend to save us. No one who plans murder brings his children to altars and sacred temples. Yet even so, our circumstances remain grievous, for we cannot endure to live under the suspicion that we have wronged such a father. Perhaps it would be worse to live with this suspicion than to die without guilt. If our open defense is believed, we shall pacify you and escape danger. But if the calumny prevails, it is enough that we have seen the sun this day. It is easy to accuse young men of desiring to reign, and to suggest that our misfortune stems from the case of our unhappy mother. But such accusations may apply to all sons in general. A father who reigns may suspect all of his children if his consort is dead, yet suspicion alone is not proof of impiety or treachery. Can any man prove poison prepared by us, conspiracy with equals, corruption of servants, or letters against you? These things are never proven, and often arise from false calumnies. We have not spoken with disrespect toward you, but only expressed ourselves freely where honesty required. Have we lamented our mother? Yes, but not for her death, only because of slander against her. Are we desirous of your dominion? No, for we already hold royal honors, or if not, we are under no delusion that patricide would grant us power. Even if we acted wrongly, neither earth nor sea, nor the piety of your subjects, would permit us to assume the kingdom or enter the most holy temple built by you. Even if we overlooked other dangers, can any murderer escape while Caesar lives? We are your sons, not impious, not thoughtless, only unfortunate. Our mother's death is a warning to caution, not an instruction to wickedness. We are ready to offer a fuller apology, but actions never committed cannot be defended. We make this plea before you, O Father, and before Caesar, Lord of all, as a mediator between us. If you can rid your mind of suspicion, let us live. Even then, we shall live uneasily, for false accusations of great wickedness are a terrible burden, yet our lives are nothing if they bring harm to the Father who gave them to us. Alexander's words, spoken with prudence and clarity, moved Caesar profoundly. The emperor, who had not believed such a gross calumny, now looked intently upon Herod and perceived a measure of confusion in the king. Those present were anxious for the fate of the young man, and public sentiment, hearing of the accusation and seeing the youth and physical grace of the sons, sided with compassion. The skillful defense of Alexander shifted hope into the hearts of the young man. Herod, faced with the lack of evidence, realized he had insufficient grounds to sustain the accusation. Caesar, after a pause, declared that although the young men were entirely innocent of the charges, if there had been any blame, it arose only from their youth and inexperience, which had left them unable to avert suspicion. He exhorted Herod to dismiss all mistrust, to reconcile with his sons, and to allow mutual goodwill to heal the breaches that had formed. After giving this admonition, Caesar beckoned to the young men. As they prepared to fall at their father's feet in supplication, he took them into his arms, embracing each one separately, while tears fell freely. Every observer, whether free citizen or slave, was deeply affected by the scene, witnessing the reconciliation of father and sons before the judgment of the most powerful ruler in the known world. Herod, having successfully negotiated with Caesar and secured the goodwill of Rome, returned to Judea in triumph. Yet his journey was not without trials. During his absence, a portion of his dominion around the Trachanite region had revolted. The commanders he had left in charge, however, had swiftly quelled the unrest and compelled the rebels to submission. As Herod sailed with his sons Alexander and Aristobulus, they passed by the coast of Cilicia, near the island then known as Eleusa, now called Sebaste. There they met Archelaus, the king of Cappadocia, who received them with warmth and cordiality, rejoicing at the reconciliation of Herod with his sons and the dismissal of accusations against Alexander, who had married Archelaus' daughter. The two kings exchanged gifts befitting their status, solidifying alliances and showing mutual respect. Upon reaching Judea and entering Jerusalem, Herod summoned an assembly of the people to report the events of his journey. He spoke of Caesar's generosity and the advantages he had secured, explaining as much as prudence allowed about the details for the public's knowledge. Herod turned his discourse to the admonition of his sons, urging the courtiers and the multitude to unity and concord. He declared that his sons, Antipater, the eldest, followed by Alexander and Aristobulus, the sons of Miriam, would eventually reign, but at present all should regard him alone as king and lord, for he was in the prime of life, experienced in governance, and skilled in the arts of administration. He reminded the rulers and the soldiers that by acknowledging his authority, they would ensure peace and mutual prosperity. Most of the audience received this speech with approval, yet some, influenced by the ambitions and expectations he had placed before his sons, were stirred with thoughts of innovation and potential contention. With the conclusion of these affairs, Herod turned his attention to his grand urban and architectural projects. Caesarea Sebaste, the city he had constructed on the coast, was now complete. The 10th year of the construction coincided with the 28th year of Herod's reign and the 192nd Olympiad, marking a moment of great significance. To celebrate, he organized a festival of unparalleled splendor, dedicating the city with music contests, athletic games performed in the classical Greco-Roman manner, single combats, and displays involving wild beasts. Horse races were arranged, with chariots drawn by pairs, triples, or quadruples of horses, all intended to rival the most extravagant spectacles of Rome itself. These games were consecrated in honor of Caesar and were to be held every 5th year. Herod spared no expense in supplying ornaments, furniture, and luxuries, drawing contributions even from Julia, Caesar's wife, whose gifts of precious furniture enhanced the city's grandeur. The total value of these contributions and preparations was estimated at 500 talents, a sum vast enough to demonstrate the king's ambition and generosity. Guests from distant lands, ambassadors representing nations who had benefited from Herod's favor, and the citizens themselves were entertained with public feasts, lodgings, and continuous celebrations. During the day, the spectacles of combat and skill enthralled the spectators, while the nights were filled with social gatherings and lavish entertainment, illustrating the king's intent to surpass all previous examples of magnificence. Caesar and Agrippa themselves reportedly remarked that the dominions of Herod were too small for the greatness of his soul, suggesting he was worthy of ruling not only Judea, but all of Syria and Egypt as well. Following the dedication of Caesarea Sebaste, Herod embarked on additional projects. He founded a city in the fertile plains called Capharsaeba, choosing a location blessed with abundant water, fertile soil, and a river that encircled the settlement. Around it, he planted a grove of large and thriving trees, establishing both beauty and productivity. This city he named Antipatris, in honor of his father, Antipater. In a separate location above Jericho, he built a secure and pleasant residence, naming it Cypros after his mother, celebrating her memory. To honor his late brother Facilis, Herod erected a tower in the city, modeled in size and grandeur on the famed Tower of Pharos in Alexandria. This tower served both as a defensive structure and a memorial, its name preserving the memory of Facilis. In addition, he established another city in the northern valley near Jericho, also bearing the name Facilis, cultivating the surrounding lands and bringing prosperity to the region through improved habitation and agricultural development. Through these actions, Herod not only secured his dynasty and honored his family, but also transformed the physical and political landscape of Judea, leaving behind monuments of grandeur and legacy that would endure through generations. Herod's beneficence extended far beyond the borders of Judea, reaching into the grand cities of Syria and Greece, and touching every place he visited during his journeys. He lavished wealth upon these cities with unmatched generosity, providing for public necessities, funding the construction of public buildings, and supplying money to support projects that had stalled for lack of revenue. Among these acts of grandeur, the most illustrious was the erection of the Temple of Apollo at Rhodes, built entirely at his own expense, accompanied by a vast contribution of silver talents to restore the naval fleet of the city. He undertook the construction of major public edifices for the citizens of Nicopolis, a city founded by the Roman general Octavian Augustus in commemoration of his victory at the Battle of Actium in 31 BCE. In Antioch, the principal city of Syria, he built colonnades along the wide central street, lining it with covered walkways and paving the road with polished stone, bringing immense benefit to the inhabitants. He restored the prestige of the Olympic Games, which had declined due to inadequate funding, securing revenues for their maintenance, and elevating the ceremonial sacrifices and public ornaments. So extensive was his generosity that he was inscribed in local records as a perpetual patron of these games. Yet Herod's nature was complex and sometimes contradictory. Observers marveled at the contrast between his magnificence and his cruelty. He was at once magnanimous towards cities and strangers, and harsh and unrelenting toward his own subjects and even his closest relatives. Some interpreted this as a divided character, but a closer examination revealed a single driving motive: ambition for honor. Wherever he saw a chance to secure lasting fame, he displayed generosity, even beyond his means. To fund these projects, he demanded harsh taxes and exacted strict obedience from his people. Those who failed to flatter him or showed independence were treated as enemies, punished without mercy. His desire for recognition extended to the Roman Emperor Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus and to Agrippa, his chief companion and supporter, for whom he lavished honors equivalent to those he wished for himself. Yet the Jewish nation, devoted to righteousness and law over personal glory, could not satisfy this craving, for it was impossible for them to create statues, temples, or perform public displays of homage. This divergence explains why Herod was both a benefactor to foreigners and a tyrant to his own people. At the same time, the Jewish communities in Asia Minor and in Libya, near Cyrene, suffered under the Greeks, who deprived them of sacred money and violated their customs, ignoring the equal privileges granted by previous kings. In their distress, they sent ambassadors to Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus, the Roman emperor, seeking redress. Caesar responded with characteristic clemency and justice, affirming their rights and restoring their privileges. In a decree sent to the provincial governors, he ordered that the Jews be allowed to observe their ancestral laws, maintain their sacred money without interference, and be exempt from appearing before judges on the Sabbath or on the day of preparation for it after the ninth hour. He further decreed that anyone caught stealing sacred books or money would be treated as sacrilegious, and that their goods would be deposited in the Roman public treasury. To commemorate this protection, Caesar commanded that the decree, along with the testimonial of gratitude from the Jewish community, be publicly inscribed upon a pillar in the temple dedicated to him at Ancyra, the principal city of Galatia in Asia Minor, ensuring that the privileges of the Jewish people were both recognized and enforced by Roman authority. Caesar, Gaius Julius Caesar Augustus, issued a formal decree to Norbanus Flaccus, the Roman proconsul, commanding that all Jews, however numerous, who had been accustomed according to their ancient traditions to send their sacred contributions to Jerusalem, should continue to do so freely, without obstruction. These sacred monies were offerings brought to the temple in Jerusalem, devoted to religious observances that had been maintained for generations. Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, acting in the interest of the Jewish people, wrote to the magistrates, senate, and citizens of Ephesus, a prominent Greek city in Asia Minor, to affirm their rights. He declared that the care and custody of these sacred monies should remain with the Jews of Asia, who would handle them according to their ancestral customs. He further warned that any who stole such sacred money and fled to a sanctuary should be delivered back to the Jews under the same laws that punish sacrilege. Agrippa also instructed Silvanus, the Roman praetor, to ensure that no Jew was compelled to appear before a judge on the Sabbath day, respecting their religious observances. In a similar letter to the magistrates, senate, and citizens of Cyrene, a major city in North Africa, Agrippa emphasized that the Jews of Cyrene had interceded to restore their sacred money, previously obstructed by informers or officials claiming illegitimate taxes. He commanded that any sacred monies taken from the rightful receivers be returned in full, restoring their religious rights without diminution or disturbance. Caius Norbanus Flaccus, the proconsul of Asia, echoed Caesar's command, informing the magistrates of Sardis, a key city in Lydia, that Jews were to be permitted to assemble according to the customs of their forefathers and to send their sacred contributions to Jerusalem without hindrance. Similarly, Julius Antonius, another Roman proconsul, wrote to the magistrates, senate, and citizens of Ephesus, confirming that during his administration, the Jews had demonstrated their devotion and their right to transport their first fruits offerings to Jerusalem without disturbance, in accordance with the approvals previously granted by Caesar and Agrippa. These decrees, recorded carefully, served to demonstrate to Greek cities the esteem in which the Jews were held under Roman governance, and to show that their religious practices had never been prohibited by governors, but rather protected. By highlighting these protections, the Jewish authorities sought to reconcile others to them, counteracting any hatred or suspicion, and to assert that customs, though varying by city, were to be respected in the interest of justice and the common good of all peoples, both Greeks and non-Greeks. Amid these political and religious safeguards, Herod the Great, turned his attention to another, more personal ambition. Having heard that Hyrcanus, the former king and high priest of Judea, had previously opened the sepulchre of King David and removed 3,000 talents of silver, Herod resolved to make his own venture into this sacred tomb. Under cover of night, he entered with only his most trusted friends, seeking treasures that might be hidden within. Though he discovered no silver, he seized the gold furnishings and other precious items left there. Herod's ambition, however, carried great danger. He desired to search even closer to the bodies of King David and King Solomon. Yet as he attempted this, 2 of his guards were killed by a sudden flame that erupted within the tomb, a terrifying and unexpected obstacle. Shaken by this fright, Herod withdrew and erected a monument of white stone at the tomb's entrance, both to commemorate the fear he had endured and to propitiate any divine disfavor, undertaking the construction at great expense. Nicholas, the historiographer of Herod the Great, makes mention of the great monument that the king built, yet he omits any reference to Herod descending into the sepulchre, understanding that such an action would be regarded as dishonorable. In his writings, Nicholas carefully framed events in a manner designed to please the king, treating only those actions which enhanced Herod's glory, while openly excusing many of his notorious crimes and diligently concealing them. He went so far as to embellish the death of Miriam, Herod's beloved wife, and the execution of her sons, presenting these barbarous actions as though they were acts of reason or necessity. Nicholas falsely accused Miriam of incontinence and painted the sons as conspirators, weaving these misrepresentations to glorify Herod while apologizing for his injustices. Nicholas wrote not for history's sake, but as a work subservient to the king himself. By contrast, those descended from the Asamonean kings, a line of high priestly and royal heritage in Judea, viewed it as improper to falsify the record. They recounted events with uprightness and honesty, preserving the truth even when it displeased Herod's descendants, prioritizing truth over the favor of reigning heirs. The troubles of Herod's family deepened, seemingly magnified by his audacious attempt upon the sepulchre of David, the revered king of Israel, whose tomb was believed to be sacred. Whether divine vengeance intensified his calamities or fortune merely conspired against him, it was clear to contemporaries that these misfortunes appeared as punishment for impiety. Within the palace, the tumult resembled a civil war, as hatred between family members escalated into contests of calumny, each seeking to outdo the other in accusations and intrigue. Antipater, Herod's eldest son by Miriam, employed stratagems with cunning precision against his brothers. Abroad, he leveled accusations against them, while appearing to act with generosity and forgiveness, thus convincing his father that all he did was for their protection. Ptolemy, a high-ranking official responsible for overseeing the kingdom's affairs, was recommended to Antipater by Herod, and the king even consulted his mother on public matters, granting them both extensive influence. They wielded this power to anger the king against others when it served their interests, while the sons of Miriam, though of the most noble birth, were continually humiliated and relegated to dishonorable positions, unable to endure the shame. Among the women of the royal household, Glaphyra, the wife of Alexander, held animosity towards Salome, Herod's sister, both because of her affection for her husband and because Glaphyra felt Salome's daughter, the wife of Aristobulus, behaved with undue pride. This sense of equality was intolerable to Glaphyra, fueling further tension. Herod's brother, Pheroras, added another layer of conflict. Overcome by passion for a woman of low status, he neglected his betrothal to the king's daughter, and in so doing, dishonored Herod. The king had advanced Pheroras to a position almost equal to himself in authority, yet Pheroras returned in gratitude for these favors. Herod, distressed by this disloyalty, eventually promised Pheroras's first intended bride to Phasaelus's son and later urged Pheroras to marry his second daughter, Cypros, once he believed the heat of passion had cooled. Ptolemy advised Pheroras to forsake his mistress to regain the king's favor. Yet despite swearing to obey and agreeing on the marriage within 30 days, Pheroras persisted in his attachment to his former wife. Herod, repeatedly provoked by these personal affronts, became increasingly angered, and many opportunists exploited his ire to spread calumny against Pheroras. No hour of peace remained in the royal household. Salome's harsh and vindictive temper toward Miriam's sons further compounded the unrest. She manipulated her own daughter, the wife of Aristobulus, to distrust and dislike her husband, reporting any perceived slight back to Herod. The sons of Miriam, when they wore garments of their deceased mother, faced threats from women who vowed they would be clothed in sackcloth and denied sunlight, a symbolic punishment meant to diminish their dignity. Salome relayed these provocations to Herod, causing him both grief and anxiety. Though he occasionally rebuked his sons and received their defenses, any respite was brief, as the cycle of suspicion and misfortune perpetually renewed itself, leaving Herod beleaguered by conflict within his own household. Pheroras, the brother of King Herod, approached Alexander, who was married to Glaphyra, the daughter of Archelaus, king of Cappadocia, and conveyed to him a troubling report. He claimed that he had heard from Salome, Herod's sister, that the king himself had become enamored of Glaphyra and that his passion for her was insurmountable. Upon hearing this, Alexander, young and fiery, was consumed with jealousy. Every act of kindness that Herod displayed toward Glaphyra, frequent though it was, Alexander interpreted as confirmation of the suspicion planted by Pheroras. Unable to conceal his distress, he revealed to Herod the words Pheroras had spoken. Herod was thrown into a greater turmoil than ever before. The accusation struck at his honor, a false calumny that threatened shame, and he lamented the betrayal of his household, reflecting on how generously he had treated them and how poorly he had been repaid. He summoned Pheroras and confronted him with harsh words. "Thou vilest of men, hast thou reached such an unmeasurable degree of ingratitude as to speak of such things to my son? Is it thy aim merely to reproach me? Or dost thou intend to incite him to plot my death by poison? Consider, who could bear such a suspicion of his father without seeking vengeance? Dost thou imagine that a single word planted in his mind is harmless, when it might arm him with a sword against me? And what is thy design, hating both my son and his brother, to pretend kindness, only to raise false reproach? Begone, thou art a plague upon thy benefactor and thy brother, and may thy evil conscience accompany thee, while I, overcoming my relations by kindness, grant them greater benefits than they deserve." Caught in his deception, Pheroras attempted to shift blame, declaring that Salome was the originator of the accusation. Salome, who happened to be present, vehemently denied the charge, asserting that no such words had come from her and that attempts were being made to turn the king against her because of her constant vigilance over his safety. She lamented that she had always sought to protect him and foresaw dangers that now seemed more numerous than ever. Her gestures, the tearing of her hair and striking of her breast, lent credence to her denial, yet her habitual cunning suggested dissimulation. Pheroras, unable to defend himself plausibly, admitted what he had said but blamed Salome, which only increased confusion and contention among the household. In the end, Herod, weary of the quarrels and resentful of both his brother and sister, sent them away, commending the moderation of his son Alexander for his patience and discernment during this dispute. Salome's reputation, however, suffered greatly, for she was widely believed to have instigated the calumny. The king's wives, knowing her capricious nature, sometimes a friend, sometimes an enemy, took every opportunity to speak against her. Meanwhile, in Arabia, the throne was occupied by Obodas, a king of inactive and slothful temperament. The administration of his affairs was largely managed by Silius, a young, handsome, and astute man. Silius visited Herod and, upon seeing Salome, became enamored with her. Learning she was a widow, he approached her with proposals of marriage. Salome, at this time less favored by her brother, responded with enthusiasm, and their mutual intentions soon became evident to the household, spreading quickly through the women who observed and reported the affair. Herod, curious, inquired of Pheroras, who confirmed that the signals between Salome and Silius were unmistakable. Suspicions cast upon Silius caused him to depart temporarily, yet he returned within a few months, seeking formal permission from Herod to wed Salome. He insisted that the marriage be contingent upon her conversion to the Jewish faith. Otherwise, he could not risk it, fearing that the Arabs would stone him for violating their customs. Pheroras, resentful, reproached Salome for her inconstancy, and the other women of the court joined in censure, asserting that Silius had corrupted her. As for the young woman whom Herod had initially betrothed to Pheroras, the match was reconsidered. Salome interceded, requesting that she be given in marriage to the son of Costobarus, a young man of promise and allied status. Herod agreed, though he was initially dissuaded by Pheroras, who argued that the son would not treat her kindly and that it was juster for the daughter to marry his own son, who would succeed in the tetrarchy, a fourth division of the kingdom. Ultimately, Pheroras relented, and the marriage was arranged with a dowry of 100 talents, a substantial sum reflecting both the prestige of the family and the importance of securing alliances through marriage. The troubles in the household of Herod, king of Judea, deepened without pause, and no day passed without fresh anxiety. A new and alarming incident arose, seemingly from trivial beginnings, yet it threatened to engulf the king in grave difficulties. Herod had several eunuchs in his service, young men of remarkable beauty, whom he cherished greatly. Each of them held a special office in his household. One brought him his wine, another his supper, a third oversaw the arrangements for his bed, and yet another managed significant matters of the government itself. It came to the king's attention, through whispers and intrigue, that these eunuchs had allegedly been corrupted by his own son, Alexander, with large sums of money. Alexander, the son of Herod and Mariam, was a young man of bold disposition, and he had long suffered under the weight of his mother's unjust death and the slanders of others at court. When the eunuchs were questioned, they admitted to certain criminal interactions with Alexander, but initially denied any greater plot against the king. Yet under the extremity of torture, pressed and stretched upon the rack at the instigation of Antipater, the eldest son of Herod by a different mother, they confessed more. Alexander harbored deep and innate hatred toward his father. They revealed that he had spoken of Herod's age, claiming that the king tried to conceal his advanced years by dyeing his hair black, and of the kingdom itself, asserting that it would soon belong to Alexander alone. They said he believed that by aligning with many rulers and influential friends who supported him, he would secure the first place in the kingdom upon his father's passing, and that these allies were prepared to act, to endure danger, and to enforce this ambition. When Herod heard these confessions, a storm of anger and fear seized him. Some words seemed to reproach him personally, while others filled him with the dread of imminent danger. Suspicion grew like a wildfire in his mind, and he imagined that plots more perilous than any before were being laid against him. No longer content to confront accusations openly, he dispatched spies to watch those he suspected, and soon his mind became a prison of distrust. Even the innocent were regarded with fear, and he assumed that those closest to him had the most power to harm him. Those who rarely visited the court were enough to raise suspicion by their mere absence, and Herod felt safer only when such men were eliminated. The household itself descended into chaos. The domestics, fearing for their own lives, began accusing one another preemptively, hoping to save themselves by exposing imagined plots. Enmities long held were acted out through these accusations. Yet when a domestic overthrew another by false charges, he was soon despised, and in many cases punished, for the injustice he had committed. Each accusation became a trap, each confession a snare, and soon even the schemers themselves fell victim to their own devices. Herod, reflecting on the carnage he had caused, felt regret, for he had slain men without certain proof of guilt. Yet this repentance was not for mercy or reform. It was instead a method to punish those who had accused others, to ensure the web of suspicion tightened still further. Seized by these reports, Herod bound Alexander, though his mind remained unsettled, uncertain if these accusations were true. In his quest for confirmation, he tortured the closest friends of Alexander, executing some, yet gleaning no proof of treachery. Amid this turmoil, a young man under extreme agony confessed that Alexander had written to his allies in Rome, asking to be summoned, claiming that a plot against Herod existed. He added that Mithridates II of Parthia had joined an alliance with Alexander against the Romans, and that a poisonous potion awaited Herod at Ascalori. Herod, desperate for justification, believed these accusations, finding bitter consolation in what seemed to confirm his fears, though the potion was never discovered. Alexander, ever shrewd, refrained from outright denial, feigning guilt to expose the rashness of his father. He even sent letters claiming that Pheroras, and Herod's most faithful friends, including Ptolemy and Sapinius, were complicit in a plot against their father. Salome was said to have visited Alexander by night, adding to the tangled accusations. The palace became a theater of fear. Friends became foes, innocence was no protection, and judgment was arbitrarily applied. Some mourned the imprisoned, others the executed, while many feared their impending doom. The kingdom, once orderly and prosperous, was now deformed and fraught with suspicion. Herod's own life became a waking nightmare. He imagined his son striking him down at any moment or standing beside him with a drawn sword. His mind, consumed by these anxieties, revolved endlessly on betrayal, leaving him in a state of relentless mental torment. This was the bleak and precarious condition in which Herod now found himself. When Archelaus, king of Cappadocia, learned of the turbulent state of Herod the Great and of the peril surrounding his daughter and her husband, he was deeply troubled. Archelaus, whose kingdom lay in the region of central Anatolia in modern-day Turkey, was a relative ally and friend, and he came to Jerusalem with the express purpose of restoring peace within the royal household. Upon seeing Herod in a temper of intense anger, Archelaus recognized that reproving him or claiming he had acted rashly would only provoke further conflict. He therefore adopted a different strategy. He expressed anger at the young man, Alexander, the husband of Herod's daughter, while simultaneously affirming that Herod himself had been exceptionally mild and had not acted rashly. Archelaus further stated that he could not, in justice, absolve his own daughter if she were aware of any wrongdoing and had failed to inform Herod. This unexpected alignment of Archelaus with Herod softened the king's anger. Seeing Archelaus taking his side and behaving with a sense of justice, Herod's harshness abated. The king's emotions oscillated between sorrow and anger. When friends refuted the calumnies against Alexander, Herod became enraged, but when Archelaus supported the accusations, he melted into tears of paternal affection. Ultimately, he relented, forbidding the dissolution of his daughter's marriage and tempering his anger. Herod then transferred blame onto his friends, claiming that they had corrupted the young and inexperienced Alexander. Suspicion shifted to his brother, Pheroras, and Herod's displeasure with him grew, leaving Pheroras with no one to reconcile him to the king. In despair, Pheroras approached Archelaus in mourning, presenting himself as a man undone. Archelaus guided him to admit his own role in the disputes to Herod, thus allowing the king's anger to be tempered. Through Archelaus' mediation, the calumnies against Alexander were entirely removed, and Herod, in gratitude, presented Archelaus with rich gifts, establishing him as one of his dearest friends. Archelaus later accompanied Herod to Rome, as letters had been written to Caesar concerning these affairs, and, on the journey, they reconciled Archelaus with Titus, the Roman governor of Syria, who had previously been at variance with him, before returning together to Judea. After Herod returned from Rome, a new conflict arose between him and the Arabians of Trachonitis, a region east of the Jordan River. The inhabitants, who had previously been under the dominion of Zenodorus, were accustomed to robbing their neighbors. After Caesar, the ruler of the Roman Empire, had transferred the territory to Herod, the Trachonites were compelled to plow the land and live quietly, which they resented. At first, Herod forbade them to pillage, establishing his reputation as a just and careful ruler. However, during his journey to Rome to accuse his son Alexander and to place Antipater under Caesar's protection, the Trachonites spread false reports that Herod was dead. Taking advantage of his absence, they returned to robbery and disorder. Herod's commanders subdued them temporarily, but around 40 of the principal offenders fled to Arabia, where Silius, a local Arabian leader who had failed in a marriage alliance with Herod's sister Salome, provided them refuge. From this secure position, they extended their depredations into Judea and all of Celesyria, raiding and carrying off spoils while Silius offered them protection. Upon Herod's return from Rome, he found his kingdom severely harmed. Unable to reach the robbers within their safe Arabian retreats, He executed their relations across Trachonitis, which only intensified the Arabians' fury. Revenge for slain kin being a sacred law among the Arabians, they persisted in plundering and wreaking havoc throughout Herod's territories. The number of robbers grew to about 1,000, and their raids escalated to the level of full-scale warfare, devastating villages, seizing property, and killing those they captured. Herod demanded restitution of his money, 60 talents lent to Obodas through Silius. Yet Silius, having sidelined Obodas, denied the existence of the robbers in Arabia and delayed repayment. This matter was brought before Saturninus and Volumnius, the Roman governors of Syria, and after deliberation, they decreed that Herod would be repaid within 30 days and that each ruler would return the other subjects. The outcome confirmed that the robbers were indeed sheltered by the Arabians, leaving Herod's kingdom exposed to their continued plundering. When a day arrived for the payment of the money owed by Silius, and that day passed without any part of the agreement being fulfilled, Herod, king of the Jews, demanded not only the payment of the money, but also the surrender of the robbers who had taken refuge in Arabia. With the permission of Saturninus and Volumnius, Roman officials of high rank, he undertook the enforcement of this judgment himself against those who resisted. He mobilized an army and entered Arabia, marching 7 mansions or military encampments in 3 days. Upon reaching the garrison where the robbers had entrenched themselves, in a place called Repta, Herod launched an assault, capturing all who were present and demolishing the stronghold, sparing no harm to the surrounding innocents. However, the Arabians, led by their captain Naseb, came to the aid of the robbers, and a battle ensued. In the conflict, a few of Herod's soldiers fell, along with Naseb and approximately 20 of his men, while the remainder fled in disarray. Once the battle concluded, Herod punished the culprits and then stationed 3,000 Idumeans, people from the southern region of Judea, in the territory of Trachonitis, thereby securing the area and restraining further robberies. He sent detailed accounts of his actions to the Roman commanders stationed in Phoenicia, demonstrating that he had acted strictly within his rights to punish the refractory Arabians, a fact that was confirmed upon careful inquiry. Messengers were quickly dispatched to Silius in Rome, reporting Herod's actions, though their accounts were embellished to make the events appear more dire. Silius, who had already ingratiated himself with Caesar, the ruler of the Roman Empire, and was present at the imperial palace, received these reports with alarm. He changed his attire to black, a symbol of mourning or distress, and presented his version of events to Caesar. He claimed, with tears in his eyes, that Arabia was ravaged by war, that the kingdom was thrown into chaos by Herod's army, that 2,500 of the principal Arabians had been slain, and that their captain Nisibis, his own kinsman and familiar friend, was dead. He further asserted that the wealth at Repta had been seized, and that King Obodas of Arabia, being infirm and unfit for war, had not been present to prevent the destruction. Silius added with insinuation that he himself would not have left Arabia had he not trusted that Caesar would intervene to ensure peace and prevent Herod from gaining advantage. Caesar, angered by Silius's report, demanded only a single question from Herod's and his own allies from Syria. Had Herod led an army into Arabia? When they confirmed that he had, Caesar, without waiting to hear the justifications or details, wrote a severe letter to Herod. The essence of this missive was that whereas Caesar had previously treated Herod as a friend, he would now regard him strictly as a subject. Emboldened by this, Silius also communicated to the Arabians that the king of the Jews had fallen from favor, and they seized upon the opportunity. They neither surrendered the robbers who had fled to them, nor paid the money they owed, keeping possession of the pastures they had leased without paying rent. Likewise, the inhabitants of Trachonitis rebelled against the Idumean garrison, taking vengeance for previous wrongs and emulating the Arabians in acts of plunder. Herod found himself forced to endure these affronts, his confidence shaken by the loss of Caesar's favor. Caesar would not even entertain an embassy from him to offer apology. Meanwhile, Silius, now believed by Caesar and present at Rome, continued to prosper, further vexing Herod. During this turmoil, King Obodas died, and the governance of Arabia passed to Aeneas, who later became known as Aretas. Silius, through calumny and bribery, sought to remove Aeneas from power so that he might assume control himself, offering both money to the Roman courtiers and promises to Caesar. Though Caesar was displeased that Aretas had assumed the kingdom without prior consultation, Aretas sent an epistle and presents, including a golden crown of great weight, to the emperor, accusing Silius of poisoning Obodas, governing the kingdom arbitrarily during Obodas's life, corrupting Arabian wives, and borrowing money to secure dominion. Despite these allegations, Caesar paid them no heed, returning the ambassadors without accepting any gifts. Meanwhile, the affairs of Judea and Arabia deteriorated further. Anarchy reigned because neither of the two kings held full authority. Aretas had not yet been confirmed, leaving him unable to restrain disorder, and Herod, chastised by Caesar for seeking justice on his own, was powerless to check the lawlessness around him. Seeing no immediate end to these calamities, Herod resolved to send another embassy to Rome, hoping his allies could mitigate Caesar's anger and present his case personally. He entrusted this mission to Nicholas of Damascus, a trusted counselor and diplomat. The turmoil in the household of Herod, king of Judea, escalated to new and perilous heights, and it seemed that misfortune itself had taken a permanent residence there. At this time, a man named Eurycles, a Lacedaemonian, a citizen of Sparta, known in the Greek world for its martial discipline, arrived in Judea. Eurycles was a man of considerable note in his city, yet possessed a perverse and cunning disposition, skilled in flattery and in the indulgence of sensual pleasures, though always with a pretense of moderation. He brought gifts to Herod, but cleverly arranged matters so that he received far greater presents in return. By choosing the right moments to ingratiate himself, he became one of the king's most intimate companions. Eurycles lodged in the house of Antipater, Herod's eldest son, but he also enjoyed free and familiar conversation with Alexander, Herod's son by Mariam, pretending to Alexander that he was highly favored by Archelaus, the king of Cappadocia. Through this deception, he feigned respect for Glaphyra, the queen of Cappadocia, and secretly cultivated the friendship of Herod's sons, always observing their words and actions, gathering calumnies and complaints to present in ways that pleased them, all while appearing to act solely for their advantage. Alexander, young and impressionable, confided in Eurycles, revealing his grief over his father's alienation. He lamented how Herod had placed Antipater above him, driven his mother from her dignity, and monopolized power, excluding them from his table and from his conversation. He spoke of the injustices he believed had been inflicted upon his family, and Eurycles carried these private grievances to Antipater, claiming that he acted not from his own interest, but compelled by kindness and the importance of the matter. He warned Antipater to beware of Alexander, suggesting that Alexander's words, spoken in passion, indicated he would one day attempt to kill his own father. Believing Eurycles to be a friend, Antipater rewarded him with gifts and persuaded him to report everything to Herod. Herod, already disposed to suspicion and anger, believed Eurycles without hesitation. The words of the Lacedaemonian inflamed his resentment, and the king's hatred toward Alexander grew implacable. Herod immediately rewarded Eurycles with 50 talents, a vast sum of silver, for his service. Eurycles then traveled to Archelaus, the king of Cappadocia, and presented Alexander in a favorable light, claiming he had reconciled father and son and secured additional gifts before returning to Lacedaemon, where his misdeeds eventually earned him banishment from his homeland. Herod's temper toward Alexander and his brother Aristobulus had hardened beyond all former tolerance. He no longer waited to hear accusations from others, but sought out reports himself, questioned all, and listened eagerly to any voice that might speak ill of his sons. The rumor that Euaratus of Kos, a prominent citizen of the Greek island of Kos, was a conspirator with Alexander, pleased him beyond measure. Yet the misfortunes multiplied. Calumnies against the young men spread relentlessly, each seeming to surpass the last in severity. Two of Herod's former bodyguards, Jucundus and Tyrannus, men esteemed for their height, strength, and skill in military exercises, had been dismissed by Herod in displeasure, yet they now rode with Alexander. Herod, suspecting them of conspiracy, had them tortured, enduring the pain with courage. They finally confessed that Alexander had persuaded them to kill Herod while he pursued wild animals, an endeavor intended to make it appear that the king had fallen from his horse and been impaled, recalling a similar accident he had suffered in the past. They revealed hidden funds in the royal stables and implicated the king's chief hunter, who had provided Alexander's followers with hunting weapons and royal spears at his command. Next, the commander of the garrison at Alexandrium, the fortress city in Judea, was accused of plotting to receive Alexander and supply him with royal funds stored in the fortress. The commander initially denied everything, but his son revealed a written message, apparently in Alexander's hand, which read, "When we have finished, by God's help, all that we have proposed to do, we will come to you, but do your endeavors as you have promised to receive us into your fortress." This evidence seemed incontrovertible to Herod, leaving no doubt in his mind of his son's treacherous intentions. Alexander, however, claimed that the scribe Diophantus, a man of cunning and skill in forgery, had imitated his handwriting to frame him. Diophantus would later be convicted of forging other documents and executed, but in this moment, the suspicion and fear surrounding Alexander and Aristobulus intensified, and the household of Herod descended further into tension, intrigue, and dread. The city of Jericho was filled with a tense and fearful crowd, as Herod the Great, brought forth those who had previously been tortured, making them stand before the multitude to accuse his own sons, Alexander and Aristobulus. The accusers, provoked and enraged by the severity of their previous torments, were themselves stoned to death by the people, who could no longer endure the cruelty. When the crowd, in its fury, threatened to kill Alexander and Aristobulus as well, the king restrained them, using the influence of Ptolemy, and Pheroras, to preserve the lives of his sons. Even so, the young princes were placed under strict guard, their every action and word observed, their lives now scarcely different from condemned criminals. Aristobulus, deeply affected by his confinement, summoned his aunt and mother-in-law, Salome, to lament his suffering and a share in his indignation toward those responsible for this misery. He accused her of possibly revealing their affairs to Silkis, in hopes of securing her own marriage, though she immediately carried his words to her brother, igniting Herod's impatience. The king commanded that Aristobulus and Alexander, now kept separate, record in writing all ill deeds they had done against their father. They complied, stating that they had planned only to flee, and that their actions were born of despair and the uncertainty of their lives. At this critical moment, an ambassador arrived from Cappadocia, named Melas, a principal ruler under Archelaus. Herod, eager to implicate Archelaus in his son's supposed treachery, questioned Alexander about his intentions. Alexander replied honestly that they had resolved to seek Archelaus' aid and go to Rome, yet had no wicked plans against their father. He added that Antipater had orchestrated the sudden deaths of Tyrannus and Jucundus, key witnesses who might have clarified matters. Herod then ordered Alexander and Melas to be presented to Glaphyra, Alexander's wife and daughter of Archelaus, asking whether she knew of any treacherous designs. Seeing Alexander in bonds, she struck her head in grief and groaned deeply. Alexander wept as well. The spectators, witnessing this anguish, were silenced for a time, overwhelmed by the sorrow of the scene. Ptolemy pressed Alexander to state whether his wife knew of his actions. Alexander insisted that Glaphyra, whom he loved dearly and with whom he had children, could not have been aware of any wrongdoing. Glaphyra affirmed her innocence, but declared that if falsely accusing herself could preserve Alexander's life, she would do so. Alexander reassured her that no evil had been conceived, only the intent to retire to Archelaus and then to Rome. Herod, convinced that Archelaus' ill will had been revealed, dispatched a letter through Olympus and Volumnius, instructing them to touch at Eleusa of Cilicia, to deliver the letter and charge Archelaus with involvement in his son's alleged plot, then proceed to Rome with evidence against Alexander and Aristobulus. Archelaus defended himself, explaining that he had promised to receive the young men only for their safety and their father's advantage, and had not agreed to send them to Rome or commit any act demonstrating ill will. When these ambassadors arrived in Rome, they found Caesar Augustus, already reconciled to Herod. This situation arose because Nicholas had accused Silius of the slaughter of Obotas's friends and other atrocities, presenting letters that proved the crimes. Many Arabians, previously aligned with Silius, had defected to Nicholas, providing him with evidence of these acts. Nicholas seized the opportunity to defend Herod, demonstrating that accusations against the king of Judea were false. He proved that Herod had neither led an army into Arabia, nor killed 2,500 men, nor taken prisoners, nor plundered the territory, and he established Herod's innocence before the Roman authorities, momentarily quelling the storm of suspicion and danger that had enveloped the king and his sons. Nicholas, the historiographer and trusted advisor of Herod the Great, rose to answer the accusations that had been made against his king. With deliberate calm, he addressed Caesar, the ruler of the Roman Empire, and said, "I shall principally demonstrate that either nothing at all, or but a very little, of these imputations are true, of which thou hast been informed. For had they been true, O Caesar, thou mightest justly have been even more angry at Herod." Caesar, attentive to every word, listened intently as Nicholas continued. He explained that there was a debt owed to Herod, a sum of 500 talents, recorded in a bond specifying that if the time appointed for repayment lapsed, it would be lawful to seize property anywhere within the debtor's territories. As for the pretended army, Nicholas said, it was no army at all, but merely a party sent to demand the just payment of the money. This party did not march out immediately upon the lapse of time, nor as soon as the bond allowed. Silius, the Arabian ruler who had borrowed this money, had repeatedly appeared before Saturninus and Volumnius, the Roman presidents of Syria, swearing at Berytus, the principal city of Phoenicia, by thy fortune, O Caesar, that he would pay the debt within 30 days and deliver up the fugitives under his dominion. Yet he performed none of these obligations. Herod, therefore, only upon permission from the presidents, took a small party of soldiers to recover his due. And this is all the war which these men have so tragically described. This is the expedition into Arabia. Nicholas continued, turning to the matter of captives. He described how the robbers of Trachonitis, initially no more than 40 in number, had fled to Arabia to escape Herod's justice. Silius received them, supplied them with food to ensure their mischief, provided them a country in which to dwell, and enriched himself from the spoils of their raids. Silius had, however, sworn to deliver these men at the same time he promised repayment of the debt. Nicholas emphasized that only those captives who could not conceal themselves have been apprehended. He concluded with sharp precision. Thus the calumny concerning the captives, so odiously presented, is no better than a fiction, a lie designed to provoke thy indignation, O Caesar. When the Arabian forces attacked, and a few of Herod's men fell, Herod defended himself. There fell Nisibis, their general, and 25 others at most. Yet Silius multiplied each soldier by 100, claiming the slain to number 2,500. This statement inflamed Caesar's wrath, and he turned to Silius with fury, demanding to know the true number of Arabian slain. Silius, hesitating, admitted that he had been deceived. The Roman covenants regarding the borrowed money were read aloud, along with letters from the presidents of Syria and complaints from the cities that had suffered under the robbers' raids. The conclusion was decisive. Silius was condemned to death, and Caesar reconciled fully with Herod, acknowledging the king's repentance and recognizing that he had been misled into ingratitude by Silius's false accounts. Silius was sent away to respond to Herod's suit, repay the debt, and face execution. Still, Caesar expressed displeasure with Aretas, the Arabian ruler, for assuming authority over the region without waiting for imperial consent. Herod had intended for Arabia to be bestowed upon him, but Aretas's letters had complicated this arrangement. Observing that Caesar now favored Herod, Olympus and Volumnius, the Roman governors, immediately delivered letters from Herod concerning his sons. Upon reading them, Caesar deemed it inappropriate to grant another government to Herod at that moment, given his advanced age and the difficulties he faced with his family. Yet Caesar received the ambassadors of Aretas, reproved the ruler for his rashness in assuming power, accepted the gifts he brought, and confirmed him in his authority. Following these reconciliations, Caesar wrote to Herod, expressing his grief over the troubles concerning his sons. He advised that if they had committed profane or insolent crimes against their father, they should be punished as parricides. Yet if their only offense was an attempt to flee, they should be admonished, and no extreme measures should be taken. Caesar instructed Herod to convene an assembly near Berytus, a city under Roman jurisdiction in Phoenicia, gathering the presidents of Syria, Archelaus, king of Cappadocia, and other distinguished friends and officials, to determine the proper course of action by their counsel and approbation. When the letter from Caesar arrived, Herod, king of the Jews, received it with great joy. The emperor had reconciled with him and granted him full authority over his sons, a power that would soon allow Herod to exercise his long-harbored hatred against them without restraint. In the past, during times of adversity, he had shown severity, yet had not acted rashly nor sought the destruction of his children. But now, in the height of his prosperity and with the freedom granted by Caesar, he seized the opportunity to pursue them in a manner unprecedented for a father. He summoned an assembly of as many people as he deemed necessary, deliberately excluding Archelaus, his son, either out of hatred or because he suspected that Archelaus might obstruct his designs. When the presidents of cities and other officials arrived at Berytus, a prominent city of Phoenicia, Herod kept his sons in a village near Sidon called Platana, close enough that he could present them if he wished, but he chose not to bring them before the assembly directly. 150 assessors, officials charged with advising on legal matters, were present. Herod appeared alone, accusing his sons with a vehemence that was shocking for a father, his manner betraying passion and a sense of barbarity. He allowed no consideration of the evidence by the assessors, asserting the accusations as true solely by his authority. He read aloud what the young men themselves had written, which contained no confession of plots or attempts on his life, only their plans to flee and certain reproaches against him for his ill treatment and harshness. Herod exaggerated these reproaches as if they were admissions of treachery and swore that he would rather die than endure such insolence. He declared that both by natural right as their father and by the authority granted by Caesar, he possessed the power to act as he saw fit. Herod even invoked a law of the Jewish people, which prescribed that if parents laid hands on an accused child's head, bystanders were obliged to stone the child to death. Though he was prepared to enforce this in his own kingdom, he waited for the determination of the assembly, who were not there to condemn the sons for actual crimes, but to express detestation at any treacherous designs. When Herod had concluded his address, and his sons had not been allowed to defend themselves, the assessors saw that no reconciliation was possible. They confirmed his authority. Saturninus, a former consul of Rome and a man of high dignity, pronounced his sentence with moderation, condemning Herod's sons but sparing their lives, reasoning that the death of one's own children was a misfortune too great. Saturninus's 3 sons, who acted as his legates, echoed their father's judgment. In contrast, Volumnius, another Roman official, argued for the execution of sons so impiously undutiful to their father, and the majority of the rest supported this view, leaving the impression that the young men were condemned to death. Immediately after, Herod departed from Berytus, taking his sons to Tyre, a coastal city of Phoenicia. There, he met with Nicholas of Damascus, who had returned from Rome. Herod recounted the events at Berytus and sought Nicholas's counsel regarding his sons and the opinions of their friends in Rome. Nicholas advised that Herod's sons had acted impiously, and that keeping them imprisoned was just. If further punishment were necessary, it should be administered in a manner that appeared governed by judgment rather than anger. He also noted that the majority of Herod's friends in Rome shared this opinion. Herod, thoughtful and silent, instructed Nicholas to accompany him on his journey. As they traveled to Caesarea, the city buzzed with speculation about the fate of Herod's sons. The kingdom hung in suspense, and the people were filled with apprehension, fearing a tragic outcome reminiscent of previous disorders within the royal family. In this tense atmosphere, pity and concern were muted, for speaking openly could invite danger. Yet among the crowd was an old soldier of Herod, named Tero, who had a son of the same age as Alexander, one of Herod's sons. Tero, unlike others, spoke freely, voicing what many silently feared: that truth had perished, that justice had been abandoned, and that lies and malice now governed affairs to the detriment of all. Though Tero risked personal danger by his boldness, his words resonated with the people, who regarded his courage with respect. In the shadow of such impending misfortune, the silence of the many made Tero's defiance all the more powerful, and the audience received his outspoken observations with a mixture of relief and admiration. The tension in the household of Herod, king of Judea, reached a terrifying climax. A man named Tero, who had placed himself with extraordinary boldness in the king's presence, requested to speak to Herod alone. The king permitted him, and Tero, with daring freedom, addressed the monarch directly, saying, "Since I am not able, O king, to bear up under so great a concern as I am under, I prefer the use of this bold liberty that I now take, which may be for thy advantage, if thou mind to get any profit by it before my own safety. Whither is thy understanding gone, and left thy soul empty? Whither is that extraordinary sagacity of thine, whereby thou hast performed so many and such glorious actions? Whence comes this solitude and desertion of thy friends and relations, of which I cannot but determine that they are neither thy friends nor relations, while they overlook such horrid wickedness in thy once happy kingdom? Dost not thou perceive what is doing? Wilt thou slay these two young men, born of thy queen, who are accomplished with every virtue in the highest degree, and leave thyself destitute in thy old age, but exposed to one son, who hath very ill managed the hopes thou hast given him, and to relations, whose death thou hast so often resolved on thyself? Dost not thou take notice that the very silence of the multitude at once sees the crime, and abhors the fact? The whole army and the officers have commiseration on the poor unhappy youths, and hatred to those that are the actors in this matter." Herod heard these words with some temper, but when Tero proceeded to speak plainly of the perfidious behavior of his own household servants, the king was moved. Tero's speech grew bolder, touching upon matters no subject had dared to address, and he spoke with a military freedom that was unrestrained by discipline. Herod, disturbed and feeling reproached rather than informed, saw that the soldiers and officers abhorred the measures he had been considering. In anger and fear, he ordered that all those named by Tero, including Tero himself, be bound and imprisoned. But the intrigue did not end there. Trypho, Herod's barber, seized an opportunity and came to the king, declaring that Tero had often whispered to him while trimming the king's beard with a razor, urging him to cut Herod's throat so that he might become one of Alexander's chief supporters and be richly rewarded. Upon hearing this, Herod ordered that Tero, his son, and the barber be tortured. Tero endured his suffering with courage, but his son, seeing his father in despair and fearing the consequences of continued torment, promised to speak the truth if the king would spare both their lives. Herod consented, and the son revealed that there had indeed been an agreement that Tero should harm the king, with the expectation that, if he were caught, it would be considered an act of generosity in favor of Alexander. Whether this revelation was true or a clever strategy to save their lives remained uncertain. For Herod, any remaining doubts about the fate of his sons Alexander and Aristobulus, evaporated. He banished all reasoned reflection and prepared swiftly to execute his will. He summoned 300 officers accused of complicity, along with Tero, his son, and the barber, to an assembly. There, he accused them all of treachery. The assembly, inflamed by the king's command, stoned these men with whatever objects were at hand, killing them. Alexander and Aristobulus were brought to Sebaste, a city Herod had built and named in honor of the Emperor Augustus, and there they were strangled. Their bodies were carried at night to Alexandrium, a fortress in Judea where their maternal ancestors had been buried. The events that unfolded reveal the depth of hatred and the intertwining of ambition and fear. It is difficult to assign blame. Was it the youthful pride and vanity of Alexander and Aristobulus, who, though royal by birth and accomplished in hunting, warfare, and public speaking, provoked their father by responding to calumnies and grieving their mother's fate? Or was it the implacable ambition and jealousy of Herod, who refused to share power and acted swiftly, without proof, against the sons he had once loved? Fortune, or fate as it was called, seemed to govern all, setting the stage for a tragedy that could not have been easily averted. Even had Herod confined his sons in bonds or banished them under the protection of Roman forces, he might have preserved their lives. Instead, his passions overrode reason, and the blood of his own children became the instrument of his desire to secure authority and glory, a demonstration of impiety and unyielding severity that would be remembered as one of the darkest chapters in the history of Judea. In the later years of his life, Herod the Great, king of Judea, displayed a mind of dark and deliberate cruelty. The crimes he committed in his older age cannot be excused by delay or hesitation, for it was not a sudden act born of passion or confusion. No, this was the action of a calculating and murderous mind, one that had lingered over evil, postponed it, reconsidered it, and yet returned to it with a steady resolve to complete it. It was this careful, remorseless temper that marked the depth of his wickedness, and that would continue to manifest in the years that followed. Even those who had once been among the dearest and most trusted of his friends could not escape his hand. Though the justice of punishing certain men might have seemed sufficient to the public, the barbarity of Herod lay in his refusal to spare even the innocent or the beloved, extending his violence without distinction. Those who perished under his orders were struck down not in the heat of sudden anger, but by the deliberate will of a king who had hardened himself to cruelty. Their deaths served as both punishment and warning, though in their innocence, the horror of their slaughter was magnified. The chronicles and historians of the time make note of this deliberate and repeated evil, contrasting it with the moments when anger or misjudgment might lead a man to sin. Here, there was no such excuse. Every act was premeditated, considered, and executed with unyielding determination. Those who survived witnessed the terror of Herod's court, knowing that favoritism or past service offered no protection against the king's calculated wrath. Footnotes in the records remind us that the people of Judea maintained their sacred traditions even amid such times of violence, dedicating the Sabbath day not to idleness, but to the study of the laws of Moses and meditation upon their sacred rites. The reign of Marcus Agrippa, the Roman statesman and friend of Herod, had spanned a decade in Asia, confirming the alignment of Judean events with the broader Roman historical record. And though Herod met with Caesar Augustus at the city of Aquileia, the accusations against his sons were carefully deferred until their arrival in Rome, ensuring that the matters of succession and treachery could be judged at the highest level. Even in these chronicles, the grandeur of Herod's achievements is remembered alongside his cruelty. The rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem, an undertaking so vast and magnificent that even the rulers of the Asamonean dynasty, who had governed Judea for 125 years, had not accomplished the like, remained a testimony to his ambition and his desire for enduring legacy. Yet for all this grandeur, the shadow of his calculated and deliberate crimes hung over the court, casting terror upon his family, his friends, and the people of his kingdom alike. Regarding the administration of Syria under Roman authority, the joint presidents Saturninus and Volumnius oversaw the provinces. While not perhaps equal in authority, Volumnius functioned in a subordinate capacity, similar to a procurator under the higher authority of Saturninus. This understanding is supported by scholars such as the learned Norris and Pagi, and confirmed by Dr. Hudson. The name Aretas had become established among the kings of Arabia, particularly in Petra and Damascus. When the crown passed to a ruler named Aeneas, he adopted the name Aretas, following the established tradition and recognition of that dynastic title. This detail, observed by Haverkamp, confirms the continuity of royal nomenclature in the Arabian territories. Josephus also references an oath taken by Polycarp, the bishop of Smyrna, under the Roman governor, to swear by the fortune of Caesar. At that time, those who refused the oath were regarded as Christians, highlighting the tension between Roman authority and emerging religious communities. Finally, the city of Berytus, located in Phoenicia, is described as a Roman colony established by Augustus. Scholars such as Spanheim note that this colony owed its fame to the benefits granted by Caesar, and coins from the reign of Augustus bear the inscription commemorating it as the Happy Colony of Augustus at Berytus. This confirms the Roman administrative and cultural influence in the Eastern Mediterranean, as well as the spread of Roman civic structures in newly founded colonies. When Antipater, the eldest son of Herod the Great, had eliminated his brothers, Alexander and Aristobulus, and driven his father into a state of extreme moral corruption, haunted by furies for the deeds of his own household, he found that his hopes for a smooth succession to the throne were far from fulfilled. The fear of his brothers as rivals had indeed been removed, yet the people of Judea, the Jewish nation, now bore a profound hatred for him because of the murder of his siblings. This widespread animosity made the path to kingship exceedingly difficult, almost impossible for Antipater. In addition, the soldiers, who were the primary source of security for the kings, were alienated from him, leaving him constantly exposed to danger whenever the population showed any inclination for rebellion. All of this peril stemmed from the ruthless actions he had taken against his own brothers. Despite these obstacles, Antipater shared the rule of Judea with his father, Herod, in name and practice already a king in his own right. He was trusted, paradoxically, for the very reason he deserved punishment. His loyalty to preserving Herod's life and reign had driven him to betray his brothers. Yet, even as he benefited from this trust, his mind was consumed by plots against his father. Antipater sought to remove Herod, knowing that if the king remained alive, the discovery of Antipater's murderous schemes would turn his father against him and endanger his own ambitions. The motivation for his earlier treachery against his brothers was not simply malice toward them, but a calculated strategy to ensure he could act unopposed when aiming at Herod himself. To protect himself and gain favor, Antipater became lavish in distributing gifts to his father's friends, showering them with wealth to mask his true intentions and diminish the hatred they bore him. Particularly, he sent extravagant presents to his allies in Rome, where the favor of influential figures could secure his position. Among these gifts, he focused heavily on Saturninus, the Roman official who served as the president of Syria, as well as on Saturninus's brother. Antipater employed the same strategy with Salome, the sister of Herod the Great, who had married one of Herod's principal friends. In all these interactions, Antipater feigned friendship with those he approached, concealing the depth of his animosity toward those he truly despised. Yet, his cunning was not sufficient to deceive Salome, who was a woman of remarkable discernment. She had long been aware of Antipater's designs and was not easily misled, even when previous marriages within her family, arranged by Antipater for strategic advantage, had complicated matters. Salome had been compelled by Herod, acting in deference to Julia, the wife of Caesar Augustus, to marry Alexis, though she had favored Silius, the Arabian. Julia had advised her that refusal would bring Herod's enduring enmity, and Salome, understanding the weight of such counsel, had submitted. At the same time, Herod sought to prevent conflict over family alliances by sending back the daughter of King Archelaus, who had been married to Alexander, returning her dowry from his own estate so that no dispute would arise between Judea and Archelaus' kingdom. In these ways, the court was a web of intricate designs, marriages, and manipulations, with Antipater plotting, Herod maneuvering, and the Roman authorities subtly influencing the fate of the Jewish nation. The tension was palpable, and every act of generosity or alliance concealed the shadow of deadly ambition. Herod, king of the Jews, devoted himself with great care to the upbringing of his son's children. Alexander, his eldest son, had two sons by Glaphyra, a princess from Cappadocia, and Aristobulus, his second son, had three sons by Bernice, who was the daughter of Salome, Herod's sister, as well as two daughters. Herod presented these children to his friends, mourning the tragic fate of his own sons, Alexander and Aristobulus, who had been executed by his command, and prayed that these young heirs might grow in virtue, attain what was justly theirs, and repay him for the attention he gave to their education. In his desire to secure their futures, he arranged betrothals for them even before they reached the proper age for marriage. Alexander's eldest son was betrothed to the daughter of Pheroras, Herod's brother, and Aristobulus's eldest son to Antipater's daughter. One of Aristobulus's daughters was betrothed to Antipater's son, and the other was promised to a son of Herod by the high priest's daughter, following the long-established custom among the Jews of taking multiple wives simultaneously. These marriages were intended to protect the fatherless children and to create alliances that might incline Antipater, Herod's eldest surviving son, toward kindness for them. Yet Antipater, whose ambition and envy had caused the deaths of his brothers, bore the same ill will toward their children. He feared that these offspring would rise to greater prominence than his deceased brothers, especially with the support of powerful figures such as Archelaus, king of Cappadocia, and Pheroras, tetrarch of a portion of Judea. The people, aware of Antipater's cruel disposition, naturally sympathized with the fatherless children, increasing Antipater's resentment. In response, he schemed to overturn the king's settlements, and Herod, yielding to his son's entreaties, altered the marriage arrangements. Antipater himself married Aristobulus's daughter, and Antipater's son was joined to Pheroras's daughter, all without the king's full approval. At this time, Herod had 9 wives. One was the mother of Antipater, another was the high priest's daughter, by whom he had a son named Herod. He had also married his brother's daughter and his sister's daughter, both of whom bore no children. One of his wives was a Samaritan woman, by whom he had 2 sons, Antipas and Archelaus, and a daughter named Olympias, who would later marry Joseph, Herod's nephew. Archelaus and Antipas were sent to be educated in Rome. Herod's other wives included Cleopatra of Jerusalem, mother of his sons Herod and Philip, the latter also educated in Rome, Pallas, who bore him a son named Phasaelus, and Phaedra and Elpis, who gave him daughters Roxana and Salome. His older daughters, born of the same mother as Alexander and Aristobulus, whom Pheroras had neglected to marry, were given in marriage to Antipater, the king's sister's son, and to Phasaelus, Herod's nephew. Thus was the lineage of Herod established, intertwined with the ambitions, resentments, and alliances that would shape the kingdom. At the same time, Herod sought to secure his kingdom against threats from the Trachonites, a fierce people inhabiting the mountainous region of Trachonitis. He resolved to build a fortified village, large enough to be called a city, for Jewish inhabitants, which would serve both as a defense against attacks and as a base for launching counter-raids. A Jewish man from Babylon, accompanied by 500 horsemen skilled in archery while mounted and 100 of his relatives, had settled at Antioch by Daphne, a suburb of Antioch in Syria, where Saturninus, the Roman governor at the time, had granted them habitation in a place called Valatha. Herod invited this man and his followers to take land in the toparchy of Batanea, a region bordering Trachonitis, granting it to them free of tribute and taxes, so they might serve as a protective force. The Babylonian accepted Herod's offer, established fortresses, and built a village named Bethyra. There, he protected Jews traveling to Jerusalem for sacrifices from the predations of the Trachonite robbers, and the land soon filled with those who observed the ancient Jewish laws, drawn by freedom from taxation. This arrangement lasted throughout Herod's reign. When Philip, one of Herod's sons and tetrarch of the region, assumed control, he imposed minor taxes for a short period. Agrippa the Great, Herod's grandson, and his own son, despite their harsh governance, did not revoke the privileges granted by Herod. Even under the later direct rule of the Romans, these communities were allowed to maintain their ancient freedoms, although heavily burdened by taxes. The establishment of Bethyra thus stood as a testament to Herod's strategic foresight, combining familial care with political and military strategy to safeguard the Jewish population in a tumultuous and contested region. At length, Zamaries the Babylonian, to whom Herod the Great, king of Judea, had granted a country as a personal possession, passed from life. Zamaries had lived with virtue and integrity, leaving behind children who were themselves of reputable character. Among these was Jasim, renowned for his valor and skill, who instructed the Babylonian cavalry in horsemanship. This troop of horsemen served as guards to the kings previously mentioned in the records. When Jasim himself died in old age, he left a son named Philip, a man of remarkable physical strength and unmatched courage among his contemporaries. Philip maintained a formidable army, as large as that of a king, and led it wherever circumstances required, forming a firm bond of confidence and friendship with Marcus Agrippa, the Roman statesman and close associate of Herod. At this period, the public and private affairs of Judea were largely in the hands of Antipater, the eldest son of Herod the Great. Antipater's power was immense, granted by his father in hopes of securing his loyalty and goodwill. Yet Antipater's ambition soon overstepped these bounds, for he concealed his wicked designs from his father and manipulated the king into believing every assertion he made. His influence extended beyond authority alone. It was the cunning of his schemes, crafted in secrecy, that made him formidable. Among those drawn into his confidence was Pheroras, Herod's brother, who became entangled in Antipater's designs through a network of women. These women, including Pheroras's wife, her mother, and her sister, wielded influence over him, despite his hatred for the indignities they had caused his own daughters. Nothing of importance could be done without their involvement, and Antipater, as well as his mother, relied upon their counsel and support. Yet not all were deceived. Salome, the sister of Herod the Great, watched their actions closely. She discerned that this alliance was intended to harm her brother, and she informed him of their secret gatherings, clandestine councils, and subtle conspiracies. These meetings were disguised in public, for the conspirators pretended to quarrel and denounce one another whenever witnesses were present. In truth, however, their private friendship was unwavering, and they plotted together with shared intent. Salome's vigilance revealed the full extent of their duplicity to Herod, though he himself hesitated to rely completely on her warnings, suspecting that they might be exaggerated or manipulative. Adding further complexity to this web, there existed a sect of Jews known as the Pharisees, men who prided themselves on strict observance of the law of Moses and who claimed divine favor. These Pharisees had the capacity to resist royal authority and influence men at court. Through them, the women surrounding Pheroras and Antipater exerted additional sway. When Herod demanded loyalty oaths from the Jewish people, over 6,000 Pharisees refused. Pheroras's wife intervened, paying the fines for these men, thereby demonstrating her influence. Believing in the foreknowledge of these women, the court was told that God had decreed Herod's kingdom would end, that his descendants would be deprived of it, and that the kingdom would pass instead to her and Pheroras and their children. These predictions were not hidden from Salome or Herod. They revealed the subversion of courtiers and family members alike, prompting Herod to act with lethal force. Those Pharisees most implicated were executed, as were Bagoas, the eunuch, and Charis, noted for his exceptional beauty and for being the king's catamite. Even members of Herod's own family who had consented to or tolerated these predictions were put to death. Bagoas had been deceived into believing that he would inherit power and father children of his own, as foretold by the women, and Herod's ruthless response crushed both the conspiracy and the illusions of those who had been seduced by it. When Herod the Great, king of Judea, had completed the punishment of those Pharisees who were convicted of the previous crimes, he gathered together an assembly of his closest friends and advisers. In this assembly, he turned his attention to the wife of his brother Pheroras. Herod accused her of being the source of corruption and disorder among the women of the palace, attributing to her the abuses that had occurred among the virgins in the royal household. He charged that she had deliberately sown discord between himself and Pheroras, inflaming quarrels by her words and actions, and that through her influence, fines which Herod had imposed were ignored and offenders had escaped punishment. Herod implored his brother, saying that if he valued their family bond and wished to remain in his favor, he should cast away his wife voluntarily, not merely at Herod's request, for her continued presence threatened to perpetuate strife between them. Pheroras, though pressed by these words, declared firmly that he would not renounce his affection for his wife, nor his brotherly bond to Herod. He stated that he would rather choose death than live without the woman he loved. Herod, although angered and uneasy, refrained from enforcing his wishes. However, he forbade Antipater, his son by Miriam, and Antipater's mother, to have any communication with Pheroras, warning them to avoid gatherings of the women. They promised compliance, but continued to meet when the opportunity arose, holding their own assemblies and merriments. Rumors circulated that Antipater had engaged in criminal intimacy with Pheroras' wife, facilitated by his own mother. Amidst these tensions, Antipater began to suspect his father's intentions and feared that Herod's hatred toward him might grow. Seeking protection, Antipater sent letters to his friends in Rome, requesting that they petition Herod to send him to Caesar, the emperor of Rome. Herod consented, dispatching Antipater with the most noble gifts and his testament, which appointed Antipater as his heir. The testament further stipulated that if Antipater should die before Herod, the succession would pass to his son, Herod Philip, born of the high priest's daughter. Alongside Antipater went Silius, a prominent Arabian, who had failed to fulfill obligations previously imposed by Caesar. Antipater accused Silius of the same crimes earlier alleged by Herod, including the murder of key Arabian leaders at Petra and the killing of Fabatus, a servant of Caesar. Silius's actions were further explained through the story of Corinthus, one of Herod's royal guards who had been persuaded by Silius, through the promise of great wealth, to assassinate the king. When Fabatus learned of the plot, he informed Herod, who captured Corinthus and, by the use of torture, extracted the full details of the conspiracy. 2 other Arabians, allied with Silius, were also apprehended, tortured, and confessed their intention to support Corinthus in the assassination if necessary. These individuals were then sent to Rome under the supervision of Saturninus, the president of Syria. During this period, Herod commanded his brother Pheroras to retire to his own tetrarchy, the territorial division under his control. Pheroras complied willingly, swearing oaths never to return until Herod had died. Even when Herod fell ill and requested that Pheroras come to him to receive instructions before his death, Pheroras, honoring his oath, refused to come. Yet Herod did not harbor enduring hatred. He forgave his brother and, upon his own death, Pheroras returned, overseeing Herod's funeral, transporting his body to Jerusalem, and instituting solemn mourning rites. The death of Pheroras would mark the beginning of the misfortunes of Antipater, though he had already set sail for Rome. As history would show, divine judgment and human consequence were poised to punish Antipater for the murderous designs he harbored against his brothers. This account serves as a warning, illustrating the perilous consequences of actions that defy virtue and justice. The narrative continues, as the freedman of Pheroras would later accuse his wife of poisoning him, leading Herod to investigate through the method of torture, revealing the presence of the deadly poison, and setting the stage for further dramatic events in the royal household. As soon as Pheroras, the brother of Herod the Great, had died and his funeral rites were completed, 2 of Pheroras's freedmen, who had been greatly esteemed by him, approached the king. They entreated him not to leave the violent death of his brother unavenged, urging him to investigate the circumstances of such an unreasonable and unfortunate demise. Their words struck a chord with Herod, for they seemed plausible. They recounted that Pheroras had dined with his wife the evening before he fell ill, and that a certain potion had been brought to him in food that was unusual for his consumption. Upon ingesting it, he had died suddenly. This potion, they explained, had come from Arabia, delivered by a woman under the guise of a love potion, but in truth intended to kill Pheroras. The Arabian women, they said, were skilled in crafting such deadly substances. They identified the woman involved as a close friend of one of Silius's mistresses. Furthermore, the mother and sister of Pheroras's wife had been present at the locations where the woman lived and had persuaded her to sell the potion, bringing it back to Pheroras's household the day before his fatal supper. Provoked by this revelation, Herod subjected the women slaves and some free women associated with them to torture. At first, none confessed, but under the extreme agony, one exclaimed that she prayed for God to inflict similar suffering upon Doris, the mother of Antipater, who had been the cause of all their miseries. Herod, enraged by this invocation, intensified the tortures until the full extent of the conspiracy was revealed. The secret gatherings, the clandestine meetings, and the instructions that had been communicated to Pheroras's wife and her 4 women. It became evident that Antipater, the son of Herod the Great, had orchestrated this entire plot. He had prepared the deadly potion with the intent that Pheroras might deliver it to his father during a period when suspicion could not reach him. Antipholus, one of Antipater's friends, had procured the potion from Egypt. Then Dion, the brother of Antipater's mother, had delivered it, and it had come into the possession of Pheroras's wife, who held it at her husband's request. When questioned, Pheroras's wife initially attempted to escape, but fell from the rooftop. She survived, landing on her feet, and was comforted by Herod, who promised pardon to her and her household, on the condition that they fully disclose the truth without concealment. She revealed that the potion had indeed been brought from Egypt by Antipholus, prepared by Antipater for the king. Pheroras, before his death, had recognized the danger and had instructed his wife to destroy the potion in his presence, which she did, burning most of it, though a small remainder was kept in case she herself were later imperiled. Other accomplices, including another brother of Antipholus and their mother, under extreme torture, confirmed the same narrative and identified the box containing the potion as that which had been brought from Egypt. Even the high priest's daughter, who was Herod's wife, was implicated, accused of knowing of the plot and intending to conceal it. In response, Herod divorced her and erased her son from his testament, removing him from succession. He also deposed her father, Simeon the son of Boethus, from the high priesthood, appointing Matthias, the son of Theophilus, a man born in Jerusalem, to replace him. Thus, through interrogation and confessions obtained under duress, the king uncovered the dangerous designs of his son Antipater and the full scope of the conspiracy that had sought to undermine him, confirming the depths of treachery within his own household. While these events unfolded, Bathyllus, a freedman of Antipater, arrived from Rome. Under torture, it was discovered that he had brought another lethal potion intended for the hands of Antipater's mother and of Pheroras, Herod's brother. The plan was that, if the first potion did not succeed in killing the king, this second one might carry out the deadly purpose. At the same time, letters arrived from Herod's friends in Rome, sent at Antipater's suggestion and approval. These letters accused Archelaus and Philip, Herod's other sons, of speaking ill against their father regarding the execution of Alexander and Aristobulus. The letters claimed that Archelaus and Philip had expressed sorrow for the deaths of their brothers, and, because they had been summoned home by their father, feared for their own lives. These letters had been obtained through generous rewards distributed by Antipater's friends, yet Antipater himself wrote to his father about them, presenting the charges in the harshest terms, while fully excusing Archelaus and Philip, attributing their words to youthful inexperience. Antipater also boasted of his own efforts in the affair concerning Silius, and of gaining influence with prominent men, having spent 200 talents of silver on splendid gifts for them. It is remarkable that, despite so many accusations against him in Judea during the 7 months prior, Antipater had remained unaware of them. This was because the roads were carefully guarded, and few dared risk themselves to inform him, for Antipater was widely hated. Herod, king of the Jews, received Antipater's message and concealed his anger, replying that he should make haste in his journey home, so that no harm would come to him during Herod's absence. The king made slight complaint regarding Antipater's mother, but promised to set aside those grievances upon Antipater's arrival. Herod expressed his complete affection for his son, fearing that Antipater might suspect his intentions and delay his journey or attempt to act against him while in Rome. Antipater received this letter in Cilicia, a Roman province along the southern coast of Asia Minor, but had already learned of Pheroras's death at Tarentum, a city in southern Italy. This news troubled Antipater, not out of affection for his uncle, but because Pheroras had died without fulfilling the promise to murder his father. At Salindarus, a city in Cilicia, Antipater debated whether to sail home immediately or wait for further information. Some friends advised delay, while others urged immediate departure, warning that Antipater's absence lent weight to his accusers. He followed the latter advice, sailed, and landed at Sebastus, a harbor city built by Herod at great expense in honor of the Roman Emperor Caesar Augustus. Antipater arrived in a miserable state, greeted by no friends, no joyful acclamations, but met instead with bitter curses, for the people assumed he had come to receive punishment for his brother's murders. Quintilius Varus, a Roman official, was then in Jerusalem, having succeeded Saturninus as the governor or president of the province of Syria. He was serving as an advisor and assessor to Herod, who sought his counsel regarding the kingdom's pressing affairs. Without knowledge of the situation, Antipater entered the palace, wearing the purple robes that signified royal dignity. The porters admitted him but excluded his friends. On approaching his father to pay respects, Antipater was rebuked and accused of fratricide and plotting against Herod himself. The king declared that Quintilius Varus would serve as his auditor and judge the following day. Antipater, struck by the weight of these revelations, departed in confusion. He was met by his mother and his wife, the daughter of Antigonus, the former king of the Jews before Herod, from whom he learned the full circumstances of the charges against him and began preparations for his trial. The following day, King Herod and Quintilius Varus convened for judgment. The assembly included their respective friends, Herod's family, his sister Salome, and any persons who could provide evidence, including those previously tortured. Additionally, some slaves of Antipater's mother, who had been seized shortly before Antipater's arrival, brought a written letter. The letter conveyed that Antipater should not return home, for all was now known to his father, and that the only refuge remaining to him and his mother was to appeal directly to Caesar Augustus, the emperor of Rome, to escape Herod's wrath. Then Antipater, the eldest son of Herod the Great, fell down at his father's feet, imploring that he not prejudge the matter, that he might first be heard fairly, and that his father would maintain an impartial mind. So Herod commanded that Antipater be brought into the midst of the assembly, and there he lamented the misfortunes that had come upon his children, who had brought sorrow and danger into his old age. Herod enumerated all the maintenance, education, and timely supplies of wealth he had provided to them, each favor given according to their own desires. Yet none of these benefactions had prevented them from plotting against him, nor from endangering his life to seize the kingdom in an impious and unlawful manner, attempting to take it before the proper course of nature, their father's will, or justice decreed it should come to them. He marveled that Antipater could be so audacious as to entertain such thoughts, for Herod had already declared him successor in his testament in writing. And while alive, he had been granted income of no less than 50 talents per year, and for his journey to Rome, he had received 30 talents. Herod also confronted Antipater regarding the accusations against his brothers, noting that if they were guilty, Antipater had followed their example, and if they were innocent, he had raised false charges against his own kin. Herod absolved Antipater of all criminality in these matters, claiming that by becoming the inheritor of the guilt, he assumed responsibility for what might otherwise have been parricide. Overcome by emotion, Herod wept and could speak no more, and so he summoned Nicholas of Damascus, his friend and longtime confidant, who was intimately aware of all the king's actions and the circumstances of the court. Nicholas proceeded to explain all that remained, detailing the evidences and proofs regarding the facts. Antipater, seeking to defend himself, addressed his father at length, enumerating the many signs of his loyalty and goodwill. He reminded Herod of the honors he had received, earned through virtuous concern for his father, and of the painstaking advice he had offered whenever necessary. He asserted that he had even risked his own labor and exertion for Herod's benefit. How, he asked, could he, the very man who had revealed and thwarted treacherous plots against his father, now be accused of conspiring against him? How could he so tarnish the reputation he had earned for virtue by committing wickedness in secret? Antipater pointed out that he already shared half of the royal authority, enjoying it without danger, and could have taken the entirety with no need for infamy or peril. He cited the sad example of his brothers, whose misdeeds had been discovered and punished with his involvement as informer and accuser, arguing that this had been done out of filial concern. He emphasized that even the letters sent to Rome, witnessed by Caesar himself, proved his loyalty, and that it was unreasonable to prefer the calumnies of envious men over such evidence. Furthermore, he pointed out the unreliability of confessions obtained under torture, which often compelled men to say anything to appease their tormentors. To demonstrate his innocence and courage, Antipater even offered himself to the torture. The assembly was visibly moved. Antipater, weeping and portraying his suffering with dignity, elicited compassion even from his enemies. Herod himself was affected, though he would not let it appear publicly. Nicholas of Damascus then resumed the proceedings, speaking with bitterness and vigor, reviewing all evidence gathered from torture and testimony. He praised Herod's virtues in providing for and educating his sons, while lamenting the continual misfortunes that had befallen them. Nicholas acknowledged that the reckless behavior of Herod's earlier sons, corrupted by wicked counselors, could be somewhat excused, yet he expressed astonishment at the horrid wickedness of Antipater. Despite all benefits received from his father, gifts sufficient to subdue ambition, Antipater had not restrained himself, but instead imitated the barbarity of his brothers. Nicholas reminded the assembly that Antipater had himself been the informer, the investigator, and the instigator of punishment against his brothers, wielding power over evidence and ensuring their detection and subsequent suffering. The court listened in a mixture of horror and pity as the tale unfolded, the drama of betrayal, ambition, and filial loyalty playing out with inexorable intensity before them. The accusations against Antipater, the eldest son of Herod the Great, were laid bare with relentless clarity. Those who spoke did not do so out of mere anger at his ambitions, but out of astonishment at the depths of his audacity. They revealed that his actions were not truly for the safety of his father, the king, but aimed instead at the destruction of his own brothers. By publicly condemning their supposed impiety, Antipater sought to appear a loyal son, a protector of Herod, while secretly gathering power to act with impunity against his family. His deeds, they said, showed a cunning and calculated malice, revealing his desire to eliminate his brothers while leaving their accomplices untouched, forming a covert alliance against his father. Though he accused his brothers of theft and plotted against them, it was clear that Antipater's hatred was not rooted in justice, but in envy and ambition. He feared that any exposure of his treachery might bring punishment upon himself, so he schemed to inflict the ultimate betrayal upon the father who had favored him. Herod had elevated Antipater, made him a partner in the kingdom, and publicly declared him his successor. Yet Antipater measured his actions not by his father's generosity or wisdom, but by his own ruthless inclinations. He acted as though the kingdom and its succession were his alone, plotting parricide with a boldness and cruelty that surpassed even the worst of his intentions against his brothers. He had even implicated his mother in his schemes, using her influence to sow discord among the siblings, and had audaciously called his father a wild beast, all while orchestrating poison and intrigue among those closest to him. In his mind, the conspiracies were not only against his father's authority, but against the natural order itself, a brazen attempt to subvert justice and the written testament that secured his inheritance. He went so far as to demand that Varus, the Roman official overseeing the investigation, submit him to torture, claiming that the confessions of others could not be trusted, and only his own suffering might reveal the truth. Nicholas of Damascus, Herod's court historian, presented the testimony in full, recounting the behavior of Antipater's mother, the omens and sacrifices relating to the king, and the lascivious acts of Antipater during revelries among Pheroras's women. The examination by torture revealed countless testimonies, some prepared in advance, others offered spontaneously, all corroborating the evidence of Antipater's schemes. Men who had previously concealed his actions out of fear now spoke freely, as his misfortune and the weight of the accusations left him exposed. His ruin was hastened not only by the enmity of those who accused him, but by the evidence of his own wickedness and malice. His enmity toward his father and brothers, the disturbances he had caused in the royal household, and the chaos he had sown among those closest to him. These revelations could not be refuted, for the witnesses spoke truthfully, neither motivated by favoritism toward Herod nor by fear of danger. They recounted what they had seen and known for years, waiting only for the opportunity to reveal the full extent of Antipater's treachery. It became clear that his punishment was warranted not merely for the safety of the king, but for the magnitude of his own depravity, for his cunning and wickedness had endangered both family and kingdom. Many testimonies were given, and these came from a great number of persons who were under no obligation to speak, yet all attested to the same matters, so convincingly that Antipater, the eldest son of Herod the Great, a man usually very cunning in falsehoods and bold in impudence, was unable to utter a single word in his own defense. Nicholas of Damascus, the historian and friend of Herod, had presented the evidence, laying bare the depth of the conspiracy. Upon this, Publius Quinctilius Varus, the Roman governor and former consul, addressed Antipater, bidding him to offer any defense he had prepared, if indeed he could show that he was not guilty of the crimes laid against him. For Varus knew, both from his own desire and from his understanding of Herod's mind, that the king wished for his son to be found innocent, should it be possible. Antipater, however, fell prostrate before them and appealed to God and all men, invoking divine witness to declare his innocence. He begged that God might signal by some evident sign that he had plotted nothing against his father. This was the common tactic of men devoid of virtue. In committing evil, they act as though no divine presence observes their deeds, yet when discovered and facing the just consequences, they implore God to overturn the evidence against them. Such was the manner of Antipater, who, having executed all his schemes as if God had no hand in human affairs, now sought to claim that his survival and the preservation of his bold undertakings were proof of divine favor. Varus, recognizing that Antipater had no substantial defense beyond these appeals to heaven, commanded that the deadly potion, the very instrument of Pheroras's death, be brought before the court. To demonstrate its potency, Varus ordered a condemned man to drink it, and the man perished instantly. With this demonstration complete, Varus departed the court, returning to Antioch, his usual residence, and the official palace of the Roman governors of Syria. Following this, Herod bound his son Antipater in chains, though the exact content of Varus's private discourse with Herod remained unknown to the public. Herod also bequeathed 1,000 talents of silver to Caesar Augustus, the emperor of Rome, and 500 talents to Julia, the wife of Caesar Augustus, as well as to the children, friends, and freedmen of the emperor. Among his own family, he distributed his wealth, his revenues, and his lands, making careful provision for his sons and their children. He enriched his sister Salome, who had remained steadfast and loyal through all the turbulence of his reign, never attempting to harm him. Herod, now approaching his 70th year, found himself gripped not only by illness but by a fierce and bitter anger. He felt despised, believing that the nation rejoiced at his suffering, and he resented a sedition stirred among the lower classes of Jews, a rebellion that had grown in audacity and danger. This sedition was orchestrated by Judas, the son of Sorifius, and Matthias, the son of Margalothus, two of the most eloquent and celebrated interpreters of Jewish law, renowned for their teaching and guidance of the youth. Both men were highly esteemed by the people, for their education had shaped many young minds in virtue and piety. They recognized that the king's illness might soon be fatal and that his long history of rash actions had caused suffering and impiety among the people. They incited their students and followers to destroy the works that Herod had erected in defiance of the law of their forefathers. The most prominent of these was a large golden eagle of immense value, which Herod had placed above the great gate of the temple in Jerusalem, dedicating it to the temple itself. This act was considered sacrilegious, for the Jewish law forbids the erection of any image or representation of a living creature. Judas and Matthias exhorted their disciples, arguing that a pull down the golden eagle, despite the mortal danger involved, would be an act of supreme virtue. They urged that such courage would secure not only honor in the present generation, but an everlasting fame that would endure for posterity. Those who risked death in such an action would be commended for their devotion to the law of their fathers and remembered as exemplars of righteous courage. They emphasized that the fear of death could not prevent men from pursuing virtue, and that by dying bravely for the observance of sacred law, they would leave a reputation that would be a blessing to their children and all their relations, men and women alike. Thus, in the shadow of Herod's illness, in a kingdom already fraught with tension, the seeds of rebellion and sacred defiance were sown. The king's declining health, the fury of his anger, the manipulations of his sons, and the courage of the interpreters combined to create a tempest of unrest that threatened both the palace and the people. And with such discourses as these, the men incited the young men to bold action. Rumors reached them that the king, Herod the Great, was dead, and this report strengthened the persuasions of the wise men who urged them on. So, in the very middle of the day, the young men ascended to the sacred place, the temple, and there, in a brazen act, they tore down the golden eagle that had been dedicated by the king, cutting it into pieces with axes while a multitude of the people remained in the temple. The king's captain, upon hearing of this audacious act, and supposing it to be a matter of grave significance, rushed to the scene with a formidable band of soldiers, sufficient to control the crowd and put a stop to those defiling what was dedicated to God. Falling upon them unexpectedly, while they were disordered and rash rather than cautious, he seized no fewer than 40 of the young men who had remained when the others fled, along with Judas and Matthias, the chief instigators, who deemed it dishonorable to retreat. He led them before King Herod. When Herod questioned them about their boldness in destroying what he had dedicated, they responded with unwavering courage. "Yes," they said, "what was contrived we have executed, and with a virtuous courage befitting men. We have aided what is dedicated to the majesty of God, following the laws taught by Moses, given by God himself, which are more worthy of observance than human commands. We are prepared to endure death and all punishments you may inflict, for our conscience is clear that we act not unrighteously, but out of devotion to religion." Their words matched the audacity with which they had undertaken the deed. The king ordered them bound and sent them to Jericho, summoning the principal men of the Jewish people. When these men assembled in the theater, Herod, unable to stand, reclined upon a couch and enumerated the labors he had endured for the benefit of his people, including the monumental construction of the temple, a work so vast and magnificent that during the 125 years of Asamonean rule, no comparable work had been accomplished for the honor of God. He spoke of the costly adornments he had added and the lasting memorial he hoped to leave for himself. Yet he cried aloud that these men had insulted him even in his lifetime, desecrating what had been dedicated, committing sacrilege before the eyes of the multitude. The people, fearful of Herod's notorious cruelty, sought to excuse the offenders by claiming the act had been done without their consent, though they agreed that punishment for the actors was warranted. Herod, however, tempered his anger toward the assembly but dealt harshly with Matthias, the high priest implicated in the sedition, removing him from office and appointing Joser, the brother of Matthias's wife, as high priest in his stead. During Matthias's tenure, another man had been appointed high priest for a single day, the very day on which the Jews observed a fast. On the preceding night, Matthias, in a dream, had conversed with his wife, and, unable to perform the sacred rites himself, Joseph, son of Elymas, a kinsman, assisted him. Herod removed Matthias from the high priesthood and burned the other Matthias, the instigator of sedition, along with his companions, alive. That very night, an eclipse of the moon occurred, seen by many as an omen. Herod's afflictions grew worse with terrifying intensity. His body burned from within, inflaming a ceaseless appetite, while his intestines ulcerated, his colon suffered severe pain, and a transparent fluid collected around his feet. His lower body was afflicted with putrefaction, and convulsions racked him, while his breath grew foul and labored. Those claiming divine insight asserted that these punishments were decreed by God for his impiety, yet Herod clung to hope of recovery. He summoned physicians, obeyed their prescriptions, and even crossed the river Jordan to bathe in the warm waters of Coleroi, which flowed into the lake Asphaltitis. When the physicians submerged him in a vessel of oil, he seemed near death, and only the lamentable cries of his servants brought him back to consciousness. Resigned to his condition, he commanded that every soldier be paid 50 drachmae and granted large gifts to his commanders and friends. Returning to Jericho, his temperament turned violent, and though death loomed near, he began to devise wicked plots with renewed cunning and malice. Herod the Great, stricken by the relentless pains of his failing body, summoned all the principal men of the Jewish nation, calling upon them from every corner of the land. The summons was absolute. No man might ignore it, for death will be the penalty for disobedience. The message spread quickly, and a great multitude appeared, for the call encompassed the entire nation. The king's fury was not measured. It fell alike upon the innocent and upon those who had given cause for accusation. Once gathered, Herod commanded that all be confined within the hippodrome, a vast arena capable of holding multitudes. He then summoned his sister Salome and her husband Alexas to his presence. In a rare moment of unguarded confession, Herod spoke with the gravity of a man confronting his own mortality. He declared that his life was near its end, and that the pains which racked him must be endured and welcomed by all men. Yet his deepest sorrow lay not in the suffering itself, but in the thought that his death would pass without proper mourning. He knew well the temper of the Jewish people, who had often sought to revolt against him during his reign and who might rejoice at his passing. Yet Herod demanded that they provide for him a mourning worthy of a king, a solemn lamentation that would mark his funeral as unprecedented in its gravity. Herod devised a terrifying plan. He ordered that soldiers surround the hippodrome, concealing his death from the multitude until all were in place. Only then was the signal to be given to execute those in custody with darts, ensuring that the slaughter would demonstrate the might of his will even in death. In his mind, this act would secure the honor of his funeral and enforce obedience, making his final command unassailable. With tears in his eyes, he implored his relatives to carry out these orders, appealing to both the loyalty of family and the faithfulness of the people to God. They promised to obey, understanding the grave consequences of defiance. Herod's mind was consumed by the extremes of human cruelty and ambition. Even as he approached death, he sought to ensure that the nation would be both mourning and desolate, that one member of each family should perish, innocent though they were. He pursued this course not for justice, but to affirm his dominance and to command terror even in his final hours. At the same time, letters arrived from the ambassadors he had sent to Rome to present matters to Gaius Julius Caesar, the Roman emperor. The letters contained news that struck both relief and grim resolve into Herod's heart. Acme, a conspirator in Antipater's plots, had been slain by Caesar, punished for her involvement in his son's wicked deeds. As for Antipater, the emperor left judgment entirely to Herod, granting him full authority as father and king to decide whether his son should be banished or executed. Herod's spirits lifted slightly at the news. The death of Acme satisfied him, and the power to determine Antipater's fate filled him with grim satisfaction. Yet the agony of his illness and the weakness of hunger left him trembling. He called for an apple and a knife, as was his custom, intending to pare and eat the fruit himself. But in a sudden, desperate moment, he looked upon the knife with the intention to end his own life. Only his first cousin, Achiabus, intervened, grasping his hand and crying out with urgent alarm. The palace erupted in a tumult, as if the king himself had already passed from the world. Antipater, hearing the commotion and believing his father dead, grew bold, imagining that his release from captivity and the kingdom itself were now within his grasp. He attempted to sway the jailer with promises of reward, seeking to secure his freedom and claim the throne without further resistance. The jailer, however, refused and promptly informed Herod of Antipater's designs. Rage surged anew in Herod. Though weakened by illness, he lifted himself upon his elbow, striking his head in anguish. Summoning his guards, he commanded them to execute Antipater without delay, ordering that his son be slain immediately and buried ignobly at Hyrcania, a remote region far from the center of the kingdom. The decree was final, and the ruthless authority of Herod the Great extended even to his last acts, ensuring that justice, vengeance, and the power of the king were enforced even in the shadow of death. Herod the Great, in the final turnings of his life, altered his testament to reflect the changes in his mind and the shifting fortunes of his family. He appointed Herod Antipas, who had previously been designated as ruler, to be tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, granting him authority over these regions as a subordinate ruler under the greater kingdom. He conferred the kingdom upon Archelaus, his son by Miriam the Hasmonean, elevating him to the primary throne. To Philip, another of his sons and the brother of Archelaus, he gave the tetrarchy of Gaulonitis, Trachonitis, and Panias. Salome, his sister, received the cities of Jarnia, Ashdod, and Phasaelis, together with a sum of 500,000 drachmae of coined silver. The remainder of his kin were provided for with generous gifts of money and annual revenues, leaving them all in a state of considerable wealth. Herod also bequeathed 10 million drachmae in coined money, together with vessels of gold and silver and garments of extraordinary cost, to Caesar Augustus, the emperor of Rome, and additional gifts to Julia, Caesar's wife, as well as 5 million drachmae to other notable individuals. After distributing these vast legacies, Herod died, 5 days after ordering the execution of his son Antipater. His reign, from the slaying of Antigonus to his own death, had lasted 34 years, from the time he had been formally declared king by the Roman Senate, 37 years. He was a man of great severity toward all men, driven by his passions rather than justice. Yet fortune had favored him beyond most mortals. From a private man, he rose to the throne of Judea, surviving 10,000 perils to reach a very advanced age. In matters of family, although he judged himself fortunate in conquering enemies, the historian observes that in truth he was often most unfortunate. Before the news of Herod's death was made public, Salome, his sister, and Alexis, a loyal official, released those imprisoned in the hippodrome, instructing them to return to their own lands and attend to their affairs, an act esteemed by the nation as a generous measure. When the king's death was officially proclaimed, Salome and Alexis gathered the soldiers in the amphitheater at Jericho. The first act was the reading of a letter from Herod to his army, expressing gratitude for their fidelity and urging them to extend the same loyalty to Archelaus, whom he had appointed as his successor. Ptolemy, entrusted with Herod's royal seal, then read the king's testament, which would only take effect once Caesar Augustus had inspected and confirmed it. The soldiers, organized by their respective bands and led by their commanders, immediately acclaimed Archelaus as king. Each unit, from the personal guards to the Thracians, Germans, Galatians, and the rest of the army, pledged their continued service and loyalty, invoking God to assist him in his new role. Archelaus took care to prepare an elaborate funeral procession for his father. He adorned the procession with all the royal ornaments at his disposal. Herod's body was carried upon a golden bier, embroidered with precious stones of diverse kinds, and draped in purple cloth, with the king himself laid beneath a golden diadem and crown, a scepter in his right hand. His sons and extended family followed the bier, succeeded by the soldiers arranged by nationality and military unit, in the same order as they would take in battle formations, each in full war attire. 500 of Herod's domestic servants carried spices, and the procession marched 8 furlongs to Herodium, the tomb which Herod himself had designated as his final resting place. Thus ended the life of Herod the Great. Archelaus honored his father by observing the 7-day period of mourning prescribed by the law of the Jewish people. Following this, he hosted a feast for the populace and took his place in the temple, where he received acclamations and praises at every turn. Ascending a high platform and taking a throne of gold, he spoke to the multitude with courtesy and gratitude, thanking them for their loyalty and promising that, once confirmed by Caesar, he would govern with diligence and reward their devotion. He deliberately abstained from immediately assuming the title of king, mindful that the authority to bestow it rested with the Roman emperor. The citizens and soldiers, perceiving the gentleness and civility of Archelaus, commended him further and petitioned for relief from various burdens. Some requested reductions in their annual payments. Others demanded the release of prisoners held by Herod, while still others sought the easing of taxes imposed on trade and commerce. Archelaus promised nothing contrary to their desires, aiming to secure their goodwill as a foundation for his administration. After these civic gestures, he offered sacrifice to God and retired to a feast with his friends, beginning his reign under the vigilant gaze of both the people and the law of Caesar. At this time, in the kingdom of Judea, unrest began to fester among the people. A group of Jews, driven by a desire for change and innovation, gathered together in complaint and lamentation. They mourned Matthias, the son of Margalothus, and Judas, the son of Sorifius, as well as others who had been slain by Herod, king of the Jews, for pulling down the golden eagle, an act that had violated the sacred law. These victims had not been given proper funeral rites or mourning, for fear of Herod's wrath. The people cried out in sorrow and outrage, even casting reproaches upon the king, as if speaking against him could somehow ease the suffering of the deceased. The populace approached Archelaus, the son of Herod, beseeching him to avenge their fallen teachers and companions. They demanded that he remove the high priest appointed by Herod and install in his place a priest more worthy, a man of greater purity and adherence to the law, to perform the sacred duties. Archelaus, though deeply offended by their insistence, consented to their request, yet he was determined to depart for Rome to secure the confirmation of his rule by Caesar Augustus, the emperor of Rome. He sent a general to the people with instructions to persuade them to patience, explaining that the deaths of their friends had been lawful and that their petitions, carried too far, caused injury to him. He urged them to remain united and obedient until he returned from Rome, when he would consider their petitions fully and justly. But the people would not listen. They clamored, threatened the lives of the messengers, and rejected any attempts to moderate their anger. Their desire to see justice for their slain friends eclipsed all caution or foresight, and they pressed forward in sedition, believing that their actions were righteous. Their passion and recklessness made it evident that the disturbance could grow into full rebellion, infecting all who gathered for the upcoming feast of unleavened bread, the Passover, a sacred festival commanded by the law of their fathers. The Passover commemorated the deliverance of the Israelites from slavery in Egypt, a time of sacrifice and gathering in Jerusalem from all corners of the land, even from territories beyond Judea. As the immense crowds came to the city to worship and offer sacrifices, the seditious among them continued to lament Judas and Matthias. They encouraged others to join their unrest, distributing food among themselves without shame, as if daring the law and the king's authority. Archelaus, fearing that the disorder might escalate into something far worse, dispatched a regiment of armed men under a captain of 1,000 to suppress the seditious actions before the multitude could be overtaken by the same fury. He instructed the soldiers to seize the most violent instigators of the riot. Yet the seditious, emboldened by their numbers, resisted. They assaulted the soldiers with stones, wounding many and even scattering their captain. After this brief triumph, they returned to their sacrifices, defying the authority of Archelaus and his forces. Seeing no other way to secure his authority, Archelaus ordered the full army to intervene. He sent horsemen to prevent any assistance from the encamped crowds outside the temple and to pursue those fleeing from the foot soldiers. The cavalry killed 3,000 men, while the remainder fled into the surrounding mountains. Archelaus then commanded a proclamation to all, ordering them to return to their homes, and for a time, fear restrained further rebellion. Archelaus himself departed for the sea with his mother, Malthace, along with Nicholas and Ptolemy, trusted friends and advisors, leaving his brother Philip as governor over the household and family affairs. Salome, sister of Herod, accompanied them, bringing her children and numerous relatives. Though ostensibly these kin sought to assist Archelaus in securing the kingdom, in truth many opposed him, taking the occasion to voice loud complaints against the recent events at the temple, showing that even within the family, loyalty was divided and ambition mingled with resentment. But Sabinus, who was Caesar's steward for Syrian affairs, tasked with managing the Roman province of Syria and overseeing matters in the eastern territories, hurried into Judea to safeguard the effects and possessions of King Herod the Great. On his way, he encountered Archelaus at Caesarea, the principal port city on the coast of Judea. At that very moment, Varus, the Roman governor of Syria, arrived and restrained Sabinus from interfering, for he had been summoned to the city by Archelaus through the influence of Ptolemy, a trusted friend and advisor in Herod's court. Out of respect for Varus, Sabinus neither seized the fortresses scattered among the Jewish towns nor sealed up the treasures stored within them. Instead, he allowed Archelaus to retain control of these holdings until Caesar, the ruler of the Roman Empire, declared his final judgment, and thus Sabinus remained in Caesarea. After Archelaus set sail for Rome to present his claim to the kingdom, and after Varus departed to Antioch, Sabinus traveled to Jerusalem, the capital of Judea, and took control of King Herod's palace. He summoned the keepers of the royal garrisons, along with all those responsible for the king's wealth, declaring that he would require full accounting of all they managed. He disposed of the fortresses according to his discretion, yet the garrison commanders continued to follow Archelaus' prior instructions, claiming that they acted on behalf of Caesar and safeguarded the king's treasures until Rome decreed otherwise. At the same time, Herod's son Antipas set sail for Rome, seeking to secure the kingship for himself. He was encouraged and emboldened by his mother, Herodias, and by Salome, his aunt, who promised that he would obtain the government, arguing that he was the more honorable and suitable candidate than Archelaus, his elder brother, for the throne. They reminded him that in Herod the Great's former testament, he had been deemed the worthiest to inherit the kingship, which, they insisted, carried more validity than the king's later testament. Antipas brought with him his mother and Ptolemy, the brother of Nicholas of Damascus, who had been among Herod's closest and most trusted friends, and now lent his full support to Antipas's claim. Additionally, Irenaeus the orator, renowned for his wisdom and entrusted with important matters of the kingdom, advised Antipas to press his claim, despite counsel that he should yield to Archelaus, who had been declared king by Herod's last will. Upon arrival in Rome, Antipas found that many of his relatives and allies revolted to his side. Their allegiance was not born of affection for him, but from hatred of Archelaus, and from a desire to be placed under the authority of a Roman governor rather than a local king. They concluded that Antipas would be preferable to Archelaus and thus joined him in securing the kingdom. Sabinus also sent letters to Caesar, accusing Archelaus of misconduct. Archelaus, meanwhile, had sent documents to Caesar, asserting his right to the kingdom based on his father Herod's testament and providing detailed accounts of the royal finances, along with the royal seal delivered by Ptolemy. He expected that these papers would secure his claim. Yet Caesar, upon reading Archelaus' documents, the letters of Varus and Sabinus, the accounts of Herod's wealth, and the annual revenues of the kingdom, became aware that Antipas had also sent letters asserting his claim. Caesar convened his friends and advisors to hear their counsel, placing Caius, the adopted son of Agrippa and Julia, in the seat of honor, and requested their opinions on the matter. Antipater, the son of Salome and a cunning and bitter enemy of Archelaus, spoke first. He condemned Archelaus for seeking the kingdom while having already assumed royal powers before Caesar's authorization. Antipater accused him of audacious acts during the Jewish festival, of assuming the authority to punish citizens on his own, and of exercising royal prerogatives in law, finance, and military command as if he were already king. He highlighted Archelaus' premature seating on the royal throne, his substitution of military commanders, and his grants to petitioners, claiming that such acts demonstrated a usurpation of authority. Antipater also accused Archelaus of neglecting proper mourning for Herod the Great, celebrating with feasts on the very nights following his father's death, and provoking unrest among the populace. Most sharply, Antipater condemned the massacre that Archelaus had ordered at the temple during the festival, where both foreign and native men were slain until the sacred precinct was filled with bodies. He emphasized that these killings were not carried out by a foreign enemy, but by Archelaus himself, who, pretending to lawful kingship, completed the wicked tyranny that his nature demanded, a tyranny universally detested and abhorrent to all who witnessed it. Herod the Great, in his final days, had made decisions about the succession to his kingdom that reflected both the weight of experience and the sharp awareness of character. He had never intended for Antipas, one of his sons, to inherit the throne while he was of sound mind. Herod knew Antipas's disposition too well. He knew the cunning, ambition, and dangerous temper that might imperil the stability of the kingdom. In his earlier and more authentic testament, composed when he was fully capable in both mind and body, Herod had appointed Antipas's rival, Archelaus, to a different path, leaving Antipas under careful observation and guidance. Archelaus, however, had been summoned to the dignity of succession in the very twilight of Herod's life, when the king was weakened in body and mind, while Antipas had been called when he was at the height of judgment, fully capable of managing his own affairs. Herod's judgment had been deliberate, based on the knowledge of each son's strengths and weaknesses, and the history of their actions made clear what kind of rulers they might become. Archelaus' brief tenure of power as a private citizen had already shown a willingness to employ deadly force, having commanded slaughter in the temple, actions that foreshadowed the terrible possibilities of his reign. When Antipater, another son of Herod, rose to speak in his defense before Caesar, he painted Archelaus as a man dangerous and unfit for kingship. He presented numerous witnesses, drawn even from Archelaus' own relations, to attest to the alleged misdeeds and to magnify any violence associated with him. Antipater argued that Archelaus had demonstrated cruelty and ambition, that he had endangered the people of the kingdom, and that he sought power without regard for justice. Then Nicholas of Damascus, a historian and advisor loyal to Archelaus, stood to plead his case. He argued with reason and precision that the violent acts at the temple were not the direct result of Archelaus' will, but rather arose from the actions of those who had provoked the conflict. The men who had resisted the law, he explained, had forced others into violent measures against their own will. These aggressors acted not only against Archelaus, but, in reality, against Caesar himself, challenging the authority of Rome. Nicholas contended that Antipater's accusations were motivated by personal enmity and ambition, by a desire to undermine his own brother while concealing his own faults. The testimony revealed that Antipater sought advantage for himself alone, to consolidate power by discrediting a kinsman who had lived in friendship with their father and whose succession had been explicitly sanctioned by Herod's testament and by the authority of Caesar. Nicholas emphasized that Herod had carefully submitted the succession to Caesar's judgment, demonstrating prudence, and that any challenge to Archelaus now came from men who had themselves shown little regard for virtue or familial duty. When Nicholas concluded his plea, Caesar was visibly moved in favor of Archelaus. He lifted the young man from the ground, where he had cast himself at Caesar's feet, and acknowledged that he deserved the kingdom. The emperor made clear that he would honor Herod's final testament and act to the advantage of Archelaus. Yet Caesar, exercising caution, did not make an immediate determination about the full disposition of the kingdom. He considered whether it should be granted entirely to Archelaus or divided among Herod's heirs, recognizing that all were in need of support to govern effectively. Before these matters could be fully settled, tragedy struck. Malthace, the mother of Archelaus and a figure of influence within the royal household, fell gravely ill and died. The letters from Publius Quinctilius Varus, the Roman governor, arrived, reporting that the Jewish nation had erupted into revolt. Following Archelaus' departure, disorder had swept across the land, a turbulent response to the uncertainty of succession and the absence of Herod's commanding presence. Varus acted swiftly to punish the leaders of the sedition, restoring order through decisive action. He left one legion, a unit of approximately 6,000 Roman soldiers, in Jerusalem to maintain peace, but the efforts proved temporary. After Varus departed, Gaius Sentius Saturninus, known as Sabinus, Caesar's procurator in the region, remained behind, relying upon the military force left in the city. Sabinus's heavy-handed measures, seizing the citadels and searching for the king's treasure with relentless greed, only inflamed the Jewish populace. His avarice and harsh enforcement of Roman authority provoked further rebellion, demonstrating that the seeds of unrest could flourish even under the shadow of imperial power. The kingdom, still unsettled by the death of Herod, the ambitions of his sons, and the resentment of the people, teetered on the edge of chaos. With Caesar's decisions, Roman legions, and local governance all intertwined in a fragile balance of authority and unrest. As the festival of Pentecost approached, a festival held in honor of the law and the traditions of their forefathers, tens of thousands of men gathered throughout Judea. They were drawn not merely by devotion to the festival, but also by a burning indignation at the reckless conduct of Cestius Sabinus, the Roman commander, and the injuries he had inflicted upon them. Among this multitude were large contingents of Galileans, the inhabitants of the northern region of Judea, and Idumeans, the descendants of Edom who had been incorporated into the kingdom by Herod the Great. Men from the city of Jericho and others who had crossed the river Jordan to settle in the eastern territories joined as well. This vast assembly, united by both zeal and outrage, resolved to take vengeance on Sabinus. They divided themselves into 3 separate bands for strategic advantage. One band seized the Hippodrome, a stadium used for public events and athletic contests, while the second encamped along the eastern quarter of the city, stretching from the northern side of the temple to its southern extremity. The third band took the western part of the city, where the royal palace of King Herod had once stood. Their plan was nothing less than a full siege of the Romans, to surround them completely on all sides. Sabinus, recognizing the overwhelming number of insurgents and their fierce determination, feared for the safety of his forces. He sent urgent letters to Publius Quinctilius Varus, the governor of Syria, begging for immediate reinforcements, warning that the troops he had left behind were in imminent danger of being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Sabinus ascended to the highest tower of the fortress Phasaelus, named in memory of Phasaelus, the brother of King Herod, who had been brought to death by the Parthians. From this vantage point, Sabinus signaled the Roman soldiers to engage the Jewish insurgents, though he himself did not descend to join them, expecting others to expose themselves first to the dangers he himself refused to face. The Roman troops sallied forth from the fortress, and a fierce battle erupted. Though the Romans initially prevailed, inflicting terrible losses upon their adversaries. The Jewish forces, undaunted by the slaughter around them, clambered onto the cloisters that surrounded the outer court of the temple. There, they continued to hurl stones with their hands and with slings, well practiced in such arts of defense. Archers stationed in superior positions wrought further damage upon the Romans, as arrows shot upward could not reach the elevated positions of the Jews, leaving the Romans unable to respond effectively. The struggle persisted for a long time, until the Romans, greatly distressed by the unyielding resistance, resorted to a secret stratagem. They set fire to the wooden cloisters, which were saturated with pitch and wax and adorned with gold, so subtly that those upon the roof did not notice. The fire spread rapidly, consuming the structures and causing the roof to collapse, crushing those on top. Some perished in the flames, others were killed by the Romans encircling them, and many, overcome with despair, threw themselves into the fire or upon their own swords. Those who tried to escape the collapse of the roof along the way they had ascended were cut down by the Romans, unarmed and exhausted, so that none of those who had reached the top survived. The Romans then rushed through the flames, seizing the treasure stored within the temple, the sacred money dedicated to God. Much of it was looted by the soldiers, and Sabinus personally obtained 400 talents, a considerable sum of silver and gold. The calamity and slaughter of their compatriots filled the surviving Jewish insurgents with grief, compounded by the desecration of the temple's sacred wealth. Yet the most disciplined and warlike of the remaining forces moved to besiege the royal palace itself, threatening to burn it and kill all within. They commanded the Roman defenders to surrender immediately, promising safety to both them and to Sabinus if they would comply. In this moment of peril, the majority of King Herod's troops deserted to the insurgents, while Rufus and Gratus, commanding 3,000 of the most vigorous soldiers of Herod's army, remained loyal to the Romans. A contingent of cavalry under Rufus also shifted allegiance to the Romans. Nevertheless, the Jewish forces persisted with the siege, even attempting to undermine the palace walls through tunneling, and implored those who had deserted to the Roman side not to hinder them, seeing this as a rare opportunity to restore the ancient liberty of their land. Sabinus, desiring to escape with his soldiers, was constrained by the hostility of the insurgents and the magnitude of the danger he had already provoked. He interpreted their show of apparent leniency as reason to maintain his position, hoping for the imminent arrival of Governor Varus. Amidst this turmoil, further disorder erupted throughout Judea. Many groups took up arms, either seeking personal gain or acting out of enmity toward their fellow Jews. Among them were 2,000 of Herod the Great's veteran soldiers, who, though previously disbanded, gathered again to fight against the king's troops. Achiabus, Herod's first cousin, attempted to oppose them, but he was driven from the plains into the mountains by the superior skill of these insurgents. There, he took refuge in the fastnesses, saving what forces and resources he could from the chaos engulfing the land. At this turbulent time, the land of Judea was overrun by banditry and sedition, as ambitious and violent men seized the absence of strong authority to establish themselves as kings. Among them was Judas, the son of Ezekias, a man notorious for his former criminal exploits. Ezekias himself had been a formidable figure, so powerful that Herod, king of the Jews, had captured him only with great difficulty. Judas gathered around him a multitude of men of profligate character near the city of Sepphoris in Galilee. With daring ambition and ruthless intent, he assaulted the palace there, seized every weapon stored within it, and armed his followers. He carried away the remaining wealth and became feared by all, tearing and rending anyone who approached him. His aim was to raise himself to the royal dignity, not through merit or virtuous skill in war, but through extravagant violence and injuries inflicted upon others. At the same time, Simon, a former slave of Herod, took advantage of the disorder. Tall, robust, and handsome, he had once been entrusted with great responsibilities and displayed a boldness that surpassed his station. Amid the chaos, Simon crowned himself with a diadem and, supported by a number of followers, claimed kingship. Athronges and his brothers once attacked a company of Roman soldiers near the town of Emmaus, who were transporting corn and weapons. They ambushed Arius, the centurion commanding the company, killing 40 of the finest foot soldiers. The remainder escaped only with the intervention of Gratus and the king's troops nearby. For a long time, these four brothers conducted raids and skirmishes, causing grievous harm to both Roman forces and their own countrymen. In time, however, their rebellion was subdued. One brother fell in combat with Gratus, another with Ptolemy. Archelaus captured the eldest, and the last, seeing the inevitable destruction of his forces, surrendered himself to Archelaus under oath to preserve his life. During these years of chaos, Judea was filled with robberies and violence. Any man who gathered a group of followers could be proclaimed king and commit acts of destruction. While these seditious leaders caused relatively minor harm to Roman authority, the suffering and murder inflicted upon the local population continued for a long time. When Publius Quinctilius Varus, the Roman governor of Syria, received reports of the disorder from Sabinus, he feared for the legion he had stationed in Judea. Syria had 3 legions in total, and Varus swiftly mobilized the remaining 2 legions, along with 4 squadrons of cavalry and auxiliary forces supplied by neighboring kings and tetrarchs, ordering them to march urgently to Ptolemy to relieve those besieged and restore order to the province. The citizens of Berytus, a prominent city in Phoenicia along the eastern Mediterranean coast, offered Archelaus 1,500 auxiliaries as he passed through their city, lending him a force of trained soldiers to strengthen his campaign. Aretas, the king of Arabia Patria, whose kingdom lay east of Judea and encompassed the desert regions of modern southern Jordan and northwestern Saudi Arabia, motivated by his hatred for Herod the Great and in an effort to gain favor with the Romans, also sent substantial support. This aid included both infantry, foot soldiers skilled in close combat, and cavalry, horsemen trained for swift movement across desert terrain. Having now gathered his full forces, Archelaus delegated a portion to his son and to a trusted friend, commissioning them to march into Galilee, the fertile northern region of Judea located near the coastal city of Ptolemy, known today as Acre. There, they attacked the opposing forces, scattering them in flight, capturing the city of Sepphoris, enslaving its inhabitants, and burning the city to the ground. Meanwhile, Varus, the Roman governor of Syria and commander of the Roman legions in the region, marched his army toward Samaria, the central territory of Judea, yet refrained from attacking the city named Samaria itself because it had not participated in the rebellion. Instead, Varus encamped at a nearby village belonging to Ptolemy, called Aruz, which the Arabians set ablaze out of their enmity toward Herod and his allies. From there, the Arabians proceeded to another village named Sampho, a fortified and strong settlement, which they plundered and burned. As they continued their march, fire and slaughter marked every town and village in their path. Varus ordered the burning of Emmaus after its inhabitants had abandoned it, in vengeance for previous losses inflicted there. From Emmaus, Varus advanced to Jerusalem. The Jews who had encamped there and besieged the Roman garrison abandoned the siege upon the approach of Varus's army, recognizing that they could not withstand his forces. The residents of Jerusalem defended themselves before Varus, explaining that the recent influx of people and the disturbances were due to the festival gatherings and that the rebellion had been carried out by outsiders, not with the consent of the local population. Before Varus's arrival, Joseph, a cousin of King Herod the Great, met him, accompanied by Gratus and Rufus, bringing soldiers to reinforce the Roman presence and to relieve those who had been besieged. Sabinus, however, did not present himself to Varus, slipping away from Jerusalem in secrecy to the seaside. Varus dispatched a portion of his army to seek out the leaders of the revolt. Those identified as guilty were punished severely, while others were dismissed. 2,000 men were crucified for their roles in the uprising. Following this, Varus disbanded his forces, finding them unruly, disobedient, and more concerned with personal plunder than fulfilling his commands. When informed, that 10,000 Jews had gathered to resist, he moved quickly to intercept them. Yet, following the Council of Achaeus, the assembled Jews surrendered themselves without engaging in battle. Varus pardoned the general population for their rebellion, but those among Herod's own family who had taken part in the conflict were punished, condemned for waging war against their own kindred. With these affairs settled and the Roman legion re-established in Jerusalem, Varus returned to Antioch, the capital of Roman Syria. Meanwhile, Archelaus faced new challenges in Rome. A delegation of Jews, sanctioned by the nation, had traveled to petition for the right to live according to their own laws. The group numbered 50 ambassadors, joined by more than 8,000 Jews who were already in Rome. Caesar, the ruler of the Roman Empire, convened his closest friends and leading men in the Temple of Apollo, a grand edifice he had constructed at great expense. There the ambassadors were received, accompanied by the Jewish community already present in Rome. Archelaus attended with his supporters, yet many of his kinsmen refused to align themselves with him, partly due to personal hatred, and partly because they believed it would be disgraceful in Caesar's eyes to oppose a member of their own family. Philip, another son of Herod the Great, arrived from Syria, persuaded by Varus, with the primary purpose of supporting his brother Archelaus. Varus, his close ally, encouraged Philip's presence, yet remained cautious, anticipating that any shifts in governance or distribution of authority among those seeking the privilege of living under their own laws might present opportunities for Philip to secure a share of power. When the Jewish ambassadors were finally allowed to speak, they seized the opportunity with fervor, for they had long hoped to see an end to the rule of kings over their nation. They rose to accuse Herod the Great, the late king, of his manifold iniquities, declaring before Caesar and the Roman assembly that Herod, though king in title, had exercised an authority far beyond what was customary or just. They charged him with wielding tyrannical power over his subjects, employing it not for their protection or welfare, but for their ruin. The ambassadors recounted how Herod had destroyed countless lives, leaving those who survived in conditions far worse than those who perished. His mere gaze and disposition struck terror into the hearts of his people, and his constant confiscation of estates had impoverished the nation. Cities within Herod's own dominion had fallen into ruin, while he lavished attention and grandeur upon towns inhabited by foreigners, neglecting the very land he ruled. They told how, upon killing members of the nobility, he seized their estates, and when he spared others, he condemned them to forfeiture of their possessions. They recounted the relentless impositions and annual taxes exacted from all, and the necessity to provide gifts to Herod, his household, and favored servants in order to escape unjust punishment. The ambassadors spoke of the abuses he inflicted upon virgins, the dishonor cast upon wives, and the insolent and inhuman manner in which he treated his people. They declared that no calamity in their history, no previous subversion or change of government, could compare with the suffering Herod had brought upon the nation. For these reasons, they professed their hope in Archelaus, the son of Herod, believing him to be potentially more moderate and just than his father had been. They had joined him in mourning for Herod, not out of loyalty to the monarchy, but in the hope that Archelaus might govern with fairness, provided he demonstrated moderation. Yet Archelaus had acted swiftly, revealing to the nation the firmness of his character even before his authority had been fully established, mindful that the final decision of the kingdom's disposition rested with Caesar. They cited his first action as ethnarch, the violent suppression of 3,000 of his own countrymen at the temple, as evidence of the manner in which he would exercise power, a severity that confirmed their just hatred of both Herod's past rule and Archelaus' emerging authority. The primary desire of the Jewish people, the ambassadors explained, was to be freed from the rule of kings altogether and to come under the governance of the Roman province of Syria, hoping that moderation would prevail under appointed Roman officials. Nicholas of Damascus then rose to defend the late king and his heir. He argued that Herod had never faced such accusations during his lifetime, and it was unjust for men who could have accused him of lesser crimes while he lived to now bring charges after his death. Nicholas claimed that Archelaus' actions were misrepresented. The disturbances attributed to him were responses to provocations by those who had sought to act against the law. He contended that the complaints of the Jewish people were born of a desire for rebellion and innovation, for they had not learned to submit to justice and the rule of law. The accusations of sedition, he insisted, were less a reflection of Archelaus' character than of the actions of those who resisted lawful authority. Nicholas's defense sought to show that the accusations arose from personal enmity, not from the virtues or failings of Archelaus himself. After hearing both sides, Caesar dissolved the assembly. Yet within a few days, he made his judgment clear. Archelaus was appointed ethnarch, or governor, of one half of the territories that had been subject to Herod, with the promise that, if he governed virtuously, he might later receive full royal dignity. The remainder of Herod's dominions were divided between his other sons, Philip and Antipas, who had each disputed for the entire kingdom. Philip received the regions of Batanea, Trachonitis, Auronitis, and part of what had been called the house of Zenodorus, while Antipas oversaw Perez and Galilee, from which he collected an annual tribute of 200 talents of silver. Archelaus held Idumea, Judea, and the country of Samaria, though Caesar decreed a reduction of a fourth of their tribute in recognition of their limited participation in revolt. Among the cities paying tribute to Archelaus were Strato's Tower, Sebaste, Joppa, and Jerusalem. Gaza, Gadara, and Hippos, all cities with significant Hellenistic influence, were separated from his authority and incorporated into the Roman province of Syria. The tribute flowing annually into Archelaus' treasury from his own dominions thus amounted to 600 talents, ensuring that the ethnarch would have both resources and responsibility in equal measure. After the violent upheavals and the settlement of Herod's estate, the distribution of his vast inheritance drew attention and envy across Judea. Salome, the sister of Herod the Great, not only received from her brother's testament the cities of Jamnia, Ashdod, and Phasaelis, along with 500,000 drachmae of coined silver, but also a royal residence at Ascalo, presented to her by Caesar himself. Her annual revenues amounted to 60 talents, a substantial sum, and her house was situated within the territories governed by Archelaus, her nephew. The remainder of Herod's family received the portions of the inheritance that his testament allotted them. Caesar further augmented this generosity, giving each of Herod's 2 virgin daughters an additional 250,000 drachmae of silver and arranging their marriages to the sons of Pheroras, Herod's brother. The king's sons were also granted what Herod had left them, a sum totaling 1,500 talents, with the exception of a few valuable vessels that Caesar retained for himself. While the financial value of these gifts was immense, they were prized primarily as memorials of the late king, a tangible reminder of Herod's authority and legacy. Yet, even as these affairs were settled, a new and startling deception unfolded. A young man, born a Jew but raised under the care of a Roman freedman in the city of Sidon, claimed a place among the family of Herod the Great. By a remarkable resemblance in appearance, witnesses swore that he mirrored Alexander, the son of Herod whom the king had executed years earlier. Encouraged by this likeness, the young man resolved to pursue rulership and sought the assistance of a compatriot, a man well acquainted with palace intrigues but morally corrupt, capable of sowing disorder, and eager to teach this young man the ways of deceit. This pair concocted a story in which the young man claimed to be Alexander, stolen away by the very men sent to kill him, while the assassins had, in reality, murdered others to cover their tracks. He further asserted that his brother Aristobulus had survived, hidden away in Crete to ensure the continuity of Miriam's lineage and to one day exact vengeance upon those who had sought their destruction. Arriving first in Crete, the impostor persuaded local Jews, who recognized him as Alexander, to support him. He then traveled to the island of Melos, where he extorted more funds from those who believed he was the rightful heir of Herod, promising rewards for loyalty and assistance in reclaiming the throne. Upon landing in Rome, he continued the deception, attracting all those who had once been close to Herod or held fondness for his family. who hailed him as if divine providence had spared him, rejoicing that the line of Miriam's family had miraculously survived. Carried in a royal litter through the streets, adorned with the finery of kings, the impostor received the acclamations of the multitude and the lavish hospitality of his supporters, who spared no expense to honor him. When Caesar learned of these events, he approached the matter with measured skepticism. Herod had been notoriously difficult to deceive in matters of significant concern, and Caesar suspected the truth behind the tale. He dispatched Celadus, a freedman who had interacted with the young man and his accomplice, to bring the impostor before him. Though the impostor's appearance resembled Alexander, the careful observer noted differences. His hands were roughened from labor, lacking the refined softness of the true Alexander, whose upbringing had been delicate and noble. Caesar interrogated the young man about Aristobulus, questioning why he had not accompanied him in the supposed flight and recovery of the family dominion. The impostor maintained that Aristobulus had been left in Crete for safety, to preserve the posterity of Miriam and to survive the treacherous designs of their enemies. Pressed further, the young man was forced to confess the details of the deception, revealing the scheme and the men who had orchestrated it.